Here we are, guys. Hello, it is me, Valdez, with Chronicler for the pre-show for Week 8. We are already here in Week 8. Chronicler, it is crazy how time flies. We are near the end of this summer, and boy, it has been a great season indeed. How are you feeling today, Chronicler?
Very good. Very happy. Very healthy. Can't wait for the final few weeks of the regular split. There is still a lot to be found out. And it's also, we're approaching patch 12.14, which I'm personally really excited about because that one's going to shake up a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot to go on with that one, and that is what we are going to be on for the playoffs. So big changes could mean big mix-ups for the playoffs. Let's take a look at these standings right now just to show everybody where are we at right now. What teams do we think are going to make it into playoffs? Only 2 teams are secured so far.
And that's mainly due to Kwangdong Freaks. Kwangdong Freaks is in a position where they're actually pretty close still to KT, to DRX. And even Damwon and Live Sandbox are not that far off. Both Sandbox and Damwon actually have a very strong schedule ahead of them where they face one of the top teams. So there is still a lot of room for flux here, besides Gen.G, who has now beaten everyone and will probably continue to do so as they continue their pure dominance. And T1, even though they lost and got 2-0 by Gen.G, I'd still rate them as in a league of their own, and I don't expect them to lose to anyone besides the one loss that they had against Gen.G.
Yeah, I think both those teams should probably go undefeated for the rest of the season, but we'll have to wait and see if they can stay strong. And yes, the POG standing, Zeus has been joined by Ruler up at the top, and that's because Ruler picked up both POGs against T1, and he was able to be very flashy at that. You'll note that Aiming, Prince are in 3rd place technically because they are tied there underneath the 2 of Zeus and Ruler.
And it's 80 carries with some solo laners sprinkled throughout. Zeus, obviously, I think the most notable player on T1 right now with how consistently he performs. After that, it's probably Owner, and then the rest of T1 is either having a little bit of a tough time, the bot lane, or is in the middle position where they kind of try to facilitate, but then doesn't all come together. So really, really exciting to see which bot lane will get the POGs today.
Yeah, and you know, we have the POG race going on, but we also do have the playoff race, as we did already talk about. But let's take a look at a deeper look, actually, at the standings and at the stats specifically. Who's got a big probability to make it in? Well, you'll note that Kwangdong Freaks are behind, but they still have a chance.
Yeah, I'm not trusting. I'm not trusting that Live Sandbox percentage until it's 100%, Vel. It's been burned before. And I don't really want to go for that again. Note also, Nongshim, technically not out.
Yeah.
There's still a shot. Although it is incredibly unlikely. And Kwangdong, even though it is a tough roster for them, it's not impossible. We have seen them get big upsets in the past, most notably against T1. So with the amount of game differences being as low as it is, even taking into account strength of schedule, we're only one upset away from things really shifting around.
Yeah, and just to note, if you haven't seen this before at the LCK, we do it based on probability, based on the matchups that are left over, right? So Kwangdong have to go up against Gen.G today. That's not easy, and of course that does factor into their probability on if they do make it into playoffs. So let's take a look at the pick and ban percentage, which is talking about what have we seen so far for the last week and what has been the priority here.
No surprises in terms of Yuumi. Yuumi has once again kind of become the menace, the pot menace that she always is.
Yeah.
Kalista is very notable for still being a very high ban rate, even though the win rate doesn't really match it because she is a lot more execution heavy. But a lot of teams just don't want to deal with it because it is something that can take over a game single-handedly. The Silas, also completely unsurprising, has been, I think, the main development of the last couple of weeks. And even though Gwen's prio is still high and there's a couple of games where she feels extremely busted, overall she's not actually looking that good in terms of win rate. And then the other one, obviously, Talia, Zeri. I don't know why they're still making it through, most notably that Zeri, because we should have learned at this point. And finally, Lucian, don't pick him unless you're Ruler, because it doesn't work.
Pretty much, yeah. If you are Ruler, go ahead, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, you can see here in the high win rate picks that it's the biggest one to me is definitely the Zeri, 12-4. The fact that it's gone through 16 times in the last week is kind of insane for me. And then also you just see the win rate kind of denotes how well it's doing.
I was on the maybe if Yumi's open, you can just don't take the risk. It's like Corki, you know, like you're always one bad fight away from immediately losing the game. Skarner is, I think, one of my favorite developments of the meta recently. Came in as a probably counter pick, and we've seen that 1B picked up a little bit. Ari is still very much if you're really comfortable in the champion. As Lee continues to suffer, even notorious Lee players have kind of dropped him again, which I think is good. And Lucianami, at this point, unless you're playing against Genji, probably is worthy of like kind of letting it go, because teams have just gotten way better at dealing with it, either with Draven lanes or with Kog'Maw Lulu, or there's like been a couple of developments that have made the pick not nearly as strong.
There's also Azir and Rakan on here for the last 3 weeks in the bait picks. It's not winning.
No.
I don't know, maybe just time to let go. I don't know if we can here, though, at the LCK. Let's take a look at some of the bot compositions that we do have so far. There is one that immediately springs to mind, and that's the one right in the middle there, Zeri and Yuumi. In my mind, by far, the strongest.
And this is clear proof that the LEC is actually a better league than the LCK, because they only let it through twice. We did it 9 times, Valdez. We're not learning.
They didn't play Kog'Maw Lulu at all.
No, and well, you know, looking at how it's performed, it's understandable. Kog'Maw Lulu is really interesting in that it actually, the more we see of it, it really feels like a lane bully lane that then scales okay for item 1 and 2, but then later Kog doesn't really ever hit critical mass, and we don't see any real protected Kog'Maw compositions where he builds full damage, so he ends up feeling very underwhelming. Lucianami is a lane like Kalista, I think, where if it's picked up by a good bot lane, they'll stomp with it and they'll completely 1v or 2v8. But otherwise, it can feel pretty lackluster.
Yeah, I mean, if the Lucian is not able to kind of outplay his opponents, especially opposing laners that have better range than him, Enchanter supports. I've seen like a lot of, even Kalista Renata, they can't really win against. Like, it's just kind of rough unless you get a good matchup or if you are just a better player.
Yeah, it also ties into how easy it is to punish that lane, right? A lot of teams have difficulty playing around that. Also, Aphelios Kench, because we love Aphelios Kench. If we can get away with it, we'll try to play it.
Yeah, Kench, I think, still really strong. Maybe not as strong as Yuumi. I think Yuumi is seeing the ban priority that we should see for the Yuumi, so it's good that we're not getting as many Yuumi games here. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff. And let's take a look at some of the roster updates that we do have. There is a big one for today. Bible is coming up, and Bertel is going down.
Yeah, Bertel going down is no surprise. Had a pretty lackluster split, didn't really develop the way that some other top laners did. And Nuguri has been a bit up and down, but overall I think still a solid top laner. Bible getting called up is interesting, because Kellen hasn't had the greatest split. Looked good on Nautilus and Kench, but that was pretty much it. And Bible, I think, is a great part of what I consider to be one of, if not the strongest team in Challengers, of course, champions of the previous split, and also now currently second place after losing to T1 yesterday. But not necessarily like a super standout player. If you talk about the mid lane and top lane of that team, then they're very notable. Jungle as well. But I'm really interested to see what Bible can bring today.
Yeah, I think that he could bring in some cool stuff. Always we talk about, you know, Dalmankia struggling nowadays, so maybe this new pick can come in and kind of revitalize them if possible. And
yeah,
that's kind of what we're looking for, because Dalmankia, even though there was a lot of hype around them, not really finding the success that they want.
You're really looking for a T1 when they finally settled on the lineup, right? When Zeus came in, like the finding the one click or Prince coming in, as opposed to a Nongshim situation where nothing really seems to work. So will be interesting to see. Of course, Kellen also got COVID, so it might also have had to do with that as well. Wanting to make sure that they have a player that's in the best possible situation. Look at that! Actually, a really nice graphic here. Well, I mean,
nice in one way, yeah.
Yeah,
it looks nice.
not as in the players getting
present the information that unfortunately 3 of our players in this first match have caught COVID. As far as I know, nobody else other than the players that we mentioned last week have caught it, so that's definitely unfortunate. Prince made a funny joke on social media where he was like, you know, Showmaker got it, so I got it too, to make the match kind of fair. I think you guys will see that a little bit later on during the cast as well. They're going to highlight that one. A little bit of a spoiler, but yeah, you know, hopefully they're just at 100% so we can have a nice matchup. But let's take a look at the schedule here for week 8. And this one has some actually really great matchups.
I agree. Opening extremely strong with Liv Sandbox versus Damonkia, but there's a ton of other matches that are really important for the standings, right? Every match that Nongshim plays is important, as funny as it might sound, because they're playing DRX and T1, so good luck with that one. Damonkia versus Gen G is one that Damonkia is not looking in any position to win, but if they can, would be really, really important for them, would them allow to solidify the spot. Then we also have KT Sandbox, one of my highlights of the week. And then Cloud Templar also went for Hanwha Live versus Bro, which is just a great move that I really respect. You know, have some fun with it.
Absolutely. He's definitely a bit of a Giga Chad himself, Cloud Templar, so he did go for that. And he does enjoy it, so it'll be fun. I think that both of those teams, now that they don't have any playoff expectations, they can kind of just play relaxed, and they're going to be playing against a similarly matched opponent. I would probably predict Bro in that case, because Hanwha Life, unfortunately, on the downswing, whereas Bro has been on the upswing. But yeah, definitely a bit of a setup for the next week before we do get into playoffs, as Wolf will take the cake for week 7. Me and Atlas got crushed.
Yeah, there was a lot of risk-taking happening by most of us. Wolf really getting rewarded for his undying faith in KT. Me getting rewarded for my faith in Liv Sandbox, but not in case of Hanwha Life, unfortunately. And overall, the Sandbox Nongshim, really the obvious one, where we all kind of took a nosedive. And I can't wait, because I actually have no idea who's pulling ahead in terms of the overall scores over like all of the weeks. I hope we get to take a gander at that.
I mean, unsurprisingly, the two analysts, I think, are ahead, but we don't have the total scores just yet. Perhaps we can take a look at the predictions for next week. Very curious to see what people think about this one. You'll note that your undying faith in Liv Sandbox only went for this one matchup at the end of the week, but not at the beginning of the week.
Yeah, I think Damwon. I mean, I also didn't know the Bible was going to play. That might have swayed my vote even more. No, I'm kidding. Even though he's a challenger player, I think that actually might have tipped it. But yeah, I still think Damwon is quite a strong team, even though they have been struggling. Form on the day can be quite good. Outside of that, it's not really that interesting. Outside of the Liv Sandbox matches, which I think makes sense for this team. We've seen them look incredible on certain days. We've seen them look kind of lackluster. And I believe they'll take down KT. Undying faith. No problem at all.
Note that the day you and I do the cast, DRX versus Nongshim and Damwon versus Gen G, everybody is kind of on the same page on that one. So might be a bit of a faster day on Friday. But maybe Damonkia can come back and show us some good stuff. And DRX, you never know. Nongshim sometimes showing up, so perhaps that could be a nice look as well.
Would make complete sense, personally, with Nongshim's form, where they've been also anyone that isn't Gen G, kind of.
Anyone that's not Gen G should perhaps strive to be like Gen G at this point in time. That's kind of the way the LCK is working. But I believe we are ready to do a little bit of a reveal.
No.
A little reveal for you guys at home who have come and watched the pre-show. We have a very special guest who may not only just be a guest, but for now he is. Please welcome the man on the TV. It is Cubby. How are you doing, man? He will be joining us, and why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to all the LCK viewers out there.
Yeah, it's great to meet you all. I'm Cubby. I've been casting the developmental space for League of Legends in North America really ever since COVID hit. Before that, I coached a collegiate team, peaked D1, playing every role at one point, solo queue. Love the game. Been watching LCK ever since the OGN days in Season 3. And it's really a pleasure to play a small role in the broadcast and the show that's brought me so much joy over the years, and a lot of joy this year, as it's a really competitive league. It's been fun.
Yeah, I mean, you were on the Chronicler Challengers co-stream, so like I already got my stamp of approval. Yeah, I'm really excited. It's really good. I think that especially with the carpet space being there, it's been tough with just the 4 of us. It's been quite a trek, but it's good to have an extra man in the team. Really excited.
Yeah, really excited to have Cubby. He's going to be joining us for, I believe, about 2 days a week on the carpet space here for now. but in the future, hoping that he can join us more. So Cubby, we do have some good matchups coming up here. What do you think about this first one that we have? It is, of course, DK, Dalmankia versus Live Sandbox. Any thoughts about this matchup?
How can you not be excited for Prince versus Duckdog in the bot lane? I think both of these players are really making a name for themselves in this split, especially Prince, who has been a big carry for this team. Really feels like the janitor in team fights. And I gotta say, if we're asking for predictions, I gotta Live Sandbox 2-1 in this one. I really think that this is a big week for them, going up against DK and KT. We're gonna have to see if this young team can live up to the occasion. And I think they have it in them.
I'm personally really excited to see if they're better than if Closer and Croco will be better than JoJo and Inspired. If you didn't check Cubby's Twitter, you might have missed that tweet. I had to do it. No, jokes aside, I actually agree. I think the bot lane is going to be the big one, especially with how this split has developed in terms of better bot laner wins, and whichever jungler camps bot lane better wins. And normally, not even I would go for Croco over Canyon, but I do actually think that Canyon's had such a lackluster split that with how it's looking right now, that jungle matchup might actually be in favor of Croco, although we know at times he's a little overeager. A bit.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And any other thoughts, Cubby, before we let you go and before you do join us later on here on the Analyst Carpet Space for today? Anything you want to say about the LCK, about yourself, perhaps about playoffs, or what your thoughts are?
Oh man, I gotta say, I think for LCK, the fact there are 4 spots available for Worlds, and it really feels like there are 6 orgs that can make it with KT Surge in the back half of the season. Could set up for one of the more competitive splits that we've seen of LCK in a long time. So I think it's really exciting to see how that pans out. And with Worlds being in NA, looking forward to welcoming some of the LCK teams we have over here, as I know a lot of the stops along the Worlds Tour is going to be really exciting. With that conclusion in San Fran, where all of our teams are hoping to get. Gen G sure seems like a favorite to try and make it, and we'll see if they're living up to it later.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're expecting as well. Gen G looking pretty strong. But Cubby, I just want to say thank you for joining us for the pre-show, and we'll see you later on, of course, the Analyst Carpet Space. And thank you for joining us. But we are going to close it here, guys, and we are going to go off to the casters and to the beginning of the show, and we'll see you over with Atlas and Wolf. Take care.
Don't go on. Shut off your light. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't
자, 이공이 파이널! 자, 지원해!
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf here for another beautiful Wednesday as we really get into playoffs time. And if you were watching the pre-show, not only did you see Cubby, which is it's fantastic to have him now on the show, but also you saw how very difficult it is to have anyone but the top 6 in the playoffs.
Yeah, it is very, very hard. Nongshim has a very small chance. Nongshim is the only team at the bottom that has like a less than 1% chance. Kwangdong has like, I don't know what, like 15 times the chance at 8%, and it's really not looking good for them either. So looking like we do have our playoffs decided for the most part, but Kwangdong still have a chance, Nongshim still have a chance. But what's more interesting than who's going to playoffs is going to be the order of the teams in playoffs, where they actually finish in the standings, what seed they're going to get.
No, exactly right. And I think that we're going to find out a bit of that in our very first matchup. Of course, with Damwon Kia taking on Liv Sandbox. You already heard the gentleman on the desk's thoughts about this one. I'm not sure how I necessarily feel about it yet, Wolf. I saw your predictions, and I think you were on. Were you on the Liv Sandbox?
I'm
or the
on Liv
Damwon?
Sandbox.
So, I don't have any faith in end of the season Liv Sandbox. That's why I'm on the Damwon Kia hype train, and I'm hoping that this doesn't get me in trouble with Prince again.
So I will reveal a secret. I knew that there was going to be a roster change before this week, before I made my predictions, because it was in the Korean rumor mill. Everyone was talking about, everyone was saying, oh, Birdall's getting sent down. It might have gotten leaked by somebody, I don't know, but I knew that somebody was going to be called up, so I was like, ooh, Damwon making some changes. We also do know, of course, that Showmaker and Kellen unfortunately did test positive for COVID. So I was thinking, all right, Damwon's trying to make some changes for a big run to change this roster up going into Worlds. So I thought, all right, Liv Sandbox playing the same roster. They're looking on the up and up. Damwon Kia coming off a few rocky losses. So I'm leaning towards Liv Sandbox. I do think it could be a close series, though.
No, I think so, too. I think that we'll get a very good idea after the first game, to be perfectly honest. Let's jump into points of the match and see what the LCK thinks about this one, as playoffs have been secured. And they will be secured upon victory here. I mean, it's almost there's almost no chance that these two teams don't get into playoffs. It's also very likely that they're third and fourth. It's about the order at which they qualify, and because their match score is completely even, whoever wins this has a much better chance.
The only two teams that can pass Gen.G in like, there has to be two teams to knock them out of top two, and if Damwon loses, they're no longer on that list. So like T1, you know, even if they pass Gen.G later on, which would be unlikely, Gen.G will still be in round two. So if Liv Sandbox win, Gen.G are going to the semifinals, is what I am saying here in a very long-winded way. So it is very important. Damwon Kia on a pretty big win streak against Liv Sandbox. They won against them in week 1 of summer. So it was a 2-0 for Damwon Kia, but the power level of Liv Sandbox has risen so much since our very first week of the tournament.
Yeah, and it feels like the Damwon Kia power level has been dwindling a little bit. We haven't really seen, outside of that game that now doesn't exist, Canyon have a phenomenal performance here in the LCK recently. Yes, he's been able to do things in the later stages of the game, but we haven't seen that genius. We haven't seen the aggression out of this guy. He's been doing a lot of just getting through his camps, making sure that he can keep himself secure, but not necessarily pushing the rest of his team. But Bible has been called up. I think a lot of people have had their doubts about Kellen over the last little while, so I don't know whether this is necessarily COVID-related or whether it's just a decision that they want to make for the team.
I don't think it's COVID-related, personally. I'm leaning towards, I think that Damwon Kia want to make a big change here heading into the second part of this season, or really the last 2 weeks of it. We're deep into the second part now, and going into postseason, and then, of course, a Worlds Gauntlet they may play in that, you know, of course, will determine whether they're going, what seed they're going in. But Damwon Kia stats-wise here, this is round 2 exclusively, doing much better in the early game. 14 minutes, have a much larger gold lead than Liv Sandbox, but it's largely Liv Sandbox in the late game using Prince's 2-item, 3-item spikes where they end up catching up. So even though gold difference here, 14, negative 500-ish, notice that 10 minutes later, 11 minutes later, they've actually shored that up often on average. So they spike in the mid-game, and I think that's going to continue tonight.
Yeah, it's been a weird, like, upward-downward trend for Liv Sandbox all season long. They like to go for skirmishes. Sometimes they just straight up lose. It's just a thing. Then they manage to find another one. Here's the picture of Prince that Kyle's going to carry out. Man, he's been such a good support this season, and he's continuing to support his AD carry even though he's not actually here at LoL Park. And I really like this. Ever since Kwangdong did the baskets with the heads in them, then I think all the rest of the teams feel challenged to make sure that they have a plan.
There's a
And,
new meta.
He
Yeah.
even takes a bow. Absolutely amazing. It means that we'll also be able to put the Prince figurine at his chair. Oh
Let's
my
see
god,
how-
it's so good.
Yeah, let's see where his height ends up lining up here.
We need the camera guys to make sure that they're panning over, and I also don't want to see Prince's camera at home. I want to see, like, sometimes just the camera of him at LoL Park as a
I guarantee you we will.
as a statue. It'd be just the best.
Based on what happened with the Kwangdong series, we will definitely
Yeah,
cardboard
true.
Prince action. As their opponents, of course, on the night, Damwon Kia, I don't want to say it's a fall from grace, Atlas, but it is certainly not the form that we have seen Damwon Kia in across the last several seasons of play. They were able to get the back-to-back-to-back, right? And then in spring, as we got more cardboard coming out here, in spring, this team did not perform as well as they had in the past, but they still had a great season. They were very close to making those finals, that we saw. Like, it all came down to a crazy comeback. Somebody lost their hair over it. And this season, it feels like the longer we go, the deeper we go into the season. As the meta gets figured out, this team falls further and further behind. And so my personal take here is Bible is coming in to try to shift things up. Now, what I have been told about Bible from the Korean side, I talked to a lot of Korean analysts about this. Bible is often called the brain for how he plays challengers. You can compare him a lot to Beryl, when Beryl was on Damwon Kia as a support. Shot calling is fantastic, very knowledgeable player. He is an individual player, not the most mechanical, not the one you're going to go, oh God, look at the mechanics. You're going to think, okay, over time, this guy will be making some big shot calls. And I think that Damwon Kia, making him now maybe a new development, they're going to try to bolster their roster in these final few weeks.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about it. He's also one of 2 players in the history of the LCK that has completed his military service and then come back to the game. So he is 22 years old, actually did his military service very, very early, but only recently became a pro player. Of course, was playing before that. But it is, maybe he'll have the extra discipline as well that you do pick up after doing a couple of years in the military as well. It's just a very interesting tidbit there as we're having a look at Dokdam versus Prince, of course. This is our key player matchup. Interesting stat to me is the damage percent. The fact that Prince is 3rd as far as damage percent for AD carries is no surprise, but Dokdam being 4th, I was expecting that to be lower. With Noguri and Showmaker on the team, I was expecting that to be less, and I think in a lot of the games that Damwon Kia win, it's about Dokdam actually getting ahead. This is what Valdez was alluding to earlier.
Yeah, so basically the first post from him, which is from Are You Prince League, guys can follow him on Instagram. It says, like, I hope that they are feeling better because I want to have the best fight possible. Like, I want it to be the fairest fight possible is basically what he's saying. Not literally, but that's the meaning. And then he's like, so then I got COVID to make it more fair, basically. So it's kind of a bit of a meme. Prince, we know, is a very funny guy. He's such a character of the LCK. I love to see him memeing a little bit, but also being very, like, just honest. Like, I want to play the best series possible against Dokdam, you know, and also Showmaker, of course, Kellen, who will not be playing, of course, in this first game, but can always be subbed in from home.
Yeah, exactly. Prince is an absolute sweetheart unless he's on the Rift, in which case he's yelling, get over here so I can kill you extraordinarily loudly, as we've heard in a lot of sounds of the game so far throughout this season. But definitely a fantastic addition to not only Live Sandbox, but just the LCK in general.
It's a really interesting point you bring up about the military service of Bible because, you know, it means that he's taken such a big break early on, but it also means that he has so much time to develop as a player. If he becomes one of the greats in terms of shot calling, which he already has quite a reputation for in challengers, there is no limit to how long he can play. And if that's his play style, like if you're a support player who is the guy who makes the orders, I mean, your career can go very far. And most Korean men who do go to the military go as early as possible, unless they have something that's impeding that. And Korean programs are kind of the exception to the rule. They go very late because they're trying to hit the peak of their careers here early and then go as they retire.
I like to think that Bible was like, he just had it all planned out. You know, he's like, I'm going to be a pro gamer. I don't want to have to worry. I don't have to worry about the military service looming over my head. I'm going to go there. I'm going to learn some discipline, you know, get my life in order, come back, start my professional video game career on a World Championship team, at least in challenges. So, look, He has managed to achieve that so far. Now he's up on the main roster, but this is game number 1, and we'll have to see whether he can actually stand up against Prince and Kyle. Yes, he is here in Lowell Park. That might give him somewhat of an advantage, but we haven't actually seen any of the teams really struggle that much with playing remotely. I think that there's been barely any difference between when the teams play remote and when they don't. Internet here in Korea is absolutely amazing. And so therefore, there's like no ping problem between like the comms or anything like that.
I mean, I think regardless of how anybody feels about it at home, you know, RNG1 MSI, okay, like people can do well, you know, from an online environment. It's one of the greatest strengths of our sport, right? Is that this is actually a possibility. And tournaments don't get ruined. And you know, we tried to make it the best thing possible for an offline experience in spring. We've learned, we've grown, we've improved, we've now set it up. And I'm really happy that no one is at this very critical junction in LCK having to play emergency subs from challengers.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit worried about Rakan Priority Wolf because Bible has played a heck of a lot of it. I'm not a super huge fan of it at this moment in time, but we will have to see how the drafting is going to go because we've seen so much evolution in how these bans are being thrown down, and it might be that Liv Sandbox feel like they want to throw Bible off his game, which might open up another big pick that we will then have to try and navigate through the draft around.
Yeah, I think the biggest tell is going to be what gets banned in the first banning phase because both of these 80 carry players, Alice, as we jump into this draft, have Aphelios as their #1 play. Now, Duckdom, he's Duckdom, so shockingly, he has a much better win rate on the champion, and I don't think that Damwon Kia will allow him to play it. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean, or rather, Liv Sandbox will not allow him to play it. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that Prince is getting first pick. Aphelios here might be banned, but I think one of those two things absolutely will happen, or Prince will get Zeri, right? And so Damwon Kia on red side is a very difficult draft to navigate because they know they're probably not going to get that counter pick Aphelios. They probably don't want it. They might leave Lucian open since, you know, the common response in the LCK right now is Aphelios Lulu. So maybe that's one way you could try to bait this one out. Zeri goes down.
Wow. Interesting that the Zeri gets banned instead of the Yuumi that we've seen banned away a heck of a lot. Lucian as well, still available. The Kalista is sort of standing out in my mind. Duckdom hasn't played it, and Prince is one of our few players that has a positive win rate on the champion. Liv Sandbox also love playing aggressively in the early stages of the game. Yuumi will be banned, as Damwon Kia thinking about that final ban. So Aphelios' first pick looks to be something that Liv Sandbox gunning for.
I think even if Kalista is open, they will definitely take the Aphelios away from Duckdom. It's just such a power pick for both of these rosters right now. Liv Sandbox have the ability to shape it here on blue side. See if it's going to be... Okay, yeah. So this is a throwaway ban because they don't want to take away the Aphelios and then end up getting hit by the Lucian. So they want to make sure the Lucian and the Aphelios are both open here, potentially. Now, the Yuumi ban is really smart because now Lucian Yuumi is not going to be a thing. And if you try to pick the Lucian Nami into the Aphelios that we predict that Prince is going to lock in here, it's going to be Kalista, though.
Yeah, so this is likely going to be the Kalista or Mumu type line that Liv Sandbox, definitely their playstyle does play towards. Damwon Kia can lock in Lucian Poppy here and pick up Nami third rotation, hide their solo lanes, and give themselves a decent core as far as some mid-game power. But we have seen the Lucian and the Nami not necessarily have that much success. And so I kind of like this. Really just gun it straight for the Aphelios, Duckdom's most comfortable champion.
I think Aphelios Renata is probably your best bet here for Damwon Kia. Kalista would love to have a Renata next to her. Now, Amumu is very strong, as you mentioned, as a support for the Kalista as well. But this is going to be a war of attrition down here on the bottom side of the map. Now, alternatively, Damwon Kia could get a strong jungle pick here. Will be the Wukong. So I was more on the lines of something like a Poppy.
Yeah, me too.
And will be the Wukong that's risen in popularity again in the LCK towards the end of things. And Krakow in particular really prioritizing it in their last series despite so many other options being available. But this is the DRX strat. Kalista, Azir, you've got the power on the bottom side, you've got the late game assurances of the Azir and some mid game team fighting. You go Azir, Renata here, and you feel fantastic about your chances of controlling the early game.
Yeah, I really like the Renata follow-up. I think that it is very difficult if they don't pick that one up immediately. The other option is to just lock down the Poppy, just because it is such a great matchup into the Wukong early especially. Can deny so much of what he wants to do, which is, you know, dash around, be tricky. So they could certainly take that one away if they want to, but I think Renata is just too powerful in that duo lane.
Yeah,
otherwise,
just so
Darmonkia can
busted.
pick it away, and it works really well into Live Sandbox. So they do make the right call, and that Renata Glass will be picked up.
Yeah, and even though Prince has played 3 games with the Kalista, you know, we don't always trust that this player is going to get the dominance done in lane like we have seen from players like Ruler. This Prince is more of a late game type player. Has a positive win rate on the champion. Let's see how this one plays out, as Tahm Kench into this is extremely bold. He is going to take so much abuse in the lane and can just frankly be solo or duo killed in the 2v2 just straight up, even without a jungler. We don't know what jungler is going to be picked, but they're like, okay, we better make sure it's not somebody that's going to hard dive the Zefelios Kench. They take away the Poppy, could take away the Trundle here. Lee Sin has fallen in popularity quite a bit. Only really Owner is making dive lanes work with you know, the Draven and stuff like that with the Lee Sin right now. I don't think you're worried about that one as much as Damwon-Kia.
No, I would agree. I think that this is, certainly bold. That was the best word that you could have possibly come up with. I think that this lane should just get dunked in the early stages, but it's whether or not Damwon-Kia can just get to a later stage of the game, utilize the extraordinary value of the Tahm Kench's Devour, and see whether or not Nuggery's going to get Gwen, because that hasn't been banned yet. I would expect Live Sandbox to take that one away here after getting rid of one of Showmaker's most played, also a decent matchup into the Azir, as well as into the mid game.
Silas is already banned too, so you feel pretty good about taking that one away. I completely agree with you. And alternatively here, you're looking to further the scaling options away from Showmaker in terms of the mid lane, because remember, Ahri is also banned here. Lissandra is banned. Talia is banned. If Showmaker gets relegated to Victor here in this comp, we're not going to feel great about it. So, something like a Twisted Fate is another option for him here.
Rise sort of comes to mind, but that's Sejuani being considered now, so we are going to save some counter pick. Oh no.
There's the Rise. Okay.
And, it's Showmaker, so we always kind of give him a pass when it comes to the Rise.
Yeah, and Rise has been very strong recently. It's no longer a tank pick, it's a scaling damage pick, which also has some power in the mid-game.
Yep, not going to worry about range either. Yeah,
not in terms of being able to help out this bottom 2v2, though, because it's a losing lane, and Wukong won't be able to do really anything in this lane pre-6 unless it's a huge overextension. So I don't feel great about the Rise, but it's going to be good for the damage angle, as Ornn will be the pickup here for Dove, just to make sure that the later parts of this game, the Kalista and the Azir can get those extra ornaments, and it's just, again, more power in the mid-game. You have Azir engage, you have Ornn engage, you have Kalista power in 2v2 into a Tahm Kench lane. And this is the other part. I was going to mention this earlier. They banned away the other 2 dive junglers, but everybody's banning Vi against Krako, and they didn't.
Yeah.
And Vi's ready to dive this Tahm Kench Aphelios. This doesn't look good for Damwon.
This draft looks incredible from Live Sandbox. You just go down the line, and as far as just a stable draft that is just going to do its job, this one is looking real nice.
Plus comfort, like Dove's on Ornn, and Sejuani into this matchup with the Wukong.
Gives Ornn a free lane.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, you're going to have some extra engage later on with the Sejuani, but it feels like Nuggery's just not willing to actually make a bolder or braver choice here, but didn't have a ton of options, It's not a canon meta. The Gnar was banned long ago, and there's no real angle for something like a Silas top. That's also banned away. So it's just another tank noodle fight up here on the top side, which is exactly what Ornn wants in this comp, because they're not playing around top side. They're playing around bottom side 100%. Rise won't be able to use Realm Orb early to try to dive Dove either, as long as he's playing safe in the lane, which against a player like Nuggery, you're kind of naturally going to be towards your turret.
Yeah. I mean, it's Dove as well. He's going to naturally be towards his turret. Yeah. That's just how it goes.
Exactly. It's like a place that he's going to be with how these 2 players play and how this matchup's going to go. But I think there's still hope for Duckdom on the Aphelios, but Duckdom's Aphelios has looked best when he is lane countering something and popping off. This is not that case, and it's Wukong and it's Rise. Rise can be used defensively to try to shut down some of those dives, but that means Azir gets extra plates in mid. The mid-game fighting for this comp here for Live Sandbox looks fantastic, and it's comfort. I have to be completely honest, I really think this is a huge draft gap between these 2 right now going into Game 1.
I would 100% agree. I've seen crazier things happen, and the thing is, we were talking about this. The fact that Canyon is in a bit of a slump as far as early proactivity and having those ideas about how to win the game, he needs one in this game. If they're going to save this bottom lane, it's going to involve punishing Live Sandbox for over-aggression. Do you know what's going to happen this game, Wolf? Live Sandbox will be overly aggressive because that's what they are in every single game ever.
Yep.
So if it's a time to have a plan to mitigate early aggression, this is the game to have it in.
Now, I think there is a world where you see these two drafts collide, as we'll see them up here on screen, and we see Canyon just camp bottom and be willing to actually give up farm in the jungle just to look for counter ganks. Because if these dives bottom side fail and the Prince Kyle Kalista lane, which again, not our strongest duo of Kalista, and Renata players, they fail a dive, Ducktom gets a kill or two, gets some plates. Now you gotta win condition Damwon Kia, so maybe Canyon has to play defense.
Well, we'll see whether he can get that one done as we hop onto the Rift for game number 1 of the week. Ooh, Damwon fans, very, very loud here in Lowell Park. Live Sandbox fans around the world, I'm going to need you to lend your energy to those of the fans that are here at Lowell Park because they were just not quite as loud, and we can't have that. The tank battle towards the top side of the map. Jonas Strong probably just setting the stage for never looking at that lane ever again because it's likely not going to be too interesting. And, unless we have some Noggery moments, he has found some pretty crazy options. As you can see, Noggery not even going for Ignite.
Yep.
He's just like, well, maybe we're just going to have to Arctic Assault Flash in a team fight later or something.
Also, what's even more interesting than that to me is Ducktom, of course, going heal, Bible having the Ignite. Like, they know how this lane is going to go. This is not going to be a cleansable situation. Like, yeah, you can cleanse, of course, the handshake, but you're in a position where if you're getting hit by handshakes, like, it's already kind of a problem. And having the heal and the Ignite allows you to duel and maybe get some counter gank kills with Canyon. And hopefully, Ducktom is going to be the recipient of those if that does occur. Because otherwise, this lane just becomes so doomed. And look at how Prince and Kyle are just going to play aggressively here and look for constant trading on this Kench.
Yeah. Already it's working out in their favor, as to be expected, of course. We're putting Prince in the has an advantage early game column. We're putting Ducktom in the has an advantage late game column. As we're checking out Bible and where he's been. Started off on Spear Gaming before moving over to Damwon Kia Challenges. I remember Spear Gaming back in Challenger a little while ago. They're actually relatively impressive. As Bible's going to get his hand shook, and will now have to just chill underneath this turret. Has Flash now on cooldown. Bad news, Bess.
As we mentioned, it's usually the Tahm Kench who gets abused, not the Aphelios, because he has to kind of frontline, and Kalista loves that, and he's just going to be constantly hit by all of the damage that Kyle can add to this lane as well. As here comes an early gank.
Yeah, it's just going to be the
passing
stage
by,
left
see if I can get a flash. Yeah, not going to get one.
Oh, Dove. Some aggressive trading here on the top side of the map.
He knows Nuggery doesn't have Ignite, so, that's going to allow him to, at these early levels, trade more aggressively, gets a level 3 advantage. But yeah, the bottom side here, going according to plan so far for Live Sandbox.
Well, Dove's going to get some slightly deeper vision, as he didn't have a whole lot that he needed to do there towards that top side. Showmaker has played one game of Rise and actually suffered a defeat. Ducktom 7-1. On the Aphelios. That's why they priority picked this one so high up in the draft, as there is a flash forward from Kyle. Gets the flash out of Ducktom immediately afterwards.
Gets heal as well. Rough trade here, and that's just your Renata flashing. Doesn't matter as much because the follow-up ganks are going to be from a Vi. They don't necessarily need that hard engage when these mains are going to be crashing into turrets. So feels like just a guaranteed summoner steal. Trading up here by Kyle. Now, this is the defensive options I was talking about here for Canyon, but he's getting pushed away. Vi nowhere near, but Canyon doesn't know that. So he does have to back away.
Yeah, back going to be started there for Prince. I like the aggressive move because, of course, Ducktom and Kellen, they can't give up the entire wave. So, therefore, not able to actually go for any sort of fight there. It is CS parity for Ducktom, so that is definitely good news. We'll see whether Prince can actually put on enough pressure to actually deny a little bit as this game goes on, because without Flash, of course, very, very difficult to move outside of your turret.
Yep. Scuttle picked up by Nuggery on the top side. So despite losing control bottom side there, they will be able to get this one. Now, this is something I mentioned because Canyon was willing to sacrifice that to look for a counter gank bottom side there and help defend that wave that was coming through. I think Canyon has very correctly identified how he has to play this game, which is really just kind of as often as possible making passes on the bottom side and looking for counter ganks. And he knows he can be top side now, of course, with the timing of Krako's clear. He won't be down there anytime soon. Ducktom and Bible use their summoners, so somewhat vulnerable in the 2v2, but again, if they play it passively, they can just stem the bleeding here, survive, like you said, maintain that CS parity that they have so far.
Yep, Winter's Wrath just being thrown around here as the little pebble not going to land onto Bristle, as we were in the top lane for quite a long time there, Wolf. It was a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, I was starting to get a little bit concerned. Our observers were interested in that.
Yeah, very, very strange situation. As Canyon's just going to move on in here, closer, shifting sands, gets himself out of the way as Canyon moves to where he needs to be, which is bottom side of the map. As Dr. Arm taking a bit of damage here, does have Gravitum, so the setup is certainly going to be a possibility, but only level 5 for Showmaker, no Realm Warps to gain access.
I love how, notice how Kyle, you know, I'm not talking to the viewers, I'm talking to you, I'm just saying, notice to the teams that haven't found as much success with us, so they're actually trying to hit the turret here. Notice that Prince and Kyle instantly back off to their control ward. As soon as they get close to the turret, they're not going to try to force this. They know Canyon could be nearby. They know level 6 is coming up for Showmaker. He just hit it. Why push it all the way? Just get small advantages, grab Drake. And you also have scaling in this draft. So you're just trying to limit the Aphelios' power here. And if they make a mistake, you punish them, you get kills, you grab 2 flashes early. But you don't have to hard force, you don't have to grab a plate in the 2v2. Just play it a little bit aggressively, but also respectfully. And that means that Canyon just can't do anything down here. He wants to be nearby, but he just hasn't been able to make an impact just yet.
It also means that Croco can feel free to do whatever the heck he wants, right? Now he's got about a camp lead at this point in time, but he can be ganking mid, he can be ganking top, he can get around to wherever he wants because he can rely on his bottom lane to just naturally win. Especially if they keep tracking Canyon, which has been largely what their plan has been. Yeah,
they had a control ward, and it's just now being cleared, but they had a control ward there for a very long time. Notice the setup here as well, how aggressively they guarantee that Kyle can hold this wave so Prince can catch it as he returns back, has his Berserker Greaves upgraded, his Scepter is online. And they also had, the control of the mid lane during this time. They had the, Sentinel from Kalista checking to see where Canyon was. Like, he just had no opportunities, no options to come down there and make an impact on this lane.
Yeah, he's got some defensive vision and did manage to collect the last Rift Scuttler, but like you say, I mean, Sentinels just patrolling the area. They don't have that control ward anymore. That one was actually cleared out, as Canyon was able to get a little bit of control, but he has to be on his top side because all of his camps have popped back up again, so it's going to be defensive time for Darmon's bottom lane. Good news for them, the Devour will be online relatively soon. We're about halfway through level 5 right now, so Bible, with that defensive option, should be able to mitigate the fact that Dr. does not have his flash.
Yeah.
And it's likely that things will start getting a little bit better as Canyon looking for a potential dive. Showmaker's coming up as well. The Ornhorn will come down. Ulti's going to go wide, gets the knock up, but only onto the Monkey, and they haven't actually started this yet. They will eventually get in there as Nogri, Assault and Battery does come in. He has flash available. Croco's going to have to get out of there. No flash required, and they do just move on out. Good defensive play there from Liv Sandbox, even though they had to use 2 flashes.
The timing here for Damwon Kia on this is fantastic, though, because they've now taken away multiple flashes, the Ornhorn and the Vi ultimate before contest for Rift Herald. So the timing of this works out so beautifully for them. This is going to force a bigger reaction from Liv Sandbox. They're going to have to send their Renata and Kalista topside if they want to guarantee a fight here in their favor. So they can't do that, because then Aphelios, who has Crescendum, red and white guns, is going to take all the plates. This is Duckdom's MO. So now you've kind of forced this situation as Damwon Kia, where you're guaranteed to get a Rift Herald here. Feels amazing considering that this was such a prio setup for Liv Sandbox in the draft. One aggressive Realm Warp dive is all it takes. Doesn't get a kill. Yeah. It's a huge win for Damwon Kia.
I really like their use, like the ability to leverage that as well, because otherwise it just kind of looked like Showmaker headed top lane and then they didn't really get anything for it. But instead, Showmaker's able to get back to lane very quickly, and like you say, they actually play off the advantage in summoner spells and power that they have in order to guarantee the Rift Herald.
They have not actually been able to secure this just yet. They're getting a little bit more prio here on the top side of the map. Canyon hits level 6, and the Emperor's Divide is still up for closer. So those are the 2 big ultimates we had for great team fights here for Liv Sandbox in the early game. On early objectives is of course, Ornhorn, the Call of the Forge God, and the Emperor's Divide. One of those is still up, so it's still a fairly decent fight. Now Vi's ultimate is back up here for Croco. And it looks like, even though I was trying to say this is the sickest big brain play, Damwon Kia weren't actually able to, they weren't actually able to I think, identify that they had such a really nice opportunity there to force a fight in their favor.
Or maybe just respecting the fact that there is still a lot of power in this mid game for the Live Sandbox roster.
And now, you know, obviously they forced Prince out of lane several times because he was like, I think they're going to fight for this. I'm going up. Then he comes back down, so he's lost some of his power there. And we'll just, with Nuguri over here, look to take this one away. Dove gets his ult in 1 second. It comes up right now, but it doesn't matter. They're not grouped for this, and they're just going to give it up.
Yep. Catching Croco on that bottom side, but I don't think they had any vision. I think they just thought that it was about time. They head over here and actually steal this one away. Blue buff is going to be the trade, as Croco will steal that one. But here, having a look at the bottom side, Doctarm will almost even out this farm. And with the way that he has been laning, certainly testament to him and his Aphelios. As Calibrum Trendum coming on through there, getting a bit of poke damage onto Prince.
Yeah, and this is kind of what Bible is very famous for. It's really similar to how Beryl and Ghost laned on old Damwon. It's just like, all right, the pressure is elsewhere, and we're just going to sit down here and play weak side bottom. And yeah, he plays a lot of engaged champions. He likes his Leona, he likes his Rakan, but still, in a lane like this with the Tahm Kench, where you're just trying to make sure you don't fall behind, he's doing a great job here. Did have to flash early, but I like that. Show the respect, play it up later. It's going to lead to a 2 Drake lead, so I still really like Live Sandbox's power in this game because they have a 2 Drake advantage. They can force a solo point fight here before Doctarm gets to his item spike later. The Kalista is going to have a much larger window of time here to be fighting over that Drake, where she's going to be at the advantage in terms of the AD carries. They still have those mid-game ultimates. And like a 0-0 kill score right now isn't a huge win for Damwon. If it's looking like this in 10 minutes, though, then you're starting to feel pretty good.
This is a fantastic tempo move from Damwon Kia, as they will try to grab first brick, and they might be able to even get there. This minion wave is very, very large, but isn't going to be allowed to crash. And Prince is very strong. They are going to respect him still. Bunch of plate gold going over to Doctarm there towards the top side as Dove teleports back towards that bottom lane. Another Sentinel to fly through here as Doctarm, with some Graviton, could be setting up for something, but they don't know quite where Croco is, and we do now, as he does move on over, and a lot of respect being given here by this Damwon Kia bottom lane. Man, it's intense. I can't believe there hasn't been a first blood. It's a Live Sandbox game.
I mean, the threat of dive onto an Ornn is very strong at getting a flash in an Ornn ultimate, but it usually doesn't lead to a kill, and that's the really big commitment we've seen this game, was Damwon Kia looking for the Realm Warp play there. And they got his ult, they got his flash, but now both are back up. Led to a Rift Herald, didn't lead to massive plate gold for Aphelios until he made that lane swap temple play topside. It's not the biggest win for him in the world. It's not as big as we normally see Doctarm get ahead, but he's playing into a Kalista lane. He's not going to be the one making the calls. He's just going to be seeing what he can find, and he does find several plates here topside.
Yep, able to get a bit of money back. That's why you can see that Damwon Kia have a 1,000 gold lead. Yeah, it's purely because a few of these plates have fallen down. A lot of them going over to Nuguri. I think he's got 3 under his belt now.
Yeah, and picked up the one bottom side as Closer has not been able to look for a big ultimate yet this game. They 100% know he's here. Shunmaker does have his Realm Warp available, so this could be a trap.
Yeah, bit of greed here. There's the flash handshake as the Assault and Battery comes through. It's a phenomenal Devour, though, as in goes Canyon, finds a 3-man knockup. Closer looks for the Emperor's Divide, but gets nothing for it, and now Showmaker's here for the cleanup. The bailout does come through. Closer just barely misses out as the Tahm Kench does fall, and it's a 1-for-1.
Should be a turret going over to Damwon Kia as well. Now, might be a plate for Dove in the mid lane, funny as it is. They're going to try to dive further.
Yeah, red-white don't fight, and that's why Damwon Kia want to fight, and why Live Sandbox are getting the heck out of here. That's another plate that is going to go over to Dove, but a full turret dying before the plates fall down with Doctarm on Aphelios in the vicinity.
Yeah, well, now if the bailout was not as good as it was, this would have been amazing for Damwon Kia. It's still pretty good for them, as Ornn picking up 2 plates as they fall is not as significant as what Damwon were able to get out of this. Also taking this turret away feels great. Okay, we're going to have to hold our breaths here. But they fell right into Damwon's trap there on the top side.
Yeah, they really did. Nuguri is also just chilling out on a ward, so nothing really going to happen here unless Live Sandbox wants it to. Showmaker going for a back. So, as we go for a bit of a reset, let's have a look at this replay one more time.
Bible has Devour, so even though this looks fairly risky to be this far up, Krako's here. He could just pull the Aphelios out of danger. The Renata ult completely whiffs as a result. Then Realm Warp comes over. Closer, also not the greatest Emperor's Divide here. Canyon gets massive value with his Cyclone. Closer does, of course, get bailout value here, but not going to be enough in the end to actually trade back big. They get 2 plates for Dove in the mid lane, but this was a really beautifully set up trap for Damwon Kia with the Tom Kench, with the Realm Warp available, and obviously Canyon there ready to Cyclone.
Yeah, and Canyon really just getting around that Emperor's Divide very comfortably. I think one of the biggest problems there was the fact that Close, he got some flashes, but wasn't actually able to do anything positive as far as how the fight actually went.
Yeah, it doesn't actually scoop a set of players and, set up for a big trade back kill, unfortunately. Good reactions there from the side of Damwon Kia. And this is the Soul Point fight we were talking about. This is the Gale Force versus the Immortal Shieldbow Callista angle, where you have an Azir still, you have an Ornn. Team fighting here around the mid game so difficult for the Aphelios on paper. Let's then get a nice flank angle with Sejuani. And this is exactly where Liv Sandbox want to be. They want to win this fight, grab that Soul Point, and have ultimate tempo over the rest of this game. If Damwon Kia can turn this now into their favor and stop that Drake track to 3, then they're actually going to feel amazing about their ability to now scale up, get docked onto that second item. It's a huge turning point in this game.
No, I agree. Canyon's going to move on over, start clearing out vision where he can find it. Will he get trapped by Kroko, though, is going to be the question. As Project Vi is setting up. Get something happening. Showmaker rotating over, does have Realm Warp available and Ghost Ignite right now with his unsealed spellbook.
And his crown is still up, so, he's going to be Battle Rise in this fight. He is looking to do the damage.
Yeah, well, the Drake has been started. Damwon Kia do not want to give this one away. Sand Soldier's now in position as Nogari's just going to walk his way in. There's the Realm Warp. Is going to deliver Canyon and Showmaker into this fight as Canyon gets into the pit but isn't able to secure the Drake. Can they find the fight though as Closer hits 1 with his Emperor's Divide, but once again the Devourer is amazing here from Bible. He will go down. It's a double kill for Prince. Are the Ren sets at the ready as Kyle trying to land this one. Doctom's just going to get smashed down by Kroko. Nogari is very, very close to fall. And now Showmaker finds himself alone with nothing that he can do about the situation. They lose the Drake and they massively lose the team fight.
Yeah, this was not even the greatest setup of ultimates here for Liv Sandbox, so Damwon Kia still just can't win this fight because their champions don't spike at this moment in time. The Aphelios isn't able to really do safe damage. Bible's trapped, the Ren stacks are coming, and watch Prince in this fight too. Well, first we'll watch the beginning of this where unfortunately the Realm Warp here is not really shut down very well. The Renata ultimate whiffs, the Ornhorn's not great, but look at the pit. Prince is like, oh, you guys think you're on top of me? Canyon's in here? No. I am Callista. What's up? And Bible goes down here, and this fight is already won. Duckdom can't do anything here at this point in time. And Nuggery, he's like, maybe I could peel for them if they come in, but you don't have a health bar either. And Showmaker walks out. Yeah, he's got 2 kills now in this game, but you have given Soul Point now. You've given Callista 2 kills, and Liv Sandbox got everything they wanted in this fight. Renata, Callista, pretty strong.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Ginsu's Rageblade is almost finished off here for Prince as well. And man, the interaction with the bailout as well as the Callista threatening with these Rens and the fact that you're basically immortal as you're starting to stack them up, assuming the bailout timing is really nice. It's really hard to even focus the Callista.
Yeah, because she also gets, even during the bailout itself, she can auto several times. We've talked about this countless times.
Yeah.
You and me, like, we've had so many games where we watch the Renata and Callista dominate the lane, dominate these early team fights, but this is just one of those great examples of why it's strong. And, while you're in the bailout gray health, you continue to stack, and then you just decide when you want to come back to life.
Yeah. And it's a really interesting conversation as far as late game is concerned as well, just because that interaction does mean that Prince will have a lot of extra staying power in the later stages of the game. Unless something goes horribly wrong, of course. But Doctom still has the 200 years situation here as Prince. He's going to be absolutely fine. Just the hostile takeover is going to mitigate any sort of dive attempt.
Yeah, that was hopeful, I think, from Damwon Kia. Even if the hostile takeover isn't used instantly like that, diving this turret would have been very ill-advised at this stage. Closer was not there, I guess, so no Emperor's Divide defensively is Nuguri?
Yeah, Croco is going to find the Assault and Battery really nicely here. Doctarm doesn't even want to try and take this one, as Nuguri very happy that he took Flash on the Sejuani this time, and Croco will let him live.
Yeah, Croco doesn't know what's on the other side there, so decides not to Flash for the kill, but, I mean, the way that Vi's kit works and the armor reduction, like, Sejuani doesn't feel tanky, actually, in a 1v1 like this, and all the while, Azir gets top turret, so this is a really nice play from Croco. He prevents any rotations top side to actually save that turret. He gets a ton of extra gold put in his pocket. Now his Shadow Flame is online. And man, Liv Sandbox are just playing the macro aspect of this game pretty well too. Like there was that one hiccup, obviously, where Duckdown was able to get some plate gold topside. But beyond that, they know exactly the spikes they want to hit. They know exactly the parts of the map they want to be at. And it's never just, oh man, Closer got away with it. Though he was set up to get away with it. You know, there was just no counterplay there. Nuguri is caught.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's just coming up Liv Sandbox in this game. It's Showmaker that really has a lot on his shoulders. He is alone right now, and is sort of going to have to be that lone carry here, at least until Doctarm can get another couple of items under his belt. 3 items is, of course, when you're most happy. 2 does make you feel a little bit better, but yeah, I think we're looking for a bit more.
2 makes you feel better when it's not when you have the second one that your opponent has a third one, which is kind of the trajectory we are on. If you're 2 versus 2, you feel pretty good as the Aphelios, but he is significantly behind in farm as well because he just hasn't had any ability to farm under turret this game outside of the early parts. All these turrets falling so early on, and now Liv Sandbox are happy to take 4 for 4 Drakes, and honestly, it's Ocean Soul. Damwon Kia probably looking to let this one go at this point, and it really is unfortunate to give it up, but you're not running a poke comp. But if you lose this fight, if you get wiped, the game ends. Don't know if this is the right move for Damwon to try to force.
Well, Handshake is going to hit a decoy. Do manage to get a Volt Breaker out. Huge cooldown there. And a Handshake. Fantastic stuff. Liv Sandbox, soul controlled. I mean, there is, pardon the pun. As our Showmaker is going to rotate down. This Drake is all but secured, though, as you can see. In goes. Oh my god, the hostile takeover was amazing. Canyon not able to find a Cyclone whatsoever. Emperor's Divide is once again going to deliver the catfish as Showmaker has to flash away from Croco. Doctarm could not do anything, and Damwon Kia just standing in a choke point, and they get wrecked.
I mean, there's just no reason to fight for this. Yeah, it's Soul. If it's Infernal Soul, yeah, you gotta fight for that no matter what. If it's Mountain Soul, you gotta fight for that no matter what. If it's Hextech Soul, you gotta fight for that no matter what. But it's Ocean Soul. Just let it go, because now you give Ocean Soul and Baron and control of the map. Elder's coming up in 5 minutes' time. You just give this up, contest for Baron, and just wait it out. You maybe get a Miracle Elder fight where you actually turn the game at that moment, but now I don't think that moment is ever going to come.
Yeah.
And you're fighting into all of these AoE ultimates. This is why I said this comp is so strong in mid-game, because you have Orenhorn, you have Renata, you have Emperor's Divide. Look at the attempt here for Canyon to come in and do anything. He has to split off, flash out. The fight is over at that moment, like the Drake is won, but then Closer says, I'm going to take 2 with me. And he just goes for the Emperor's Divide play, flashes for it, grabs 2. Easy team fight win. Damwon Kia had no agency in that fight whatsoever, and it's Collector who's being, is being built here from Duckdown, but he didn't have it at that moment in time. And I don't know if it would have made a difference either with the setup and the prio that Liv Sandbox had. I think it was a poor call here for Damwon Kia.
Well, Closer is just going to shift some sands to get himself out. Dove thinking about just trying to steal away some popcorn chicken. He can do that, as he is a very big Ornn right now. Starting to deliver some of these ornaments, as well as Canyon dashing forward. A lot of Liv Sandbox are here and available. Emperor's Divide going to come down yet again. Double knockup does come through as Bible has to get the Devour off onto Canyon. That is a huge cooldown that can no longer be there to save the carries of Damwon Kia, and they are well and truly on the ropes. So it looks like Damwon has no idea what they're supposed to do here.
And it's top turret going to be going over to Prince here after he takes away these Krugs, it looks like, to try to decide who gets the top turret, as he's got a wave crashing through. Baron's still up for a minute 40. It's like Damwon Kia were contesting Vision for a Baron that they lost to Liv Sandbox while they were in the Death Chamber.
Yeah.
They almost actually got wiped there out that far.
Well, we've got a big engage to come through here. Showmaker's going to turn up by himself. Bible is going to be there as well. Closer goes golden, though. It's a decent Cyclone, but they're going to use it defensively as the hostile takeover hits a clone. And as you can see, Bible is well and truly off on his own. He's going to get his hand shook before he is taken down and sent back towards that Death Chamber one more time. And Liv Sandbox will just follow the remainder of Damwon Kia into their base. and start wreaking havoc.
In 2021, Damwon and Kia taking fights like this, we would have been like, look at them go. They were so far behind. They just lost Soul, and they win the team fights swimmingly. Not with this comp, and not today. You know, they're forcing 2 fights that go very poorly, while the win condition is okay, we need to buy time, we need to survive, we need to get this Aphelios with 3 items by any means necessary before that Elder spawns, and they're taking fights and giving Live Sandbox more control over the map. Now, that may have bought them just enough time to keep these inhibitors alive, which is a small victory here. But look at the defensive setup here. They have Sun Disc. Realm Warp comes through. It's Azir. It's Ornn. Krako's there. Showmaker's like, oh, I made the wrong call going into that Realm Warp. And the Bible's like, where are you guys going? This isn't fair. I thought we were going in.
Yeah, and
Not even
also
his fault.
Canyon looked like he was in the Realm Warp there. It was very, very weird. He was like off right to the edge, trying to be in the right position to instantly Cyclone, and then he just got left behind. It was very, very weird. Maybe, you know, from the other perspective, because we were a bit zoomed out, it looked a little bit different on my screen, but I think the play was deliver the monkey as well as the Rise. That did not, however, work out very well.
Yeah, the Rise should also be able to survive through the Cyclone with the crown that he has, obviously in the Zonias that's built up now, but sadly unable to do so, and this team fight win for Live Sandbox just guarantees they get mid inhib, and now you're really just bleeding out as Damwon Kia because the Kalista is so fed that Aphelios' 3-item spike, again, is just not really equivalent to where Kalista is this game, and Dom is 2 levels behind. Like, it just isn't it. Like, we can talk about scaling all we want, but it's really only the Rise that is actually part of the conversation this game, and he has so much CC he has to deal with. The Crown isn't going to defend him against that now. If he has a perfect Zonias, the follow-up Aphelios ult is there. Like, there's a miracle team fight maybe. But man, 7,000 gold behind here. Damwon Kia taking, I think, so many wrong fights this game.
Yeah, giving up every single Drake as well. As you can see, Live Sandbox have had an absolute monopoly on that. They're getting towards a possible Exodia in 2 minutes' time, as this Elder in 1 minute and 10 seconds, like, do you try and go for that soul fight again as Damwon Kia? You have to fight for an Elder, otherwise you'll lose the game, but I still, like, look at the vision for Live Sandbox. How does Damwon Kia ever get in there and avoid a choke point that Live Sandbox love fighting around?
Exactly. If they had just been willing to give up the Ocean Soul, which has made no impact this game, if they had just been willing to give up the Ocean Soul and just wait it out, try to lane, use their wave clear, and they would not be 7,000 gold behind with a Baron buff crashing into their mid inhibitor, which is also down. And then maybe they could take a fair fight here. This is what I think should have been the call. And a lot of teams, you know, that are lower part of the standings know exactly what to do here. Damwon Kia, you know, it's been a rough few weeks for them, but it's like Damwon Kia, T1 Genji, sometimes you forget what it's like to be behind. And it feels like in this game, Damwon are like, no, we win this fight. No, you do not. Unfortunately, not against this iteration of Live Sandbox.
And also the way this draft has been working out as well, it just feels like Live Sandbox have had the answer to everything at every single turn. And now that we get to this stage, it's like Damwon Kia handshook on low range, and now they're just weaker. And so where are the outs? You just don't have much of an answer. Like, the engage range from Dove on this Ornn is just gigantic, and when you don't have the range available, it can be really hard. Is it time for a Hail Mary Realm Warp?
Too late.
No, it's just not going to happen. Damwon should be able to move past the river, but Dove is going to say absolutely not. There's the flash forward. Kyle looks for the handshake, but doesn't get it. Hostile takeover also does nothing. As Live Sandbox are trying to force pretty hard here, and I think the size of their wallets may definitely help out. As, okay, Kroko diving on forward, does manage to find the ult and will take down the Catfish, and now Nogger is trying to run away. Canyon should be able to make it out of here, but honestly, like, what is Damwon going to do after they've finished running away?
Where are you going, Duck Dom?
Oh, dear.
Well, that's going to be a Baron.
Yeah, they're going to lose the Baron is what's going to happen. Closer and Prince, eyes on the prize.
And with if Aphelios ends up dying here, which is very likely, the Death Climber lines up with Live Sandbox taking the game right here.
Well, Duck Dom's going to see whether he can kill Kroko, as Nogari's going to come over here as well. Okay, they don't have a lot of their damage right here. It's Kroko and Dove and Kyle. So Kyle's going to go down. Duck Dom is going to have to, give up because he's going to be eaten by a dragon. Canyon, same thing going to be happening to him. And yeah, you managed to get a kill onto the support, Damwon Kia, but I think now you probably lose the game.
Yeah, the Nexus is the trade that Live Sandbox will take with this Baron buff. Teleport.
Good old Renata for Nexus trade.
Yeah, my favorite ripoff.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Really got scammed. I don't know who the salesman was, but definitely a shady figure. as this second Nexus turret will be taken down, and Liv Sandbox, some utter revenge against Damwon Kia in this particular game. Remember the stats. I mean, Liv Sandbox have not beaten Damwon Kia in a very, very long time, and this, in game number 1 at least, was extraordinarily convincing. As we'll have to just keep up the platitudes, Wolf. We just need to keep saying words. Wait, are they even going to win? Emperor's Divide says no more catfish. 0-6 for Bible. Not exactly the debut you want to see, but oh my god, Close's damage is absurd. They still also have the Elder Drake buff, as Prince is going to go golden. Says, kill the Nexus quick before I die. And he is going to be able to do so. Look at that. Oh my goodness. A cardboard cutout did that. Imagine if the real thing was here. No, he is just playing from home, guys. It's fine.
Not a good look for Damwon Kia here with this draft. You have to understand your win conditions. Now, I think Canyon absolutely did. He played the early game so well. It was a 0-0 game. They had that dive top side, which took away some critical ultimates. They got that first Rift Herald. But in the mid game, where they gave those Drakes away, they didn't have Prio. They forced a fight on that Soul, died there. Then they dropped like a Nuggery ultimate in mid and tried to dive there. Luckily, that missed and the Renata ult came down, because I think if Damwon Kia walk into that one, they have the same problem that happens in the final fight, where they also try to force and then end up dying. Is an empty room here.
Yeah.
And it tells the whole story.
Yeah, looks like we are going to go back, make sure that Showmaker can be included in the post-match, so I assume they do that from the player rooms or something like that.
Maybe on the phone somewhere privately.
But they're going to need to do a lot of talking between these games, Wolf. This is not a great showing in game number 1. Of course, now they have access to blue side, but it was a pretty catastrophic loss. Liv Sandbox really just closing this one out. Closer having a great game after a bit of a botched Emperor's Divide moment on the top side of the map. I think every other portion of the game after that was played very well, and they honestly put Damwon Kia in checkmate very early on.
Kyle, every ultimate he had in this game was so impactful. I think he had a fantastic Renata game. Prince Kyle, this combo with the rest of the mid-game, traditional DRX comp, but they pull it off. Beautiful to see. Great start here for Liv Sandbox.
Yep, really beautifully done. So let's see whether Liv Sandbox can complete the 2-0 or whether Damwon Kia will fight back after this short break. And of course, the analyst carpet space.
가가지고 오른 궁 쪽으로.
풀 없어. 나 궁 쓸게 사우스 봐봐.
얘 먹기 들어가서
세주 와줄래? 세주
맞을게. 세주 어딨어? 야안 죽어라.
굿바이.
막아도 돼. 봐줄게. 얘 이세영 형이 얘.
뭐야? 맛있다. 뭐야? 억세기 뭐야?
아니야 끝났어. 야 넓게 퍼져.
야 억세기 뭐야? 야 일단 50 노플이야 얘들아. 50
그냥 캔디 쪽 지를게.
50 노플.
야 아질 좀 봐줘.
50 노플. 나 수정전 하고 있으면 얘네 못 나오고 앞에도 노플이야 얘들아.
야 아질 봐줘 그냥.
나 게임 끝난다.
뭐야?
고생했어.
그래.
죽어. 이찬 죽어.
As Shockwave is not going to find Aiming, who manages to sprint his way out, and now a Realm Warp to come on forward. Vikla just Rascal by himself, as Aiming's trying to do damage, but Zeus just denying him completely. Now Aiming's able to try and kite this one out as Ona goes golden. Aiming's still alive for now, but the rest of his team is evaporating, and KT will unfortunately fall to maybe a pentakill for Gumayushi. everyone say goodnight to the telecom wall.
여기 뒤 탄다 뒤 탄다.
코인 빠져.
He tried as he may. That means off the revenge. Side. As Dudu is going to be discovered here by Doc Dom. Yeah, don't know about that. Once again, bit of melee range situation as the GA is going to be popped.
I do know about that.
Is he just going to kill everyone? Is Dudu going to? Yes, he is.
야 루시안 타? 아 이거 봐줄래 이거 봐줄래? 나이스 홍주야 너 캐리했다. 얘기했잖아 캐리 해준다고. 나이스.
When as everything actually just misses, and the needles just zone everybody away. So, okay, here comes the light. Gets a massive engage actually into that front line. A huge three-man knockup as the Gnar is used onto the front line in front of Breon. That is not what you want to see. Super low health bars in front of Breon are the ones that are taking a massive fight as everybody is just going to melt. Even Fate, a clean 5-for-0 ace. Being set up here, Mega Gnar, perfectly timed for Doran. The tidal wave not going to do too much as that's going to be denied. No chance there as the Gnar ultimate is huge, actually. Doran able to set that one up. Faker has to go into the stopwatch, and now he's going forward. Sweeps up a couple, but it's Zeri with 2 kills. And again, the Zeri moment is coming through, and guess who's right there to back him up? It's Toby. Will we see the Penta is the only question. Yes, we will. The Zeri moment has happened officially.
야 이겼다.
나이스!
Conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, and Cubby, and Chronicler here. Of course, Cubby, if you guys did miss the pre-show, he's going to be joining us for a bunch of the days here towards the end of the summer season. Very happy to have him. But guys, let's get straight into this draft. Pretty interesting one. What did you guys think, Chronicler?
I loved the Liv Sandbox draft. I think that what we see here is both Liv Sandbox really leaning into what makes them strong. There were 3 jungle champions left by the end of the first round, so Croco is always going to get his hands on Poppy, Vi, or Trundle, all picks he loves. Not as much as the Wukong, which I probably would have early prioritized had not been packed away. And Sandbox with a very strong early draft, and I think for Damwon, it's also a draft that harkens back to what made them win, but you can't just pick Aphelios Kenshin to Renata Kalista and expect it to work out.
Yeah, it wasn't only that, but also the Sejuani on R5. For me, I really like Sejuani when you can play towards it in the early game, but if it's weak side, it feels like a weaker version of Ornn throughout the game. So I know it's been comfort for DK, but I think, you know, having that on 5 and knowing that you're not going to be playing towards that lane, they could have taken advantage of that 5th pick a little bit more, and it really bit them throughout the game because Dove was massive on this Ornn.
Yeah, it was actually pretty nice to see. You know, we don't put the highlight on Dove too often, but he had a couple of really big turnarounds, and well, you do. And yeah, I do agree. I think the Sejuani was a little bit lackluster there in that R5, but that was just the draft, right? That was the beginning of the game, but honestly, when it did come to the play, it was incredibly Liv Sandbox favorite as well. So perhaps we can jump into highlight number 1 and kind of show off what they were able to pull off. A little bit.
Yeah, in a little bit. There we go. So to me, the interesting note here is that Liv Sandbox, I think at this point, spikes way harder if you don't immediately get backline access. And crucially, this combination of Showmaker Canyon doesn't get that much done. Canyon doesn't even get the smite. So crucially, Soul Point goes over to the enemy team. Graviton or the ultimate from Aphelios, rather not hitting anyone.
Yeah, and on the back half, shout out to Kale on a really clutch bailout for Prince. Keeps him alive for the fight. And I love how Dove and, you know, Close are able to sync up here. Because them splitting the fight with those AoE ultimates, it really enabled Prince to be that backliner, survive with the bailout, and it helped Liv Sandbox push that forward. And frankly, the game was pretty over after that Dragon fight, as that was Soul Point, and Liv Sandbox were off to the races after that.
Yeah, absolutely. I was very impressed, I think, by Kyle especially, but also by the team of Liv Sandbox. I think they played it pretty much exquisitely. You know, Dove was in there getting the knockups, Prince and Kyle kiting backwards, everybody else kind of supporting them. So it's really nice to see. And we can take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which is a very similar fight on the Dragon, this time a lot more Liv Sandbox favored.
And what I just love about Sandbox is that more so than any team besides Gen.G, they push their leads so aggressively. When they sense that they're winning fights, when they sense that they're on the upper hand, in any given scenario, they just throw down, right? Like, they're always looking for the angle. They're always looking to go in as aggressively as possible. And this time around, look at that. Don't get any value. Chokehold is completely controlled by Dove and by KL, and Closer just single-handedly wins the team fight afterwards.
And for Liv Sandbox, starting off this week for them was such a strong game over DK. This is a big week. They're playing Damwon Kia today. They have KT later. If they are able to take the series, when that bumps them up in the standings, also evens up the game score, and they'd be winning in the series score and the head-to-head. So honestly, taking this next game could be really big for Liv Sandbox. DK did 2-0 them week 1. They'd be able to even the score in the head-to-head with a win here. And I'm really hoping that we see a game like that again from Liv Sandbox, because frankly, they were fantastic in some of those later Dragon fights.
Yeah, it was really cool to see. I think that they certainly showed up to play tonight, and you know, the draft was one thing where we did feel it was a little bit lackluster for Damwon Kia. Liv Sandbox got a lot of their pieces, but at the end of the day, I think Liv Sandbox just played a better game. So for me, you know, this might just be a 2-0. I was expecting this one to be relatively close. Our predictions were right down the middle, especially, you know, kind of went towards Liv Sandbox a little bit with Cubby offering his 5th prediction here on the global side. But now they just look like the much better team.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a better performance from Damwon, because they have a blue side draft and we have seen how much stronger those are. But I do agree with you, like, draft can only get you so far in the end. You got to actually play it out well, and that part has just been a really big problem for Damwon Kia over the last couple of weeks.
And it could be curious seeing what happens with some of these marksman picks. I think that, you know, both for Prince and Duckdown, Aphelios has been big. And that time around, you know, giving the Callista to get that Aphelios in the hands of Duckdom did not pay off. I'm curious if Prince and Liv Sandbox end up making the same trade if they're on the red side for this next one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think that I do agree that Damwon Kia, they should have a much better chance on the on the blue side, as our fans are getting really excited over here. And I don't know, maybe we'll see Zeri go through. That would be not so great. From what I can see, we do have our POG ready, so let's see who picks up player of the game for game number 1. It will be Kyle.
I love that. I'm very happy for Kyle. Me and Cubby collaborated on our Croco vote. We were consensus, who I think also had a really good game, but Wolf also shouted him out, I think very justifiably during the game. Kyle has, ever since Sprint joined this team, become one of the most consistent supports in the league. And not just on Renata, like he's having a great game here, but also on Nautilus and on Kench.
And, you know, the zoning ultimates, like with DK, I really feel like this is a comp where you are looking to try and pincer with the Ryze, the Sejuani, the Wukong. But all the AoE ultimates kind of stacked on top of each other, and also just really well timed, sticking by Prince throughout the fights too to make sure that he's safe. Really well played, and good to see that bot lane synergy, not only in the lane, but also in the team fights as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the split here as well. Lots of love to Croco. And even that one closer vote, which I actually don't even think is a media kick W. I think it's actually a good vote. But that's going to do it for this segment of the Analyst Carpet Space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I am Atlas. This is Fivehead Wolf with his Gigabrain vote for Kyle. He had a fantastic game. Those are the bailout timings, but the hostile takeovers used beautifully in reaction to
flashes to get double summoners in the early game. I thought his Renata game was impeccable, to be totally honest. Now, going into this game, I think Cubby's points about the marksman, like what 80 carry champions do we see go through, is really what this draft will be about. Damwon Kia have the opportunity to now just completely change up the way they played in game 1 and not try to opt for this Aphelios. Now, may just be banned by Liv Sandbox, completely just removing it from the table. If they ban Callista, I would not be shocked if the Aphelios ban just follows. So there's a lot to break down here, but we won't know until we get into those first 6 bans where they are headed. I don't think Zeri will make it through either. So could be a Lucian game, but this is going to be the defining moment. The key player matchup was the 80 carry one, and so far it just has absolutely come true. Yeah, Kyle picks up POG, but it was all about that Callista control.
Yeah.
And it's taken away immediately.
And I don't think that it's something that you can leave up. I think it was an experiment from Damwon to like, oh, let's just leave it up and see what happens here. You know, we feel like Aphelios does okay into the match. No, like just don't do it. Prince is one of the few players where we're like, just don't let that one happen. We saw Ruler do the same thing, where it's like, wow, Callista with like anything with a lot of control as a support partner is just too strong.
I think you could ban Aphelios and Zeri here. They've decided to ban the Yuumi. My issue with this is it means that you can't Lucian Yuumi on red side as a response. But looks like they are just trying to take away the Zeri aspects of several different... the Zeri, but then also several other strong duos for Bible and Duckdom to play. Silas, the last ban. So Damwon Kia said, you can't play Callista, but we're not really worried about anything else in that court. And here, I mean, I think Aphelios ban is warranted, but they'll take away the Gnar instead. And I think we all know where this draft is headed now.
Well, Zeri Town, to begin with. So Duckdom will lock that one away. But Liv Sandbox, what is the answer?
Aphelios Lulu is what I would guess here. Now, you don't have to pick the Lulu right now because you can grab a jungle pick with it and then grab it in that 3rd slot. Now, alternatively, we have seen a few, rogue other answers to this. We've seen some Karma lanes. We've seen Seraphine Senna. We've seen Lucian, obviously, is the most common response, but hasn't worked out very well for non-Gen G teams. We've also seen Draven, but I don't think this is not Prince's strong suit. His Callista also, again, we talked about earlier, not what he's known for. He played it very well last game. And they're just going to wait and see what the support is first before they even make a call. And I think this is really smart, especially with the Wukong. You're like, do I want to play Nautilus here? It's a very tricky moment for Damwon Kia, because normally you want the Nautilus with a Zeri so you can prevent those heavy dives, but it's Wukong, so pre-6 you're feeling pretty safe. You might go for a riskier support here instead.
So the Poppy is going to come through. Gwen now available as well, so will be picked up by Nogari. Of course, it's not. It could still theoretically be a Tahm Kench, but I very much hope that it's not, as Sivir is going to be the answer. So it's not going to be Sivir Yuumi or anything like that. Of course, Yuumi was one of the few things that was actually put on the ban list. Very interesting to see a draft with only a Kalista ban. That is the only AD carry ban that we had so far. And so Sivir is going to be the choice. Prince, of course, played some great games on this champion in the past, and of course, works nicely in this composition as well. It does like being able to reposition, does like that extra movement speed. But Lissandra going to be the one banned away, and I think Damwon Kia need as much CC as they can possibly find.
Yeah. Ari also banned by Damwon Kia. I think those are the two best picks right now for the job here for Damwon Kia, what they're looking for. Silas obviously would have been amazing too, but that's also banned. So becomes very tough here, as we will see the Rakan taken away from Kyle. I think Live Sandbox not too concerned about that at all, and I would not be shocked if we once again actually see a Renata pick to come through. Now, Nautilus also a strong option here for Live Sandbox because you can lock down the Gwen, just ult her. And taking away Showmaker's Twisted Fate, we talked about it in the previous set. I think it was a strong option with it, you know, instead of the Rise. This time around, very similar situation, just getting that lockdown CC so that you can then set up for a team fight, much more reliable than Rise's CC in a game like this once you get your rapid fire cannon.
Yep. The Alistair is the champion that has been picked most often into the Sivir. Sort of an answer. Of course, gets around the spell shield quite nicely. Renata taken away from Kyle, and I really do like the nod to Kyle's POG performance in the previous game.
We've seen the Alistair, but we've also seen it with fairly mixed results. And it's something that we are definitely all in agreement that the interaction is quite strong, as this is... Yeah, I didn't think that was actually going to be the case.
Oh, is this the classic Dove top lane Azir? No, it's not.
No, it's the classic top lane Dove Sejuani into Ornn probably for Nuggery.
It's slightly less interesting.
There's the Alistair you were talking about. Now, obviously, Alistair can get really hard bullied by a lot of the CC if he doesn't have his ultimate available. So keeping track on Bible's performance on this is going to be really important. It's a pick he's played a lot, not this year, but across his career, so he's very familiar with the champion. And it does seem to be a champion that fits the bill in the laning phase, but what it does later on, still yet to be seen, as, you know, I think the ability to stop dives is also not really as big of a focus here for Damwon Kia, the Nas being the other option, because it's Wukong. If Sandbox aside, you're playing Poppy, you're already going to have a lot of control there.
Well, Galio is going to shore up some of that CC that we were talking about. Alistair has a pretty comfy way of getting into a fight as well, alongside Poppy being similar in that style. I do like this for Damwon Kia, kind of turning this composition into more of a Zeri-esque comp that does need to have a frontline that can reliably create a battlefield for her. As Kyle is thinking about jumping on the Tahm Kench himself, of course, into an Alistair feels like a much better choice.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot more power in the lane. I like the Zillion that was hovered just simply because of the movement speed this comp already has and how it would have stacked up the ability for Kroko to really be a deadly force on this Wukong. But it will not be the answer this time around. Kyle will lock in the Tahm Kench, so there is some heavy dive potential in this lane. Duckdom and Bible will have to play very respectfully of the fact that Devour, if it catches them at any moment, is probably a death sentence in the lane, especially once Wukong hits level 6. So you have to be very cautious there. You will not, however, have a lot of power with Poppy on the blue side prio situation, unless Zeri and Alistair can actually find something in that bottom 2v2, which seems unlikely. So prio game here, once again, feeling pretty good about it for Live Sandbox. Might be another game where they get a lot of early Drake control. They have Empress Divide, they have Cyclone, they have the better early mid-game objective team fight composition. But will we see the Zeri moment, and will it be certified? Will it happen? Like, that's, I think, what a lot of this game is going to be about. Because, yeah, if it's an even game and Zeri does get those items online, you know, she'll probably end up scaling well. Yeah. But we often see that if she doesn't actually get several kills in the mid-game, the rest of the game and the rest of the map just gets run over.
To talk about the certified Zeri moment, just for a bit, is Docdarm is currently 5-0 on the champion, has a 31 KDA on the Zeri. The percentage chance so far of him getting a certified Zeri moment is 100. So I think that is the sin of the draft this time around. The sin of the draft last time around was allowing that Renata Kalista to go through, then was augmented beautifully by the rest of the composition, but I think that was the linchpin. This time around, it's the fact that the fact that the Zeri does exist. They also have the Alistair now as well. Bible, known as a Beryl player. Beryl's most iconic champion, at least early on, was, of course, the Alistair. So now it's time for Bible to kind of prove himself, because if he does flub it, then there is a chance that this is just a 2-0. Nothing to see here by Liv Sandbox. And we know that Siva has some great scaling on her own side. They can just blow the donkey whistle and start things off if they get themselves onto good footing. See what happens, though, as we hop into the Rift here for game number 2. Is it just me, or have the Liv Sandbox fans gotten louder since our previous game?
I think they have. Cold start for both of these AD carries. Do you think it is very wise, as we saw last game and with the Poppy versus Wukong start here? It's probably going to be a low-kill game and a very bloodless 2v2. It's going to be more about prio for objectives than actually getting kills. By the way, if either of these 2v2s get kills, just isolated, it will be disaster for their opponents, and the game will probably end. So hopefully we don't see any early kills here, because that would mean something has gone very wrong, and it will not be an interesting game of League of Legends. So I like my boring cold start here, you know?
Yeah.
The macro game going on.
Bit of a handshake, even though Renata is no longer in the game.
Yeah.
Let's just farm some minions, guys. Basically what they're saying.
I feel like if Bible messes this up, we'll be a little bit disappointed for him and all that. And, like, there's a lot of storyline stuff there with the kind of, is he the new successor to Beryl in this roster, with how he plays and how his shot calling should evolve with this team. But for me, if Liv Sandbox are able to win with this draft on red side here, and they were willing to give up the Zeri, which, 3/4 of teams are losing to right now when the Zeri goes through, would feel amazing for them as closer.
Yeah, that's a heroic charge already into the mid lane. Closer, not going to flash, but does lose a large portion of his health bar.
Did take Conqueror and, is going to be able to, as soon as he hits level 2, trade back really well here. But I like the attempt here from Canyon. Try to get that health bar low, maybe force a flash, and give Showmaker some relief, as he's had quite a bit of success on this pick recently. You could see the 2-0 there. Doc Dom's perfect win rate, 5-0, like you mentioned.
Yeah, in fact, 3 champions that there are 0 losses on. Haha. As Bible has not been playing Damwon Kia throughout the rest of the year. Croco threw in 2 on the Wukong, has liked it, but not quite as much as some of our other players. Certainly a lot of champions that Liv Sandbox have played a lot, but have found mixed success. Don't have sort of that ace in the hole type pick here. That's what happens on red.
Liv Sandbox have really, basically made it very clear that they think Wukong is still extremely strong. Their priority on it very recently has been quite high, although, as you mentioned, it wasn't his favorite. Earlier on in the season, we saw a lot more Trundle, we saw a lot more Vi. Nuguri out of turret range there, very nicely played.
Yep.
And, these mid-game fights are still extremely strong for Liv Sandbox, just like they were last game. However, the Galio is going to be the wrench in the gears of Liv Sandbox's ability to team fight properly and pile on with Cyclone, Emperor's Divide, and the Sejuani. As Canyon will be...
Ooh, just saw him.
Up. Yeah.
Good positioning here from Canyon. Knows that Croco is in the area. Means they take away a bit of that potential for some action. Croco changes his mind immediately, though, as Showmaker is going to get dashed on. But
he
just
knows,
a drive-by.
He knows the pathing here is to try to defend the bottom 2v2, so he's going to look for double scuttle here and a potential gank in mid. So it gets the, he shows up in mid. Showmaker doesn't react because he's Galio. He's like, yeah, it's fine. I'm good here. And Close doesn't have ult, but he's going to be like, cool, I'll grab double scuttle, and it's going to be a pretty nice farming lead for him and a lot of extra vision on the map.
Yeah, it's Damwon Kia very happy this stage of the game. Looking to see a little bit more from Liv Sandbox as level 6s are hit and things like this. First skirmish, certainly a huge time for this Liv Sandbox roster, as Kyle just trying to hold on to the wave as best he can while Prince makes his way back. And I think the Prince should be able to collect this cannon.
Yep, nice timing of the back. So cannon minion comes through, grabs an early pickaxe for some extra treating potential, just trying to grab raw attack damage stats, frankly, here, and try to actually trade it through as Longsword and Dagger picked up here for Duckdom as they're both racing those culls towards completion. And, you know, this type of game, this very slow and boring game, like, I always talk about how the Aphelios and the Zeri, like we normally say, they're feeling pretty good about it, you know, but won't be feeling good about it for a while still. As, you know, the Sivir is still going to be stronger in these first few fights. I mean, she has a significant CS advantage right now, closer to finishing that call. Things looking very good for Liv Sandbox, actually, at this moment in time. Could be amazing, could be better, but they're still feeling very good.
Yeah, no, I agree.
About the control of the bottom side.
I also feel like Liv Sandbox is probably pretty happy as the game goes on, unless there is, like, certain specific problems that start occurring, like the Gwen problem that Dove just got reminded of there as he Arctic Assaults into the Void, and Nogri just throws in some snips. And as you can see, this lane, quite difficult, down a couple of waves already is the Sejuani, but no cause for concern. This is Liv Sandbox. This is what Dove does. As he throws in a control ward, gets another ward down as well. He knows that Canyon is coming on up. As Winter's Wrath come through, just wants to make sure that he can get out before Nogri can join the fight, who has all of the damage. But this is a plate gank, and this is going to be heckin' successful.
Yeah, so, okay, the Drake goes over to Liv Sandbox. It's very similar to last game, but this is a huger win for Damwon Kia this time around in terms of that early objective trade for the Drake. So Liv Sandbox, yeah, they're going to get that early tempo, and it is going to be a more impactful soul, it looks like, here this time around. It's definitely not going to be Ocean, we know that. We'll talk more about that on the next patch. But this was really well played by Damwon Kia, knowing that Nuguri got that great trade. Galio's hitting level 6. They have the Poppy topside. They have deep control ward vision, as you can see on the map there. So they look to force a pick on the Dove. Unsuccessful, but they grab the plates. And also Dove realizing very early on, okay, Showmaker is missing. He's trading aggressively with me. I'm going to have to back away. Now, he loses a massive amount of CS as a result. Loses 2 plates, of course, but he doesn't die. Doesn't have teleport. He's also like, this is really unfortunate. But I like that Dove is able to identify quickly what is happening and then respond. Because a lot of our top laners probably just try to trade with the Gwen under turret and be like, I have flash. Like, you can't all in me. And then just die by the dive when the Galio comes through. Not Dove. He realized pretty early on.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good thing that he didn't die. But still, a trade up for Damwon Kia. You can see that represented in the gold just a little bit, about 600. But I don't think it's all that much of a big deal. We mentioned how valuable, and you already said, how valuable it is to stack Drakes for Liv Sandbox. They showed us the power of it in game number 1. So Damwon Kia needs to get more. And what they were able to do last game was get slight advantages to put themselves in a decent position moving towards the mid-game. But then when the mid-game hit, they still fought Liv Sandbox, and Liv Sandbox won the fights. We need to see that the coordination and the planning for how to make this mid-game a success is going to be there. And with Noguri on a carry, I feel like that is the best start. Whether it's going to work out, though, is what we need to figure here for Damwon.
So far, so good, you know? And, you know, he's got that blasting wand. He's just getting some extra raw stats for these trades, and is going to be, once he hits his mythic, a very tough opponent to lane against. It's already, obviously, somewhat of a problem for Dove, but it wasn't a true 1v1. Early Rift Herald here with the Moby Boots that Bible picks up. He zooms over here, and they have complete control right now. And unfortunately for Liv Sandbox, they aren't going to get that 5v5 fight they had last time, or they wanted to take last time around, because Damwon Kia just faster here is Prince is getting a really nice trade onto Duckdom. Yeah. Should be a plate for him at least. Krako's coming down. They do not know.
Yeah, Duckdom is possibly just dove here. Yeah, in goes Krako. We saw the mana come up there as Duckdom is going to try and ult, but can't get away from the devastating blow.
And you know what? That Rift Herald suddenly feels a little bit less valuable when your Zeri, who's already 15 CS behind, is going to get taken out. Now, no kill going over to Prince, but he will pick up the assist and a bunch of plate gold. They're going to leave it to him. He's going to take all that extra money. Just hitting the turret. Nuguri going to get some top side here, but again, much more valuable for the Sivir over the Gwen for the time being. Of course, that will change later on. But feeling really good about this if you're Liv Sandbox. Really nicely coordinated dive. Duckdom just not identifying early enough. Didn't want to lose that CS. Because if you don't get dove and you leave, you just lose a ton of value. And you lose your plates anyways. But he does, in fact, die as well.
Yeah, this is the huge thing. I mean, you were talking about it, right? Like, Dove had all that attention. He survives and gives away everything. He's not a prideful man, you know? He doesn't require a gold lead to feel good about himself. Doesn't require a CS lead. Just needs to be able to hit his R on targets. Docdom, different story. He needs that gold as much as possible, and that's why he sticks underneath this turret. As, yeah, Q is already channeled. Can't get away from that one. Flash was a little bit optimistic, as now they're chasing after Dove. Needlework coming on in here, and Dove just, yeah, he took the Flash this time as well, actually.
Yep.
And he's going to be able to use that to get himself to safety alongside the Arctic Assault.
Actually is going to get some more experience here in maybe these last 3 minions. Well played.
Wow.
And, you know, he's feeling pretty good about losing a Flash to continue to control bottom side. Kraken Slayer, he is online for Prince, and he got it before he finished his call. He just finished the call like right now, so he's sitting on some extra gold on top of this. Really nice spell shield against the Extendo Beam. And Docdom, you know, he's going to finish his call in 15 minions here, and he's going to get his shield bow online, but it is just such a weaker spike in terms of items.
Oh, absolutely. Closer is just going to throw Canyon underneath the turret here. He's going to have to flash, does so. Croco is like, oh, that was clever. Moves himself the other way around. Now it means they've got a 2 versus 1 against Showmaker, and Canyon does go home. He had the empowered Rift Herald recall, and so he is able to get out of there very, very quickly, but looks a little bit silly.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I mean, you feel pretty good about a Poppy gank on Nazir usually because you have your steadfast presence, but it's not going to stop him from just ulting you into the turret. No flash used. Croco did not have Cyclone. It was just coming back up. If he has it, I think might be a dead Galio there after the flash away from Canyon. Canyon losing flash, not the biggest deal because he does have Hex Flash and he's Poppy. But it really does feel like, you know, you could feel Showmaker here trying to make these plays. Canyon, unfortunately, you know, with a big whiff on this engage, not the right call to make it at this point in time. Obviously, if he gets flashed, feels amazing. Just feels so strange to feel like we're watching Canyon make small mistakes here, just isn't as clean as he has been.
Yeah, he looks like he just doesn't have the plans that he often does. Is Croco and Kyle here in the mid lane. Bible's there as well. Does have the Unbreakable Will. Prince is going to be rotating down, and Live Sandbox, eyes on the prize. They're looking for this Drake, and they should be able to pick this one up, catching Damwon Kia on a recall. Also, their bottom side is just so strong. You saw there, like, accelerated Sivir with a minion wave, just so satisfying to watch, because that wave clear is just absurd.
Yeah.
Canyon's going to move on over. Nogri is going to be able to take down this turret 2 minutes before these plates fall down. And now Prince with some spare time as well, so that Drake is going to be secured.
It's just nasty how quickly she deletes these waves. 2 levels up on Docdom. Well, he does finish his level 8, as they say it, but still, a significant experience advantage between the two of these, which can actually further snowball in the mid game, as we saw last time. Prince taking that 2-level advantage over Docdom's Aphelios. Taunt setup here not going to lead to anything, but man, Live Sandbox once again, this time with a more significant Drake to take in this advantage. See how much value this Rift Herald gets before the plates crash down.
Yeah, it is just going to be thrown through to get a bit of damage here, a bit of extra money. Nogri is actually going to take the entirety of the, well, the entire 50% that, of course, he's able to collect after Canyon did tell Shelly to head over there. So I think Damwon Kia have identified who their carry is this game, and it is Nogri.
It's not the Zeri.
No, it is not. Well, not yet.
It can be. Now, if she gets accelerated in a team fight that Nogri helps set up.
Yeah.
On Soul Point, say, which is where I think Damwon Kia are going to be looking to take that first fight. The Zeri will actually have her shield bow then. Prince will be potentially having a Phantom Dancer at that stage in time, but he's just going to be kind of an item ahead for this game. He's looking for another plate here. He has the insane wave clear. As Docdom is taking Krugs because he's just so desperate for any money he can pick up. There's another solo plate into Prince's pocket. Kyle is nearby. They're not going to dive or anything. They don't know where Canyon is, but the timing of this next fight is going to be so important for Damwon Kia. Like, obviously, Nuggery has his Mythic. Canyon will. And we'll even see what Showmaker picks up here. Might want to even invest in a stopwatch. Don't know what his current economy is, but this is a must-win fight for Damwon Kia. And if they win it, they could stop Soul Point and get the Zeri online if she picks up a few kills.
Oh my goodness. Prince purchased a Harpoon while Docdom was shoe shopping.
Yeah.
Wow, that is it's a slight advantage. As the Cull cash-in has come through for both of these players, you can imagine that we're pretty close to the Mythic for Docdom, but the plate gold, the extra CS, and the fact that it's just been relentless pressure here for Live Sandbox on the bottom side of the map. Docdom wants to go back, but
he's going to lose
also,
his turret.
yeah, he's going to lose the turret, and he's going to lose all of the farm, most likely.
First turret, of course, did go to Damwon Kia on the top side there, but this is onto a Gwen versus a Sivir, and your Zeri is what you drafted for here, not the Gwen. And the Gwen is ahead, but it might not matter if Sivir could just delete her from every fight. Phantom Dancer is online now. Like, Sivir is ready to press R and run at Damwon Kia. And if they grab this Rift Herald with the siege they already have with the Sivir wave clear on those minions, plus Azir, they can start taking a really massive macro lead before the third Drake even spawns. The problem is if you force this fight as Damwon Kia, you can't win it. You're too reliant on a Gwen that's got half a Void Staff at this stage in time. It's going to be a very difficult 5v5 fight to take without an amazing taunt from Showmaker. Bible flanking.
Yeah, gonna have to see a decent ult here out of Canyon as well, as they do manage to evict the Tahm Kench, and now they're looking for the back of this pit. Heroic Entrance gonna come down as well. Closer will get knocked up as now Dove. Oh dear, wrong place, wrong time. That was not what you wanted, as Croco was trying to get a bit of a steal here. Prince looking to escape as Closer shifts some sands. He should be able to get out. Flash available here for the Tahm Kench as Damwon Kia. They do manage to win the team fight, and they will also pick up Shirley, who should be able to get done what Shelly was unable to earlier on in this game and take down this outer turret mid.
Potentially a huge turning point here for Damwon Kia. No kill picked up for Duckdom, but it's a huge win. It's all that extra turret money going into their pockets, and it will give them a lot more macro prio setup for this third Drake. And it's all off the back of the Alistar flank and that Canyon ult you mentioned, because it's just not a fair fight for Liv Sandbox to take anymore. They aren't fully set up. Closer is left out alone when they decide to bail on the Drake, because he wants to hit a big Emperor's Divide to turn this, knows he will not use it in this fight because he wants to wait till the last possible second to Prince get in. He's just dove on. Look at how many times he's CC'd. Knocked up here as well. Wants to shuffle his way back in to actually look for a big ultimate here, but he's just not able to get in. And we didn't even watch the end of it because it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. They were able to just... I really loved the single out into the backline, and you could see Dove's thinking, right? He's like, oh, I'll just hit them with my ult. But he throws it straight at Bible, who immediately presses R, and it's as if that Glacial Prison just never happened.
Yeah.
Closer can't do damage because he's knocked up, and honestly, like, the amount of knock-up, CC, and control that you have on this Damwon roster to give space for Noguri and Duckdom is very, very high. So after that fight, you can imagine Damwon Kia feeling very good about being able to take this Drake and then really being able to push their advantage home. It's just whether or not we manage to find that Liv Sandbox moment and whether they can get this one coordinated. Because if they win this fight, then it goes the other direction very, very quickly.
Yeah, Damwon Kia, they won the fight, but they weren't able to get really strong control over this objective as Bible. Yeah, maybe wait a little bit longer before we jump into that Hex Gate. This is not going to be the same amount of control you had last time around, especially without regular Flash. It does have Hex Flash.
Yeah, we do have the ulti available, but the Glacial Prison is going to come in. There is the sole point. Is now Canyon trying to fight this one out. Croco going to find another interruption there with the second Cyclone, and the Devour going to be used by Kyle to keep the monkey alive. Closer, Emperor's Divide defensive, and Liv Sandbox, they take themselves the Drake, and they'll just get out.
Yep, and unfortunately, Duckdom just doesn't have the items to do real damage in this fight. He's still sitting on half a Phantom Dancer, needs that passive from the Phantom Dancer so desperately because he doesn't have the speed to actually compete with this roster when they have the Sivir ult, when they have that Cyclone set up as... Got to be careful about looking for a fight here. They're going to teleport defensively.
This is dangerous as Showmaker and Noguri going for it. There's the two-man taunt onto Croco and to Dove. Croco's clone's going to be taken down, but now Kyle's trying to turn this. Bible's going to go down first. Showmaker is real dead. It's just the tip of the boomerang, but that's all he needed. Noguri also. Kyle's just going to lick him, and the Gwen is going to go down. And Liv Sandbox, oh man, Damwon Kia just walked into him.
I mean, you just decided to make this choice, Damwon Kia. We saw it several times in game one where you're like, you know what? There's no objective really to fight for here, but we're going to try to force this dive. Remember last time when they tried to force it in the mid-turret, there was a Renata ult and then it didn't happen. This time they actually hard forced as they had the flank there from Galio. Watch Showmaker's health bar when he gets hit by Kraken Slayer in this moment because he just is deleted. As yeah, Prince is up pretty far, but he kills the turret. So who's really trapped in with whom? As look at Nuguri. He's coming over. He's like, oh, I can't. There's minions here. Showmaker goes down to half health from a few autos from Prince. Bible's like, I don't know, guys. This is not a good idea. As the Ricochet just deletes the team. Nuguri once again alone. He's the most fed member on Damwon Kia, but isolated like this without a real team fight setup, without a big taunt or a front-to-back scenario where Prince isn't just free hitting. It's not the right call. And now Liv Sandbox have such a lead before Baron spawns, before their soul comes online here in 3 minutes.
Well, Canyon, you're not getting that blue buff. That is just not going to be a thing. Croco should be able to collect that. Showmaker's going to come round though, and we're just going to have a bit of biffo. That is going to be secured. Not sure which one of them collected it. As it was Croco. There's a Cyclone. Canyon going to have to flash to get out of the way here as Dove going to flash Arctic Assault, and that is going to be the kill. Croco gets his revenge and the blue buff.
And this game for Croco has been so phenomenal on the Wukong. He's had so many great ults. He helped peel in both of those last exchanges. Again, not able to win the fight on the Rift Herald itself, but still made a huge impact there. And the map control goes to Live Sandbox with a fed Sivir. They could just do Baron on spawn at 20 minutes, and Damwon Kia do not have a jungler. They do not have a Zeri. She's in the game, she has 2 items, but she doesn't exist. Where is she? She's not here.
I've seen this before, Wolf. This is exactly the same timing, and it's also a similar choke point. The Baron's going to get taken down. Bible has to flash to get himself out of the way as Nogari is trying to get whatever damage he can find here, but he's throwing it into Dove and to Croco. They don't care about it. Now Doctor wants to have his Zeri moment. It is going to be Croco going down. Extendo beam misses the flash forward. They want to get anything that they can, and Kyle realizes, all right, well, you can have me, but you can't have the rest of my team, or can they? Bible gets himself into position. Emperor's Divide, just beautiful. And Prince says, thank you very much. We'll take that one. Showmaker now overextends as Prince has himself a spell shield, but it'll just kill the Gargoyle before anything is relevant. Prince eventually goes down, though, and that is another Baron missing. Closer has his, Dove has his. I think they've got enough.
The solo laners having it is so critical because they can push lanes elsewhere. They're very survivable. Neither of them, unfortunately, have flash anymore, but this is still a huge win. And I don't think we can certify this Zeri moment because we saw at the very end that Prince is way more fed, is almost just delete Zeri in the late part of the team fight as we're going all the way back to the blue buff tussle to start this one off. But they end up taking Canyon out here, which is what leads to the Baron take. They even commit a flash here from Dove to get that extra amount of CC because they know, okay, no jungler, no Baron for Damwon Kia. Now this was a bit forced because they're trying to both hold Baron aggro and then turn here. They could have just happily walked away, and when Duckdom hits a decent ult, it's like, uh-oh, we're kind of trapped. Galio's got a flank angle, and the damage from the Gwen is not negligible. And Duckdom does come over here for an attempted cleanup, and several of these Barons are deleted. But they are still on the soul laners leading into this soul fight, so still a huge win here on the side of Live Sandbox. Bible also, I mean, nice try, but you are...
It's a flash for the Gargoyle delivery, so I guess there's that. Showmaker kind of regretting it in the end as we have a look. I think it was Docdom that picked up the shutdown there as well. So yeah, he gets a bunch of extra gold. And so that might have helped move it towards a Zeri moment. But like you say, Infinity Edge is done for Prince. This Sivir is the real deal. Canyon's going to move over. There's the Glacial Prison. They do manage to deny the engage from Dove, as of course Steadfast Presence, pretty good against the slow-moving dash.
Okay,
now Bible, looking for that flank angle. They get a control ward over, and now Bible looks a little bit silly, making his way in. All right, Damwon Kia on this Drake now. Oh, it's just going to be stolen. That is going to be Hextech Soul. They managed to kill Canyon as well. Now Docdom is just going to get scooped into the team, and Live Sandbox, this team fight, it's not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Nogari getting some work done, but Prince is at full health. That's the problem. And he's able to just get fleet of foot. He runs after Showmaker. He'll pick up that kill as well. It's a triple for the gentleman at home.
And Live Sandbox are playing with no fear. They are just making these plays happen. Croco flashes with a pre-setup for his teammates for the last moment, looking for the smite. So confident he's going to take it. Drops down a Cyclone. And who does he hit? But Duckdom on the Zeri? How is Duckdom this far forward here? He's looking for a big ultimate, but Showmaker is in position. Alistair is 2 miles away, and look at Duckdom here. He's like, oh, I gotta ult this. No, you're doomed. They end up getting up with the Emperor's Divide here. Cyclone's still rolling, and yeah, when Showmaker hits and Bible comes over, the fight is already over because this Sivir is so fed, has a Devour to back her up, and like you said, this team fight is not even close, despite Nogari doing about 1 billion damage.
Yeah.
If it's not coordinated, if it's not together, can't be taking these fights down one kid, but they had to. They had to try for this one because this is Hextech Soul. Last game we were like, ooh, yeah, fighting for Ocean Soul there in that game state, probably not the way. This time they had a huge opportunity if they had set up a proper fight. They lose the 50-50, and then Duckdom is caught immediately by Closer.
Yeah, Bible, Hex splashing, just seeing whether they wanted to get over that wall. Croco going to get slowed down by the Extendo Beam, but not too worried about it. Closer and Prince have done a lot of damage in this game. Surprising that Prince doesn't have the largest number, given the fact that he's the 7-1-4 Sivir against the 0-1-10 support Azir. But Closer just hasn't been able to get those last hits that I think he may actually deserve in this game, because his Azir, he's like making me think that maybe Azir is a champion worth picking, because we saw last week and the week before he really was falling down and down. I mean, as far as his ability to actually win games.
If you're actually actively either Emperor's dividing in a team fight defensively to protect the carry, who's Sivir in these early game fights, who's already accelerated, or you're just simply doing a lot of damage with your Sand Soldiers in an extended fight non-stop instead of just looking for miracles, which I feel like so many of our Azir players in the LCK have done. So I've seen, you know, no offense and not trying to put a call out, but BDD, like, he has not had a great win rate on the Azir and has often walked out of fights with no ults and no damage because he was looking for the perfect ultimate that just never came. This is not the way you have to play Azir in this meta. You have to walk that tightrope of being threatening, but also closing the door on teams by just putting those health bars low, harassing. He chose Leandri's this game and Banshee's Veil because he wants to play that slower fight so the Prince can then follow up the damage, and just been so clean from 10 out of 12 of these kills in his pocket.
Well, Croco going to engage on a Noggery here. Noggery does more damage than him. Bible's rotating over as Dove going to flash on forward. They do manage to get the Glacial Prison as Canyon's going to come down first. Doctom looking for his opportunity. Prince is going to turn up, but are they too late? Croco survives for approximately forever, and Liv Sandbox are the ones that are able to pick up the kill. Showmaker goes down first as now the flash out of the way of the heroic charge. Dove manages to get more CC. Prince is taken down though. Noggery's going to turn it on its head as Canyon's the next target, but it's Doctom that needs to die. Noggery as well now putting his Riftmaker to use as he's getting over to the side. He wants to kill this Sejuani if he can. I didn't even know who won that fight. It was officially Liv Sandbox in the end because they got more kills. And now Closer turns up, and they definitely turn it into their favor as Noggery's the only one left alive.
They could have actually just ignored Doctom and went to push. He's got his IE now, a little bit too late. And I want everyone to point out as, okay, we're going to go to the beginning of this. This was, you know, quite some time ago. But I want to point out when we go to that fight where Azir is, because now the fight is well and truly on, right? And there's no teleport for Closer. He's just like, I'm going to grab a turret. Can you guys buy time? And the Prince says, this is all about me, by the way. And all the resources used to kill him mean that he has enough time for, guess who comes down? Closer. He's like, oh, remember how close this was? It was exciting. Well, I wasn't there, and I'm here now with my Banshee's Veil, and I'm going to carry the last parts of this as Dove just baits them in further. Baron, by the way, goes over to Liv Sandbox in live, and they have so much control over this game. It feels like game one all over again.
Yep. Doctom tried to do some Jet Set radio escaping, and it did not work. Dove here just pushing out this top wave. Showmaker answering. And Liv Sandbox have all of the control in the universe. And Prince is back alive again. 8, 2, and 6. Does have his more Malmodius done. Also now has a stopwatch. Needs to wait until his flash comes off cooldown. I really like this Ghost adaptation that we've seen from our Sivers as well. Just makes her so incredibly fast in the Zeri matchup. It's like, yeah, Zeri, I get it. You know, you can press R and you're really fast, but I can press Ghost, and I'm also very fast because I have Fleet of Foot and On the Hunt as well.
Yeah, On the Hunt is a big problem for Doctom this game. And unfortunately, with Banshee's Veil up, look at the items for Dove. Like, he just went straight into Force of Nature. There's just no way for Noggery to carry nor for Doctom to carry because they don't have a real fighting chance with, you know, Night Harvester Galio, who's just being deleted by Prince every time he tries to go in. And there's a real angle for Croco here for me on POG if Liv Sandbox end up taking it, but after watching Prince in these last two fights, I'm going to have to go the other way, I think. I mean, the guy has just popped off so incredibly well in these fights, and like his positioning has been good. He's been willing to challenge the Gwen. He's been willing to challenge the Galio. He knows where to put his damage in the front to back with a Sivir.
And now we're up to Elder. It's going to be live right now. Damwon Kia have made it out of their base, at least for the moment. And Showmaker has his heroic entrance up and available. Difficult game with heroic charge and heroic entrance both in it. As Liv Sandbox, they're going to start this, and Damwon Kia just cannot move in.
Closer on the flank angle has flash and
this is going down. They can't actually get in at all. Showmaker can try and get over the side. Croco's going to lock that one down, and now Canyon's just running for the hills. There's the heroic entrance, but is it too little and is it too late as Noggery will go golden, but they take down the cow. Noggery's going to get taken out as well. They have enough CC as the dragon will managed to breathe fire on the Gwen. That says goodbye. Now, Doctom, how are we supposed to navigate our way out of this one? The rest of the team are like, well, Zeri's alive, but we don't really care.
Prince
The
is
Nexus
just-
is also alive.
Prince is just casually grinning from ear to ear at home.
Yeah.
10-2. Last time he was donated a bunch of kills by DRX when he was playing the Sivir. You know, it was 11 kills that were for free. Not this time. This time he earned them. 10 kills in his pocket, and he's like, yeah, come at me. You pick Zeri, we're going to let you have it.
And he looked damn good at it while he was there as well. Prince, great game. I think Closer, a fantastic game as well on this Azir, as we are going to start the fight underneath the base. Some desperation here from Damwon. Emperor's Divide to deliver Doctom to the team. To decent pulverize, but I think it's too little, and I think it's definitely too late as Liv Sandbox just mopped the floor with Damwon Kia. This wasn't even close, ladies and gentlemen. This was a 2-0 for Damwon Kia in the first round robin. This time, Liv Sandbox respond in kind at the right time of the season. This is normally when Liv Sandbox fall down. This is normally where the pressure gets too much, but they have rallied today, and this 2-0 was a shellacking.
It was an absolute dominant series from them, and you know, those Liv Sandbox predictors, I think, in part predicted this because of the shakiness from Damwon Kia in recent games. I also mentioned I knew they were going to make a roster adjustment. I didn't know which at the time I predicted, but that in itself for me was enough to feel like, all right, well, this probably won't be their series. But I did not think, I think any Sandbox predictor tonight did not think it was going to be this one-sided. Maybe a 2-0, but even that was like pretty hard to say. But for how dominant these wins were for Liv Sandbox and how poorly the mid-game fights went for Damwon Kia, those failed engages, that failed dive in the mid-game that if you're a Damwon fan, it's just going to be in your nightmares this week. Let's not forget, Damwon Kia's matches this week, they had Liv Sandbox in the first one, 0-2. They have Genji next, then Kwangdong, okay, maybe a little bit of a break, then T1. Their last matches of the season are incredibly difficult, and getting bopped like this, 2-0, and having a new support player in, and you're changing your roster up, they might not finish strong here.
Yeah, and if they lose to Genji, then we could be looking at the Kwangdong series being like, this is the battle to stay in playoffs, you know? Kwangdong Freaks are the only other team that really has much of a chance of challenging for that 6th position in the playoffs. So it might be that matchup has a lot more relevance if we see a resurgence from DRX and some of our other teams. But man, Liv Sandbox, this is exactly the right time to be peaking this hard. And they looked so, so good. Coordination, drafting, Croco, the aggression is absolutely there. And managing to play the Wukong to this level when it has been nerfed so many times really is starting to make me a believer of the priority that they put on that champion.
For me, like, it goes back to what I said at the beginning of Game 2 when we first got on the Rift is how incredible would it be if they could 2-0 here on red side, let the Zeri through, have their Sivir answer that, yeah, Prince won against Deft super hard last time around, but it was one of those games where it's like, okay, he's playing Vayne, some kills were fed over.
It was a weird game, yeah.
It was a weird game, and you're not feeling great about Prince's Sivir, not because he played it badly, but because you're like, well, I don't know how much stock we can put into this one game. And then he comes out against Damwon Kia. Doctom is undefeated on the Zeri. He dunks on him in lane. They absolutely control those early dives so incredibly well. Take some farm away from Doctom. He falls super far behind. Their mid-game fights were overall very clean. And, you know, this flash smite steal for Croco is one of the big reasons why they end up taking this game. But look at the follow-up damage in the fight. Like the Azir ultimate. Damwon Kia just looked so timid, so indecisive. And yeah, I think part of that is obviously new support player on the roster. But how does that explain the last few matches where we had the same problem? You know, it's been a downward trend, and it feels like it's not getting better here towards the last parts of the season, which is the worst place to dip in performance.
No, exactly right. Unless there's going to be a huge change as we move over to 12-14, which is a very, very large patch. It might be that Damwon Kia can use that as a springboard to find some more momentum, but as it stands right now, if you're a Damwon fan, I think it's worrying signs. Worrying signs. And they will most likely make it to playoffs regardless. So this match isn't necessarily for all the marbles or anything like that. But if this is how they're going to play, then it might be that they don't make it past the first round, right? And they're going to be relying on their spring points that they did manage to get quite a lot of
They could be
in order to qualify for Worlds.
They could be a play-in seed. You know, it's entirely possible. And we'll have to keep our eyes on that as we go to these last few moments here in this game. But we'll be keeping our eyes on that in the coming weeks because it's a tough end of the season for Damwon Kia.
No, it definitely is. They might need a bit of this as some motivation to get themselves into a better position. We know that motivation has been a thing that Damwon Kia have spoken about before since their World Championship victory in 2020. But that was a long time ago now. Prince, 34.3 thousand damage. At one point in that game, it was Closer that was leading as far as that number was concerned. Prince certainly took over.
Yeah. Kroko for me was leading in POG until the mid-game because his Cyclones were amazing, not only aggressively but also to peel. Closer had some great ults, but Prince, he took the gold he had and he popped off. He said, Showmaker, you're not allowed to play the game. Every time Galio goes in, his health bar just disappears.
Yeah. And Dove as well, we have to give him a shout out for his weak side play. This one's for Chronicler because, of course, he's the one that stands up for Dove all the time. He absorbed so much pressure, didn't really matter that the Gwen got too far ahead. But we are going to throw it over to the gentleman on the desk, so Malk, I guess, can talk for himself.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast on that very swift series. A bit unexpected, but Liv Sandbox came out and they brought their paddle with them, and they went very hard in the paint, very quick. It all starts with the draft. What were your thoughts on those?
You might look at this and go, oh yeah, Croco POG. Oh yeah, no, Dove. It's always Dove, and the reason why I joke so much about this is because I actually do think that Damwon Kia's meta read right now with how they play as well is so far away from what other teams are doing, and instead of diverting resources to one of their strongest players, even though Dom looked kind of lost in that game, like I still think he's one of the players you want to play towards, they play towards topside, and then Lysembo's like, watch us care about Dove. Psych. And then they get the Drake stacking again, they get Prince monstrously fed, and then they just get run over.
Tubby, what do you think?
Yeah, it feels like, Dove losing first turret is a win con for LSB, because, hey,
yes.
If you trade it out for 2 dragons, if you trade it out for Kroko also taking down Duckdom in one of the Herald trades that we had, I think that was a really big mistake from DK. It's really what helped accelerate Prince in this game. It set Duckdom behind, and we didn't get to see Zeri have a certified Zeri moment. Instead, it was a certified Sever moment with Ghost, as Prince was so mechanically sound that game. Really, really impressive performance from him.
Yeah, Prince kind of insane, and I think that the more we watch Liv Sandbox, the more we just get impressed. As I think Wolf and Max were saying, they're going up at the exact right time, whereas Damwon are doing the exact opposite, unfortunately, for them. Let's take a look at highlight number 1 here, which is going to be this mid-fight, which is essentially, Damwon overextending a bit.
Yeah. Watch Liv Sandbox go from losing to Nongshim to pulling this, which is kind of shocking. Damwon Kia just look lost here, right? Like, immediate teleport comes through from Closer, rather, as soon as they read the play, and then Prince is just completely ignored here. Like, even if you end up killing Croco, which they don't, how many of these fights is Damwon going to try and force? And it kind of solidifies for me that Damwon as a team, they don't have a great meta read individually. Canyon in particular just doesn't look very good. And it all kind of, against Liv Sandbox, I think mistakes like that really show because they push leads so hard.
Yeah, and you said Liv Sandbox losing to Nongshim to this. I can also talk about DK being up 6k gold against KT 18 minutes into game 1 and then going 0-4 since then. So it's really weird kind of seeing these two teams that are so close in the standings slide. And I think that fight for DK, I saw it as, Sivir didn't have sums. So maybe that's why they decided to push the pace, but also they took it before Canyon could even get there. So they were still outnumbered in that fight on the back half, even though they opted into it. And again, the more gold that Prince got, the more he was able to cash it in, as it was really the one shutdown he gave away that was poor. But hey, they got a Baron off that. I mean, he was so far ahead in this game already, it didn't really matter.
Yeah, it was pretty huge, and as Cubby is kind of highlighting, I think Damwon's still dealing with some coordination issues, kind of losing trust in themselves as a team. Let's take a look at highlight number 2 here, which is, very soon after the first highlight, but again, it's just a huge fight win here, a smite steal from Kroko, and then everything goes their way.
I love Kroko, have for a while, but I never would have thought that he was just going to overtake Canyon as the better jungler, and at this point I don't even think it's close. Croco has been so much better in every single Smite fight that we have seen through basically the entirety of summer. His early impact dwarfs that of Canyon, and as pointed out previously, Liv Sandbox is so good at enabling Prince in these team fights.
And I mean, we're just singing the praises of Liv Sandbox on the desk. Also, I mean, someone we haven't really brought up, Closer, the Azir shout out. Azir, you know, maybe dropping in priority throughout the league, but Closer, I think these two games, the way that he was able to peel for Prince and how he split up some of these dragon fights as well, I think was really important for just giving Prince the space that he needed to function in these fights. And again, the Wukong Azir, we also saw Vyazir. These are big team fight comps that it feels like DK just opted into. They were outscaled at this point of the game, and was Sandbox punished?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think on another game, if Closer wasn't surrounded by the performances of Croco and Prince, he would have gotten POG twice. Like, he had some insane play, and even Kyle as well, as we talked about, and Dove always does his job, as we also love to talk about. Guys, we do have the POG ready. Let's see who does pick it up for game number 2. It will be Prince with now 1,000 POG points. He will join Ruler and Zeus up there tied for first.
The never-ending question of Liv Sandbox: do you vote for Croco for diving bot or for Prince to then 1v9ing the game? And answer differs. This one though from Prince, as Kabi already pointed out very nicely, I think just too clean, pushed his leads so well.
And I mean, I really think it's worth, you know, taking a look at the fact that he's doing this against Duckdom. Also now above aiming in terms of POG points, tied it for first in the entire league. That could be a really fun matchup later in the week as this Soundbox again have a chance to prove themselves against KT, the team that at the moment seems like they might have broken Damwon Kia.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about predictions, me and Chronicler, and he was like, well, I should have voted for Liv Sandbox in this, but at least I got them later in the week when they go up against KT, and now I'm kind of regretting that I didn't go for them as well after seeing this performance. As we mentioned, Prince up there on top. He will be on top above them for now. 9 out of 13 as 3 votes for Croco and one for Closer. You know, it's very similar once again, but I do believe, guys, that we do have the interview ready to go, so hopefully Ji-sun is ready to go and we can hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview, joined by Prince from the cardboard and also Kyle, live from the Lone Park Stadium. Congratulations! With this 10th win of the split, you guys locked in a spot in the playoffs. How do you feel? I'm so happy with the 2-0 victory today. Yeah, Liv Sandbox finally broke the losing streak against Damwon Kia as well. Prince was not able to play together at Lone Park, so how is he feeling right now after catching COVID? Well, yeah, I felt kind of lonely, you know, sitting there by myself without my AD carry, but I didn't really care too much. Because Prince yesterday was feeling very ill, but today it has gotten a lot better. He's feeling way better today, so I think he did a great job. Today, Damwon Kia fielded Bible in this series. Did you guys have any information about him? I heard he plays a lot of, you know, engaged supports. Was it hard to kind of predict his play style? Not really. And Kyle, with today's victory, Renata is on 7-game winning streak. Especially game number 1, Kalista Renata were popping off, and then Damwon Kia decided to remove them in game 2. What kind of strength does Kalista Renata comp have in the current meta? I think in a vacuum, 2v2 fight, they always win, and also after they get through lanes, they can even play 2v3 and still win. And I think it is their PowerPoint. In game number 1, you guys are able to get 4 drakes in a row and got the soul at about 22 minutes into the game. In game number 2, similar in as game number 1. So was today's focus on Drake? Was that the plan? Not really, because we had Prio down on the bottom lane and also the mid lane, so we were able to easily kind of connect that into a Drake takes. Game number 1, you know, you were so good at setting up team fights for your team, especially with that ult. Were you expecting some POG after that performance? To be honest, not really. And Live Sandbox, after a year, confirmed a playoff spot. And this is your first playoffs in your career. How does that feel? Well, it feels kind of surreal because I'm more happy about the fact that we won 2-0 right now. To wrap up this interview with Kyle, and message over to the fans. Thanks to all your support, we were able to get this precious 2-0 victory. Thank you. Once again, congratulations on the win. And this will be the end of the first half of the interview with Kyle. And now we're gonna call Prince for this remote interview, joining us from house or home live. It's gonna be a video call with Prince. Waiting for his response. Welcome, Prince. And congratulations on the win and also the POG. Am I live right now? I think we're having a little bit of a technical issue right here with the connection. Am I live? Is it on? Oh yeah, I hear you. I hear you. How are you feeling, Prince? Well, in fact, I had like fever of 39 degrees Celsius, but I was not telling my teammates that I'm feeling super bad, but I'm so glad that we are able to actually win this series. How does it feel to be able to play at playoffs after 1 year? Looking at the you know, record, it is true, but I think our players are even like playing better and stronger, so I think we can aim for even higher. So what was your kind of mindset heading into this series, especially after all the COVID situation? Because I was sick and not feeling well, I tried my best to, you know, take medications, because like if you actually like take this COVID medications, you know, you actually feel kind of drowsy. But our team doctor actually managed to bring the best kind of COVID cure here, and he helped me out so much to feel better for this series. Game number 2, you guys decided to let Zeri through, and prior to this game, Dr. Zeri was actually undefeated so far. Do you think Sivir is definitely a very strong counter into that Zeri? I mean, she can definitely deal with Zeri, but looking at our comp and looking at our current performance, we thought we're gonna be able to do well against the Zeri. In game 2, well, Damwon Kia took both of the heralds and they took down the outer turret on the mid lane, but you guys are able to make a comeback. Where was the turning point for Live Sandbox? After we actually let them take the second herald, we were definitely in a rough spot. But still, we were able to, you know, we were just like on a decent status and then a little bit bad, so it was not too bad. So we were not too worried about the entire game status because we knew that we will be able to still play the game. Today, not only the bottom duo, but also the mid jungle duo were popping off as well. Any compliments over to other teammates? I think the top side of our team plays better when I'm ill. I mean, their form, their gameplay was so good. I loved it today. So yeah, I was so happy. Kyle, what about you? Do you think the top side of the map were playing better today? Yeah, I think Dove was doing a great job. And Prince, I'm happy to see you joining us for this PUG interview. And I hope for a speedy recovery. What is your mindset for the rest of the split and also the playoffs? Well, I will do my best to prepare for all the remaining matches and do my best. And thank you very much for joining us for this interview. And this will be the end of the interview from Prince and Kyle, the bottom duo of Live Sandbox. And I'm going to pass it back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings and show where do we stand after all of this.
And with that win, Live Sandbox now locked in for playoffs. Important to note is that Damwon Kia, upon a Gen G win coming in the next series, will also be locked in. So for Gen G fans, even though this series is really going to sting because the form of your team is looking great right now, at the very least you have the opportunity to know that you get a chance to recuperate after the split is done.
And again, a huge statement game for Live Sandbox and have the chance to, push further up the standings and take KT down a peg later in the week as well. And I think it's really surprising, given the fact that Live Sandbox, this is a younger team being above DK and bouncing back. They got 2-0'd in week 1 against them, a dominant 2-0 today. I think it's really good signs heading into playoffs, and we'll see if they can maybe be one of the teams that can threaten Gen G or T1, something that, we've struggled to do here in the LCK so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Would not be surprised maybe in the future. We'll have to see the forms when we do get to playoffs, of course, because our top 2 teams are looking incredibly scary. And that is not great news for Kwangdong, who does have to go up against Gen G in our second match, but we'll see if we can get a big upset there as Gen G are looking insanely strong, steamboating everybody, Chronicler, in this league. But guys, we're going to take a bit of a break, maybe 50 minutes to an hour, and we'll see you then for the second match.
네, 명예의 전당에 오르기 위한 LCK 팀들의 자존심을 건 대결이 시작된다. 스트릿 롤 파이터. 안녕하세요. 진행을 맡은 판다니엘입니다. 반갑습니다.
네, 저는 빛다니엘입니다. 반갑습니다.
아, 반갑습니다.
너무 반가워.
네. 자, 초대 우승팀 T1에 이어서 2회 우승팀 KT 그리고 3회 우승팀 프레디 프리온까지 명예의 전당에 세 팀이 오른 가운데 오늘 네 번째 자리에 도전하러 온 두 팀을 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
먼저 우리는 도전을 두려워하지 않는다. 인조이 챌린지 디자.
우리의 열정은 아무도 막을 수 없다. 패션 얼웨이즈 윈 광동 프리! 자, 그럼 DRX와 광동 프리스의 물러설 수 없는 대결 스트릿 롤파이터 지금부터 시작하겠습니다. 간단한 또 몸풀기 코너를 준비를 해봤습니다. 이 리그 오브 레전드 상체 싸움도 중요하겠습니다만은 이 하체도 굉장히 중요하지 않겠습니까?
요즘 바텀 메타예요.
너무 중요합니다. 그래서 준비했습니다. 하체 싸움 허벅지 씨름을 이겨라!
가위바위보를 해가지고 저희가 이제 공격과 수비를 정할 거예요. 3전 2선승제고요. 세트별로 선수 교체가 가능하다라는 거. 그리고 최종 승리한 팀이 이제 저희가 본 게임 1라운드에 순서 선택권이 있기 때문에 꼭 열심히 참여를 해주셔야 됩니다.
그러면은 양 팀의 허벅지 씨름 대표를 일단 뽑아 주시길 바라겠습니다. 한 명씩만 일단 나오고 좀 부실하다 그러면 교체할 수 있어요.
자, 3전 2선승제예요. 3전 2선승제.
자, 그러면은 양 팀의 선수들이
자, 선발 선수.
자리로 앉아주시기 바라겠습니다.
네, 맞아.
지금 뭐래요?
맞아? 야,
깜짝 놀랐네.
자, 어느 쪽이 공격, 어느 쪽이 수비 먼저 할지 가위바위보로 정하도록 하겠습니다. 가위바위보! 가위바위보! 모함승.
자, 뭐 어떻게 할 거예요?
수비 먼저 하겠습니다.
수비 먼저
네,
하겠다.
수비를 하겠다.
보기만 해도 즐겁다.
주먹 하나 이상 벌어져야 인정입니다. 시작!
바로 지금.
이거 주먹 들어간다.
바로 지금.
이거 주먹 들어간다.
모함 선수는 지금 뭐 하는 거예요 지금? 이거 못 막아요? 어떻게 된 거예요?
너무 세시네요, 너무.
너무 세다. 얘가 지금 어떻게 이겨?
1세트를 DRX가 승리를 했고 광동 선수 교체 있습니까 혹시?
선수 교체 없이?
무조건 너가 해.
진짜 아니야.
너가 확정 승리인데. 선수 교체 한번 하겠습니다.
좋아요. 몸풀기.
그렇지.
패한 팀에서 또 한번 골라볼까요 그러면?
그렇게 이번에 그럼 어떻게 뭐
공격할래?
해보실까요?
공격하겠습니다.
공격하고 그러겠다.
오케이, 네.
수비는 좀 힘들 것 같다.
진짜 준비하시고.
스트레칭 한번 하고 시작해요.
괜찮아요.
스트레칭.
그럼 중요하지. 그럼
야, 이거-
또 운동하잖아요.
이러고 지금 웃기겠다.
찢어질 수가 있겠다.
이게 위험한데?
그러니까 운동을 하니까
너 이러고 지금 어떡하려고 자,
좋아요.
자,
일단 허벅지를 딱 붙여주시고.
딱 붙여주시고 좋아요.
준비 시작. 광동 프리스.
못 풀지 마, 남성. 못 풀지 마.
제카 다시 나와야 될 것 같은데 이거는.
야, 여기 할 사람 없어.
그럼 어떻게 뭐 공수 바꿔서 해볼까요? 괜찮아요, 뭐든?
네네.
오, 상관없다.
오.
자, 마지막 세트 가보도록 하겠습니다. 선 세트 시작. 아니 공격이 좋은가 보네.
뭐지?
어쨌든 최종 스코어는 광동 프리스 승.
축하합니다.
고생했어요.
너무 고생했어요.
자, 그러면
게임은 할수
혹시
있으니까.
재미로 뭐
창현 선수가 한번 나가면 어떨까?
예, DRX는 표시. 정글 싸움.
정글 싸움 간다.
자, 가위바위보에서 공수 정하도록 하겠습니다.
가위바위보.
가위바위보.
주먹이야 뭐야? 상남자.
표시 공격 수비.
공격이 힘들어. 공격하겠습니다.
공격이 쉽다.
오케이.
뒤에 자세가 나와.
그러니까
뭐야?
여기 시작.
안 돼? 뭐야? 아니, 없어.
잘한다는 느낌으로.
나도 고민받는데. 타격 보는 줄 알았네. 씨.
엘림스!
축하합니다.
1라운드 대결을 저희가 시작을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이름하여 겹바 닥투스 이어 말하기
퀴! 그렇습니다. 리그 오브 레전드와 관련된 단어를 저희 MC가 먼저 말을 하면 선수들은 3초 안에 뒤에 이어질 단어를 말하면 됩니다.
자리 그래서 편하게 지금. 네. 자, 광동 프레스는 그대로 갑니까?
그대로.
오케이.
선택권이 먼저 할지 나중에 할지를 정할 수가 있거든요.
저기 먼저.
저
오케이.
먼저 하겠다. 자, 그러면은 지금부터 DRX부터 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 첫 번째 이거
네.
챔피언 스킬이에요. 화려한
등장.
정답. 처음으로 맞췄어요. 자, 공허
해요. 공허증인가?
자, 광동 갑니다.
해롱해롱
방울.
땡! 앙 땡! 계열병 너랑
나랑.
땡! 쌍권총
발사.
땡!
시공간 이동 땡! 사건의
땡! 도와줘?
땡!
좀 어렵네, 이거.
어떡하죠? 계속 할까요?
리그 오브 레전드 아이템명입니다. 정확하게 공식 영어로 답변해 주셔야 돼요. 가보도록 하겠습니다.
네.
여신의
눈물.
정답
정답. 방출의
팡이.
땡!
아닙니다. 방금
네.
팡이 아닙니다.
자, 그럼 방출의
마법봉.
정답. 쓸데없이
편지팡이.
정답. 사라진
양피즈.
정답. 거인의
거인의 허리띠.
정답.
오, 이거 바로 갈 수 있겠는데요?
네, 자, 신록의
장벽.
정답.
한 번에 끝났습니다. 광동 프리스 첫 번째 카테고리 아이템 퀴즈는 광동 프리스가 승리를 가져가면서 1등으로 앞서 나가게 됐고
네, 자, 두 번째 퀴즈로는 저희가 이제 인물 관련된 걸 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 네.
이거는 좀 이제 다소 쉬울 수 있기 때문에 저희가 왕복으로
자, DRX부터 가도록 할게요. 문제 주세요.
하나 둘셋
정답.
하나 둘셋
앰비션.
저 전데요? 네.
네, 알겠습니다.
건이 형이야?
자,
자, 아직도 정답 모르겠어요?
역변을.
바로 광동으로 가보도록 할게요.
광동 첫 번째 문제 주세요.
하나 둘셋
나랑.
정답. 하나 둘셋
데디.
정답.
하나 둘
고릴라.
정답.
정답.
네,
정답입니다.
배우입니다.
네. 테디. 하나
마타.
정답.
하나 둘셋
울프.
정답.
렌즈.
정답.
페이트.
야마토케노.
정답. 오, 이제 두 분밖에 안 남았어요.
남았어요.
자, 엘린.
식.
정답. 자, 아저씨 다 이제 마지막 긴 선수만 맞히면 또 승리하는 거예요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
허수기 대표님.
정답입니다. 아, 감독이 다시 한번 인물 퀴즈까지 승리를 가져가면서 2대 0으로 승리를 가져갑니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 첫 번째 이어 말하기는 광동 프리스가 승리했습니다. 축하합니다.
아. 2, 1.
쉬운데?
오, 쉽다. 오, 쉽다 나왔어요.
끝났다. 이거 못 맞추기만 해. DRX에서 그래도 이렇게 안 그릴 것 같은데. 아, 엘리마.
이거 성의 있게 안 할래? 이게 뭐야, 이게 지금 이게.
So between KT, Lift Sandbox, and DRX, like who do we feel has the best shot? Because I think that's actually a really interesting question.
So if you asked me this question at the beginning of 2 days ago, I'd be like, oh, it's Live Sandbox and DRX are terrible and Dom1 are definitely going, they're just looking better and better. But then like DRX kind of like schooled Dom1 and we had in the post-match interview talking to Pioshik was actually really kind of eye-opening, him talking about the fact that his coaching staff have given him time to rest. He hasn't been dealing with as much of the ridiculous amounts of pressure because they figured out how to sort of mitigate that. And that sort of even just that interview, yes, they managed to beat Damwon Kia. That's probably the main reason why we should be like standing up and recognizing DRX. But the fact that it's Pyoshik that's found a way to rejig how he thinks about the game and how good he looked on the Lee Sin as well. Like, I'm starting to feel like the DRX hype train's about to leave the station again. So I'm now really confused. I don't even know. Like, is Damwon Kia even going to make it to playoffs, man? Like,
we always repeat our past mistakes. Just as I get excited for Liv Sandbox, Max gets excited for a team with Deft. And last time they did make it to World, so yeah.
Yeah, it worked out. It worked out. So,
Yeah, obviously for me it's Sandbox, even though I don't want to publicly admit that I believe I do, and I really want him to make it. I want to see Croco go to play-ins because I think it'd be something that we all need. It's been a rough year. COVID's still not gone. I just need Croco to go to play-ins and Prince to Zeri on some people, and that will make me very happy.
So until we had that KT Nongshim match that was played yesterday from the time that we're recording, I felt like KT was more consistent than both Liv Sandbox and DRX, but for a long time I was thinking I want Liv Sandbox to be our 4th seed. I think they have the most potential depth. I think that personally I'd rather see new and young players actually get a chance at Worlds instead of Deft. I know it's his last year and everybody wants to see him get one more run through Worlds. I'm like, yeah, but he had a lot of chances, right? I'd rather see some new blood. I want to see I want to showcase to the world, literally at the World Championship, what else we have. That was kind of my personal feeling, but I've kind of changed my opinion after watching how KT and Liv Sandbox have operated and how reliant they are. It's basically are we sending Liv Sandbox and KT to Worlds, or are we sending Prince and Aiming to Worlds? The rest of the team has been extremely inconsistent, and their play style and draft style is so extremely one-dimensional that DRX has shown us a lot more depth. They can play strong side bottom, with a Callista. They can play scaling draft. They can play a tempo draft. We've seen so many different ways the DRX have approached the game in so many different ways, whereas KT and Sandbox are cool, 80 carry meta. We got the 80 carry. We're going to do it. We don't know what the meta's going to look like at Worlds, so thinking about it more, right now I'm kind of feeling for the LCK and the sake of what we appear as a region, I'm I think DRX is the most versatile team we could send, so I'm kind of hoping they pull
by sending DRX before Wolf, and it did not go well. Just so you know, that team had Chovy and Keria on it.
I know,
and it still didn't go well.
I can't believe you would do Dove like that, man. Completely ignoring the best weak side top laner in the LCK.
But also,
the king of role players, Dove.
My favorite thing is that you're talking about Liv Sandbox being one-dimensional. That's their shtick. That's how they win. Actually, they haven't changed their playstyle
2.5 years
ever since they qualified to the LCK, and it's only now starting to work. It's just hilarious that they use. There's no surprise. They don't come at you from an angle and they're like, oh, no one's figured out how to deal with this Liv Sandbox. No, they will just take every single fight and we'll just see how it turns out. And it turns out they're just getting better at all being on the same page when they do it. It's like watching a steamroller or a steamboat, if you will, just gather momentum. And they're now just starting to go too fast,
So if I can give my thoughts, I think that... to be honest, I think, we can say, oh, Liv Sandbox is just Prince and KT is just Aiming. I think especially for KT, that is true. I think after yesterday and how they struggled with Nongshim, in my mind, KT is a very solid 3rd place out of these 3 teams. But it's very difficult for me to say between DRX and Liv Sandbox right now. I think that Prince and his performance against Gen G and, how angry he looks, how determined and passionate he is, and the fact that I think that Closer and Croco have actually been looking better. I think Dove, trying his best, trying to move away from that weak side top, trying to not just play Gragas every game was, not necessarily successful against Doran the other day on Gen G.
If Gimgoon can
win
Worlds, so can Dove.
He tried his best, but it was a fail. I still think, though, that Croco and Prince might just be good enough to push them over the line. And Closer has been looking better and better as well. So in my mind, DRX were having a lot of success, and somehow they caught Damwon Kia off guard, just like Kwangdong caught T1 off guard. But at the same time, I don't. That's not enough for me to say like, oh, DRX should be number 1 out of this list. I think that Live Sandbox with Krako and Prince, I don't have the same kind of anti-bias that that Mao is trying to have with Live Sandbox. I just think actually they might be number 1 in my mind out of these 3.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think Prince is good enough, to be honest.
It's hard for me because for a long time I thought DRX's playstyle was too stagnant. Like they're like, oh, we're just gonna put Deft on Callista every game, and then we're gonna put Zeka on a scaling mid, whether it's Corki or Azir. It's one of those 2 champions. And then occasionally when he doesn't get it, he's like, oh, I'll play a Kali and I hope this works. But I feel like DRX have really figured out like how to change their drafts and move away from Deft playing just hard on the bottom side. Like he can play scaling champions. He was very famous for playing scaling champions across his career. He's doing it again. When he played Jinx the other day, I was kind of concerned, like, ooh, like this could be one of those games where like Deft just doesn't pop off, like he falls behind. It's very rare for him on the Jinx, but not because it was Jinx, because like, okay, slower paced game for him. He hasn't been playing that style this season, and then he just completely popped off. He did everything he needed to do. We were like, oh yeah, that's right, it is Deft's Jinx. Like, for me, like I'm leaning towards him just because I think Pyosik has found his form again after taking that break, and all 3 of these teams, like KT, Sandbox, and DRX, like the second you think, oh, there's hope, like they always take it away from you. Like they always crush you. So I'm saying this carefully, but right now I like to say I'm very optimistic about DRX's chances.
I think in the way that Chronicler is getting excited about Live Sandbox, even though he's trying desperately not to. We've been burned by Pyosik before, and to be honest, I don't know. Like taking a short break and having a good series against Damwon, I don't think is enough for me to believe. I need more. I need more Pyosik. I think Kingen, he looked great in the beginning of the season where he could play Ornn when it was meta, but now it's like like silence. I don't know, like where has he been?
I'd actually argue, and maybe this is good because I know we're gonna throw some spice. I actually think that the only actually truly exceptional part of DRX right now is Zeka, and I think the rest of that team is looking. On some days, I think they look incredible.
Hey, Barrel's got some good shot calling.
I was gonna say, like, I'm on the Barrel hype train a little bit as well.
I love Barrel shot calling, but again, this is also coming. Like we've also seen again that I think DRX consistently overperform when they play against Damwon, because when Barrel says in an interview,
not consistently. Over the past couple of series,
well, the last
they've consistently tanked
recently.
For this year, right, or for this split, right?
Yeah,
like I think that when Barrel says in interviews, I stayed up to 4 a.m. because I wanted the draft that beat Damwon, and they beat Damwon. I think that's good, but the only truly consistent player that has looked good, I think, the entire split is Zeka. And I actually would agree with Veldes that even though there's still some Kroko moments, overall, weirdly enough, Live Sandbox actually is really consistent this split. Like, especially when I see their game that they had against Gen G.
I think they're consistent to a fault. Yeah, they will do the same thing every single game, and sometimes it works. Most of the time it works this season, and sometimes it doesn't. But they will Live Sandbox you.
Yeah.
Reliably.
And I think it's really good to have a team like that in the LCK, because a lot of LPL teams play a lot more with that mindset, and it catches us off guard pretty often. Of course, the execution on those teams is a lot higher, but
Live Sandbox, if Live Sandbox goes to Worlds, it would be like the team you do not want to have in your group. You just do not want to have that team in your group.
They are the even like doesn't matter like unless you're a wild card, because then Kroko just runs in level 2, dies, and then you just win the game. Like I can also see them
I
take
feel like
on
if you're a wild card team, you're just going to do it worse than Live Sandbox. Live Sandbox beats you in the mirror of the chaos, and then if you're just trying to play a standard straight up game, then like Live Sandbox just. They become a trap game. If you try to prepare too much for them, it ruins your group.
Do you know what I would see happening in that sort of matchup? I would see Live Sandbox like invading into an enemy that has Braum, like losing 3 people to nothing, but then Kroko still ganks bot lane level 2, and they still get a double kill, and they still win the game. Like that's how that's like the kind of like full lizard
That's the
brain
way.
that they would be going with.
They are the lizard brain team.
Yeah,
like and I think in
crocodile
a good way.
brain. Yeah. Be it on the top side of the map or in the jungle, you know.
But DRX versus Sandbox is really fun, and I can't wait to see who actually ends up being the better one of those two teams.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm kind of with Wolf here because I can't help it to feel a little bit better about DRX after taking down Damwon Kia. We haven't necessarily seen Live Sandbox find, like, the last time we saw them sitting here right now was getting smashed by Gen G, like everybody else who plays against Gen G.
They got smashed pretty well.
Although game 1 was very close.
They did lose by less than a lot.
Yeah.
That is true.
It was an improvement from the last time they got smashed.
Yeah, it was like the best game of the season.
That's true. It was actually. It was probably the most fun game of the season. Yeah. It was a weird dichotomy that day because we had not only the most fun, most exciting game, but also the least fun, least exciting game. It was a roller coaster of emotions. It absolutely was.
By the way, Live Sandbox versus DRX match 67.
That is actually
coming soon to an LCK near you.
So I'm so torn because we have to do our suggestions for match of the week, and there's a telecom war where both KT and T1 just dropped games to teams that should be way worse than them, and so it's like, oh, who's gonna stumble the most? Question mark. It's gonna be KT, but still an exciting telecom war, to be perfectly honest. Then there's DRX versus Live Sandbox, which I think is like kind of actually the match of the week. And then there's
What's the other one,
Gen G
Max?
versus T1, but like, but honestly,
that one's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's a good match.
It's
a
not
good
great,
match,
it's
but it
okay.
means literally nothing for the standings.
Yeah.
It means nothing at all.
I love.
What do
a
you
hot take,
mean?
Max.
Gen G could win and take first.
Well, I mean,
have
I think what Max
first.
is saying is...
Well, they could secure first.
They've secured first. They're 3 points ahead.
No, but no. I know what Veldos means.
So if they lose,
That was spring.
no. Right now they're 3 points ahead.
No, they're...
After they win their next match, they're at least 3 points ahead.
Against Hanwha Live.
I'm just saying nothing is set in stone, and that could be the decider.
Okay, for me, it's like, all right, we're gonna see this match a third time in the finals. So like, I'm not that excited about it. I mean, it's very exciting, but it's
that's like
I think that's what
basically
Max
my
is
point.
basically what he's saying is like,
and T1
sure,
will be first because they'll be one match score ahead theoretically if they manage to beat
they
KT.
win, yeah.
we have two very clear number 1 and number 2 teams, and like we don't know which one is number 1 yet. But like that's what the finals is for. Like regular season, it's like So for me, like when you're choosing match of the week, like you kind of just want to be like, I don't want to pick that one again. Like we've already
that's what
like,
I'm feeling.
This like I get
I
where
feel
Max is
personally
coming from.
attacked as someone who picked that as match of the week.
Yeah. Well,
just saying because it's just a great best of 3. Even though it doesn't mean much.
oh man, I want to do it, but I can't do it to Cubby. Not right here.
We'll have lots of opportunities for that.
It was too easy. That particular window was too easy, and I'm not going to take it. If you guys don't have context, that's okay. You don't need it. But yeah, I think that like next week or the week that you guys are about to be watching is going to be so much fun, and I think that I'm starting to feel like maybe if you guys see, I guess if you saw on Sunday that there was an underline on the DRX Live Sandbox series, then you'll know that I've flip-flopped.
I actually, I love that more than T1 KT.
I do now because like
now that we've given it some thought.
Yeah, if like KT had have smashed Nongshim and it wasn't even close.
And Bro T1 was.
And Bro
actually
T1 was
close.
really shaky. Like.
Well, shaky's better than close.
Yeah, I think
close.
it was shaky. So that would have been like, can KT take advantage? But then like, BDD got a pentakill in game 2. So like, I don't know.
Hey, Vikla played really well in that third game.
Yeah, he did. He
finally figured it out.
In that third game, 4 times the charm, baby.
Yeah, it was not.
He did
my
get
favorite
Silas
Vikla
3 games in a
series.
row.
He did get Silas 3 games in a row.
Well, he got
But he
that
made it
out
look
of
like
it,
he
which
made
is
it look
not-
not strong.
I don't.
Vikla's main skill is making Silas look balanced and still winning. That's what he does.
He
That's
just
what he
really
does.
doesn't want it to get nerfed.
His
doing a good
laning
job,
phase
yeah.
is not the best.
I mean, BDD is also.
I love him
BDD
though. He's a
laned really
great
well.
player, but
Great addition.
he certainly does have some
needs
iffy
time.
maneuvers.
echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the depths that you
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. A beautiful look at Seoul Station there, as here we are, ready for our final matchup of the night. And Wolf, let's not beat around the bush. This could be very, very fast.
Should be a very one-sided affair. That is the expectation, but it's so important for Kwangdong to change the narrative tonight. If they win, and then win against DRX later on this week, their chances of making playoffs skyrocket. They'll have to pull it off first. It's still possible. Higher chance than Nongshim at the moment, but they've got a mountain to climb in this first series.
Yeah, and in fact, if Kwangdong Freaks win in any fashion, Nongshim are in fact out entirely. If Genji wins, there is still a slim chance that Nongshim make it into playoffs, 0.0012%. Or something like that. They are likely to be eliminated over the next few days, is basically what that one boils down to. Kwangdong Freaks, we'll see whether they can climb the hurdle, because of course Genji have on their minds beating the game score record of +29, which has been done by 3 teams over quite a few years. Let's get into points of the match here and get this series underway. A must-win for the future. Yep.
Save that 7.32 chance. Remaining matches against DRX, Damwon, and Nongshim. So that Nongshim one, you know, you're feeling pretty good about your chances there. But then you will have to face off against DRX later this week. Damwon, Kia, reasonable match to take here for Kwangdong Freaks, I think, considering Damwon's current form.
Yep.
So if it starts tonight, like tonight is, I think, the toughest match they have of the remaining 4. If they can do it tonight, maybe there's still hope.
I mean, if they can beat the best team in the league, then theoretically they can beat all the rest, right? Like, it does have to start with this one. Of course, they're not 100% eliminated, I don't think, with a loss here, but things go down to dire straits. As we mentioned, Nongshim will be eliminated if Kwangdong Freaks manage to win. But if they lose, then it's just kind of business as usual, but it's much more difficult.
Look at this.
Kwangdong.
+24. If Genji continue to win 2-0 across the board, they can get up to +32. It would break a record map differential here for these teams. Notice there's only happened 3 times where 29 was hit. 2015 SKT, 2022 Spring SKT, aka T1, and Damwon Gaming in 2020 Summer. Very dominant run for them. All 3 of these teams in different eras here got the title as well. So if Genji can break that record, who knows? Maybe they get the title and maybe they end up getting a high spot in Worlds, but they are the most dominant team right now, and Teddy does have a winning record over Ruler just slightly. That could actually be evened up tonight.
It could. If Ruler does pick up the 2-0, then it will be 29-29. Very interesting that it's still in Teddy's favor, of course. You know, when Teddy was on T1 all those years ago, he, of course, did a lot of winning against Genji, which is where Ruler has been for the entirety of his career. So I'm kind of expecting this one to be evened out, and I think at the moment, given Ruler's current form, it shouldn't be too much of a surprise if it does happen.
Don't think so. Let's take a look at the round 2 stats here. Look at the objective control for Genji. First blood, very high, 60%. First turret, 8 out of 10. First Herald, 7 out of 10. First Dragon, 8 out of 10. This team gets early Drakes, they get early leads. I don't even want to look at the, the goal differences between these 2 in round 2. It just make you sad. Might make your head spin a little bit as well. It's a very strong season for Genji right now, and if they just continue to coast forward and take these wins here, they are almost guaranteed first place in the regular season as well, but they're looking to break some records.
They definitely are, and that champion kills per minute stat, that's the one that really stands out to me, because they have been aggressive, and we'll see whether this team can keep up with them. Of course, Kwangdong Freaks will be our home team tonight. Means that Genji will be starting off on the red side, as Kwangdong Freaks do have side selection and have chosen blue. Hoyt will also be starting, as you can see right there. And this is a team that has been picking up some comeback wins. Wolf, they try things out in game 1, and then they realize that they need Teddy on some sort of hyper carry, and then they win by doing that in the next 2 games. That's kind of how the template has been set up.
That's how the W's come through so far here this season. I think Keen has also had a pretty big resurgence of form in those last few games he played last week.
Like within their last series, actually. Yeah.
And I think we will see if he's given the opportunity that he likes to take the Gnar over the Gwen in that matchup. So some priority perhaps could be going into his pocket if they do, of course, continue to get blue side games, because they will start on blue side as you mentioned. We'll see if they end up winning or losing the first game. But their opponents on the other side of the Rift, Atlas, this team just destroyed T1 last week after all of us predicted against them on the English side. We were all saying, no, T1's going to do it again. Current form doesn't matter. We've seen Gen G fall before in these tough matches. But no, they 2-0. They come tonight. Chovy said in an interview leading into this matchup, it might have actually been after that T1 win, he said, yeah, everyone's saying we're guaranteed first because we beat T1. But it's not true. We still have some games to play. We still have some final wins to take to make sure we get that. A lot of teams get complacent when they beat their toughest opponent and have a coasting end of regular season. He said, that's not going to be us. We're going to stay focused and do our best to win. And that has been the story of Gen G. This team does not mess around. There's no fun picks. There's no troll picks. There's no, oh, this is an easy matchup for us. We're going to mess around a little bit in the mid game. This team plays to win each and every time, which is why they have the fastest game time right now in wins. Gen G look to be on another level from everybody else.
They certainly are. And you say that there's not fun picks. I mean, there are. They're just designed for those moments, right?
Yeah, the Singed was not for fun. It was for winning.
No, exactly. The Morgana jungle was not for fun. That was as designed as the Poppy counter that Peanut came up with. So they have certainly been stepping out of their comfort zone, but they've looked real good while doing it. And it's mainly this guy on the bottom side. Damage per gold, and he makes the most gold, everyone. Like, I don't know. Ruler is just... He's on an extra level. Like, he has been the best in the LCK at certain times over the last few years. Quite a few different times. But now, I think that he's eclipsed even his own records of being good.
Yeah.
Like, it's nuts how well he's played this season.
The biggest difference between these two, besides the gold difference at 15, is the kill participation. Notice that Ruler is 9th. So despite being the best AD carry, his team doesn't even necessarily rely on him. Whereas for Teddy, he's number 1. He's at 80% kill participation. If this team is killing people, he's involved. If his team is winning a team fight, it was because of him. It is basically no exceptions.
Yeah, or his team can only win with Teddy, whereas Ruler's team has Chovy on it and Peanut on it, and they have the most champion kills per minute, which means they're skirmishing all the time in the early game, while Ruler is just lining his pockets with all of that cash money on the bottom side of the map, you know? It's pretty crazy. Like, I love that stat because it really does bring out what makes Gen G so good, and it's not just Ruler, right?
Yeah.
Very cool.
I think this series is hard to sugarcoat, you know? I mean, it's Guangdong fans hoping for a miracle tonight because it has been a tough season, and you know, like many teams here at the end of 2022, we expected greater things of the roster that was put together, but the dream just never was realized. Whereas Gen G, they had a great spring season. They couldn't win the title, but this season they have looked even more coordinated. The meta suits them. It's a bot side meta where Ruler is popping off, and the same should be true for Teddy, but it's a team around him that's failed to stick the landing. Fate, great LeBlanc player, not really that kind of meta. Great Vex player, not really that kind of meta. Chovy, one of the only players finding success with Ahri. You know, his champion pool is multiple oceans worth of the size of it. And even though LM has looked better in the latter part of this season, it's probably not going to be enough against Peanut, who is up there with Owner. I think Owner and Peanut are both tied for best jungler of the season for different reasons. I think Owner's got the hands in his court. I think Peanut's got the brain side of things, and he has dictated how Poppy has run the LCK this season.
He absolutely has. He's basically just written the meta himself, right? I imagine everyone seeing how much Gen G is winning, and they're like, well, so what's Peanut doing? Let's take some notes here. It's not MSI anymore, Atlas, if you don't mind. But yeah, let's... And also, they have the power of, like, one of the best brains to ever roam the jungles here in the LCK behind them, right? Score is there alongside Peanut. Him and Peanut played against one another countless times here in the LCK, and now they've joined forces? Barely seems fair, Wolf. It's not fair at all. Gen G, just too much brain power coming into the jungle. However, we'll see whether LM can cause a ruckus, put Gen G off their game. They did it to T1. and we'll see whether they can do it to Gen G as well, just to keep that mirror working, right?
Well, Peanuts Poppy is not available. And we will see the Seraphine ban, only really Kwangdong continuing to run this pick. Seraphine Senna to control lanes.
Actually,
fights.
And we were talking about how the Senna was a bad pick for Teddy because we need him to carry. Against Ruler, is that a likely thing to happen anyway? So maybe this was actually the game where they would also like to start off with the Senna Seraphine, and Gen G identify that and say no.
No Kalista for Teddy either. Both Ruler and Teddy have been fantastic Kalista players. We talk about all the time how it's often banned against them. If you don't watch the LCK, you're like, wow, is Kalista meta in this region? No, just Teddy and Ruler, though. You can't let them play it. It is very meta, however, in our region right now.
Yeah.
And they're not going to let Teddy have it. I think the Zeri or Yuumi goes in this final slot.
Maybe not the Yuumi, because Gen G have Singed.
True.
And they just play that into Yuumi, and so they don't need to care. Talia is going to be banned away, and so Zeri's available, and Gen G can Lucian it, I guess. Oh, well, Yumi's also available, and they can Singed it.
I'm very concerned about, like, which one of these two champions is stronger when Ruler is on the other team? Would you rather take the Yuumi away from Ruler and be like, well, you can't play Zeri without Yuumi, or would you rather take the Zeri away? They will actually, it looks like Gen G here, take neither of these picks here. The Yuumi goes over, and they do not pick the Zeri. They're just going to grab Azir Wukong. Now, this is very unusual. And, man, Wukong is just so high prio in the LCK randomly.
Yeah.
All of a sudden.
It is pretty nuts. You know, he got hit by the ban hammer, and everyone's like, oh, it's okay. We'll take you anyways. So, Zeri Yuumi was just given over to Kwangdong Freaks. Gen G are so confident in their bottom lane that they are just allowing that to happen. I wonder what their plan is going to be. As I think Singed third pick is probably coming in.
Well, if you want Singed, you're definitely going to have to take it here.
Yeah.
It's going to get banned elsewise by Kwangdong Freaks, which does open up other possibilities, of course, but champions like the Gnar still open here. Like Doran would be happy to pick that one up against Keen. Even Blind feels like a very strong pick. Ryze, they're trying to, again, control some like globals. Oh, okay.
Okay, never mind.
Well, now we're going to start to see it. Gen G does not do this, by the way. This is not normal. But they are looking for a Flex Yasuo pick. 100% win rate on this champion so far. Can be played in a multitude of places.
I am very perplexed.
Even mid, by the way, in this draft still.
Yeah, so this could theoretically be bot lane,
Senna lane
or top lane, but Senna can easily be banned now. So I wonder what Gen G have planned. Of course, the Singed and Senna will be banned, right? Like, I think that's what you have to do. And then the Yasuo is going top lane blind.
Yeah, but also there is, like, Diana could still be a thing. Wukong could be played with a Senna lane bottom side. There's Singed, so that's no longer going to be a thing, as we said. Although we didn't expect the Yasuo lock-in to be the one reason why it was going to be banned. We didn't expect this to be the reason why it was not picked in this phase. We thought it would be a normal meta prio pick. We'll have to wait and see here. As Senna, I think, is the way this all kind of lines up for Gen G in terms of how they're going to tidy this one together.
Yeah.
So I think Kwangdong Freaks would do well to ban it in this second phase.
Well, Vi going to be the option here. So getting rid of sort of single target lockdown on the Gen G side. Kwangdong Freaks just looking for that center button, I guess. Although it hasn't really been the Ruler pick. But...
Well, he might just give it to Lehens and say, I'm playing Yasuo.
Yeah, could be the thing.
Because, I mean, Yasuo topside here is blind, but it's a flex pick. So there it is. Not going to let that one through. So now I'm really curious where Gen G take this draft, because there's a lot of different ways. Like, they could just be like, you know what, we're playing Ziggs, actually, and we're going to try to push the bottom lane in. They could play Caitlyn here, put the Yasuo top, and be like, I don't care what you play. Doran is actually going to play better than Keen. But it's going to be the Gnar.
All right, so we are playing bot lane Yasuo. Lehens obviously has another, you know, another piece of dark technology that he hasn't quite brought to light yet. Unless it's just Wukong Yasuo bot lane, which, I don't know.
Quite bizarre to see this at this stage of the tournament. Like, this is the one series you wouldn't want to show a cool strategy like this in, to be totally honest. I find this very odd from Gen G if they think this is actually quite strong.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, maybe it's just an experiment, and they're like, well, this didn't go so well, but we've got a best of 3, so we can win the next few games,
It's weird because you and I were talking about this leading in this series, is Gen G does not do this. ever. They have not done it this season. They do not just go, oh, well, let's have like the for fun series. And I don't want to say this is straight up a for fun series, but showing this in game 1 on red side is quite peculiar.
It is definitely peculiar, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Gen.G is going to end up actually picking to round out this roster.
Doran does get the Gnar into the Gwen now. The Gwen, the only champion I think really viable here for Kwangdong to put Keen onto. Okay. What is happening?
Do we even
Sejuani
have
support,
a bottom lane?
Sejuani with Yasuo and Azir mid, Gnar top side. I guess that is where we are at right now.
So I guess this is like we're going to zone you forever and you will never be able to enter lane.
When Wukong gets level 6, the bottom lane will end. But this is, of course, assuming that Ruler and Lehens can play this bottom duo extremely well. Notice they take Exhaust, Ignite here. It will not need the heal. 100% Teddy has to take Cleanse in this lane. But if you get a few good trades and you just keep crashing this wave and it pulls LM bottom side, then Doran, in theory with the range advantage he has in the early part of the Gwen matchup, can take a lead there. Then you have the Azir scaling for Chovy. Chovy is 6-0 on the Azir this season, has played some of the later part of the summer season Azirs where we're only seeing him win on it, you know, like the Ari we see with him. So let's see. I'm excited to see how this Yasuo Sejuani lane works because it's designed to bully the Zeri out of the game.
Yeah, very interesting. Almost as interesting as the random slow bro that was sitting on the Doran sign there. Didn't quite understand, but I liked it.
It's a meme with, I'm not going to get into the full explanation. It's very complicated.
Okay. That was a cool slow bro. It completely put me off everything that was going on here. Gen.G with a highly experimental draft. This is obviously something that they had planned into a Zeri Yuumi lane, which does have some weaknesses early on. The thing is, it's more difficult to run these full punish lanes in the low park stage, right?
Yeah.
Because putting on that much pressure requires a lot of highly proactive play, and it's just not the level of aggression that we normally see here.
Yeah, I am really curious to see how Windwall is utilized here against Zeri. I think there's a lot of value there. They have hard engage and high damage.
Yeah, not a lot of range though. Let's see what happens here as we hop into game 1. All right, here we are. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rift for game number 1 of Kwangdong Freaks taking on Gen.G. And Gen.G already starting off with a little bit of a sneaky level 1 opportunity. Lehens going to blindly check, and of course, as Sejuani, you do have all of that extra armor and stuff like that. You may as well put it to good use. It's just going to walk in. I believe, not sure whether he spotted the cat. Saw there were a bunch of pings, but wasn't paying attention. I was busy looking at how pretty Bristle was.
Yeah, I was also just thinking about the Rise skin, which gives me, it gives me pause. It's a very scary skin that Fate has picked. I don't know.
Yeah, especially looked scary when we were panning over when we were in the fountains. Yeah.
Just when you zoom in at Rise at that angle, it's not a happy time. I guess unless that's the kind of skin you like. Ellen is going to come over here and invade this red buff away with Keen's help.
Yep.
And that's going to mess with the pathing of Peanut, obviously, and will cost him quite a bit of jungle farm because it's going to be difficult. Now he's going to go ahead and do some vertical jungling here. And this could actually benefit Gen.G depending on how this bottom lane goes at the level 2, because Peanut can actually wrap around and look for a gank if Teddy and Hoyt are trying to trade back. Yep. The early part of this matchup is where I'm very worried about Keen because it's a tough one into the Gnar, and he will be on an island by himself this game.
Yeah, very interested in this bottom lane, because right now you can see it's shoving towards Kwangdong as Peanut going to hop over this wall. Xin Zhao actually not agreeing to the full vertical jungling, which I do like, given the fact that he does want to have some access to this bottom lane if things do go wrong. And as you can see, it's pushing, and that means that the all-in level 2 might be an option here for Ruler and Lehens.
Yeah, and Peanut can just go ahead and take this Gromp, head down there. Look at the respect that has to be shown here for Teddy. This is a 9-game winning streak for the Zeri Yuumi. We talked about 100% win rate on this patch. It has been very powerful, very deadly. We've seen a lot of different attempts to shut it down. None have succeeded thus far. The best one is banning the Yuumi so far is the best answer. So they did not do that this time. So we'll see if Gen G can prove that the Sejuani Yasuo is going to be the best response. Because right now, Jin Zhao is rotating over. Could be a scary time to look for an all-in as level 3 is coming online.
Yeah, we are going to be throwing some tornadoes through here, things like this. You mentioned the wind wall getting a lot of value. Certainly will. But LM's down here on the bottom side. And Peanut is making his way uptown. Heading over towards Keen here, who might just face check, and he does. So he's going to have to just dash over the wall. But immediately the follow does come through there from Peanut, who's fighting this one out. Does have red buff, another devastating blow. And Keen in a little bit of trouble here. Might need to go back a little bit earlier than he otherwise would have liked, but as you can see, CS absolutely still fine for the Gwen.
And this normally gets really scary when you decide to go, you know what, the enemy jungler has to be bottom side so we can push a lot of power top side in this early matchup. Against Zeri, it can be scary as, LM is just unfortunately not there to hit that 450, excuse me. And
I like 400, that was cool.
Well, I wanted to say 400, and then I was like, well, it's actually 450, so sounds cooler, but it's just not accurate, so.
450?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. About 450. All right, but anyway, what I was going to say was Zeri, if she gets control of this lane because they get camped by LM, and she can actually get plates, but not right now, not until a few more levels come online. She gets a back off, and this moment in time, still love that Peanut is putting some resources topside there, taking some jungle away, and making sure that Doran can get the most out of the early Gnar matchup.
Yeah, it's working out. This bottom lane is, just kind of going all right. As Lehen's just trying to bully Hoyt away from the minion wave so they couldn't hold on to it. And they get a decent back timing here for Ruler as Keen, dealing with this minion wave that has crashed towards his turret.
What's so interesting about this draft for Gen G, for how it's working out so far, is put so much pressure on one player we haven't really talked about, which is Ellen, because he has to now balance the early game Gnar versus this Yasuo Sejuani, and then he's been put in a position where he's vertical jungling to stop Peanut from getting ahead and having an impact, but it isn't working.
Ooh, Chovy gonna flash very early here. A lot of respect to Fate, who flashed after him, so of course, flash for flash in that mid lane, benefiting both junglers, theoretically.
Yep, Ellen making a pass will at least grab something out of this, but bottom side, a lot of minions deleted, as is the plan with this Yasuo Sejuani. And might even just see early Drake take here for Gen G as the 6-minute mark is hit. Peanut on Wolves right now, and with the extra prio they have and this wave crashing through, they can also take the vision away. We'll be able to grab Drake and Scuttle. Reset with plenty of time to spare.
I've done a little bit of research, Wolf. Lehen's played a game in solo queue of the support Sejuani and did not die as the Griffin flare comes through there. Jonah Strong picks it up immediately. Slight zoom. I like that one a lot. Yeah, he's been playing a bit of it. It's his answer to Yuumi at these this time. It's cute. Narc flies back as Keen does have some needlework. Very nice sidestep from the first one there from Doran, but not going to flash. Keen not going to ghost. Still the Gwen, a lot of control here of this lane right now. Feeling pretty good.
We'll force a teleport here from Doran before that wave crashes through. Ellen making another pass here towards the mid lane. And does, of course, have flash available. Chovy does not.
Yep. Fade also without his flash. And trading flashes sort of makes sense, but I think there is so much more pressure on Kwangdong Freaks to capitalize on Chovy's being down. Because otherwise, Ryze not having flash compared to Azir not having flash feels way worse for
Ryze can't just pull these things out of the ground and shove you away.
Yeah.
And then even potentially set up a counter gank. Lehen's is just a mid laner now. He's our mid support. He's just up here surfing around. His Ruler 1v2s this lane, which feels amazing because if you're Hoyt and Teddy, you're pushing now towards where the rest of the collapse is coming through. Chovy's going to come over here with Peanut and take this red buff away. And now Teddy realizes, like, oh no, I can't be in this area. LM doesn't have 6, can't protect his own red buff, can't protect the bottom laner. So the lane will naturally push back.
Yep. Confirmation and reminder that this is not the first time Lehen's has played the Sejuani. He, in fact, played a support Sejuani game while he was on Griffin, which might have actually accounted for the Griffin flare that did fly up. So
yeah.
Thank you so much for production, for providing us with at least a bit of mitigation to my memory loss
And
that I obviously have.
We've also seen Sejuani support kind of always throughout the last few years, like as a
It's
1
like
out of 100
pseudo
games.
being there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we've sort of seen it with Callista. We've seen it with, I think, even the Senna. You know, there's been a few different ways you can run this one. It hasn't been very popular, but it's always been there. And we've always talked about, like, could be a thing, could be a flex, could be a jungle pick, but in this case, it's just designed as hard CC for a fast-moving Yasuo. It does high damage output. He builds up his Berserker Greaves already, and Genji, with a faster control of the bottom side here, going to be able to group up faster for Drake. Knows that Fate here, still holding on to that heal in this one. Do not have a great team fight set of ultimates.
Well, Doran needs to be pretty careful here, as the hop's going to get him out of the way of the wind becomes lightning, but Genji move on over. That is going to be the ulti out of Ruler as that gets first blood to Chovy, and now Keen just not immune at all because everyone's melee. So how can you get any value out of the mist? It's a disaster for Kwangdong Freaks. 2 kills for Genji, and they'll get themselves the help of Shelly.
It's just not a team fight composition at this stage of the game for Kwangdong Freaks. You're up against a Azir ult, Cyclone, Gnar, who has his Gnar bar available. He was trading like that aggressively because his teammates are rotating over, and he wanted to make sure he had it at the exact right spot for the team fight. Now he's going to grab more plates up here. The group up is real. Chovy's got full push mid, and Zeri trying to come over here.
Oh dear. Well, Lehens is definitely at least top lane tier on this Sejuani as he misses the ult. LM going to come on through though, so they trade this one back. Peanut will fall down, and now Teddy getting an assist. That's a start, but they're going to need a little bit more on the Zeri.
Yeah, Ruler is going to take away some solo plates down here bottom side. Look at this massive wave he has. There's no teleport, of course, for either of the bottom side players. Keen could teleport here, but he's trying to clean up mid. And it's actually going to be the Rise that teleports in as they try to lane swap here. But actually, Doran is delaying the back's top side. This is such a disaster for Kwangdong Freaks all around. One Rift Herald fight. Their team composition is not designed to fight.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's not even a high-tier concept here. I'm really surprised that they thought they could force this. Like, Gnar is at half health, but has a bar. They set up the knock-up here for the Yasuo ult. And then just watch Ruler. He's like, yep, this fight is over. No one can come through this choke point. Doesn't even have to exhaust.
No. And this was a little bit less clean, as if Lehens had have landed the ult, then it would have been game over. Fate, nice little sidestep, gets him out of the way, and the rest of Kwangdong Freaks able to at least get the 1 kill.
Yeah, Peanut just sacrifices himself so Doran Lehens can get out. There's no chance of him escaping with the Yuumi ult coming down. So many plates now in the pockets of Genji.
Yeah.
3,000 gold ahead at 11 minutes. And this comp is supposed to be ahead, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it should have gotten a Rift Herald in it without a team fight win. And now it's going to be a whole set of plates here mid.
All right, well, this was another answer to a Yuumi comp, actually used by Ghost and Joker? Or was it against Ghost and Joker? I kind of want to bring that one up again to read it out more. There was Shelly doing her headbutt move.
Yeah, well, I was worried that they were going to commit harder to the dive, so I was eyes on the screen as well. But look at how quickly these items have come online here for Genji. Like, Yasuo picks up 2 assists. Doesn't have his mythic, doesn't matter. He will get it very shortly, but it's a crown early for Chovy, and it's a fast Trinity Force here for Doran in a matchup where Gwen struggles through the early parts. Now she's going to struggle through the mid parts, even though this is the part where she kind of starts to turn things around because Trinity Force makes it so difficult to lane. She's also about to lose her turret. They're going to lose bottom turret here pretty soon. Mid turret is already gone, down to 1 plate. So this map has really opened up for Genji. They didn't just say, all right, we're going to have bot prio and take that into objectives. They win a fight. They take plates down in multiple lanes. And they just have so much deep vision they can set up here on the bottom side of the map now as well. And Fate, once again, going to be the target of a potential dive.
Well, I think it's not even potential anymore.
It's real.
As they are just going to kill him. There we go. There's the knock-up. Arctic Assault was utilized there as LM dives on forward. Okay, Lehens was tanking, and so therefore Ruler is absolutely fine. And so they do, you know, put the last breath on cooldown. But otherwise, nothing really expended.
And when Teddy comes up here to defend this, and he's a level down, unfortunately, for a little bit longer here, but when he comes up to defend this because he has to, there's nobody getting value in bottom side. Like, Fate was dove, doesn't have teleport, so has to walk down bottom lane as the Rise here. Might even have considered realm warping his way there because so much farm has been lost here for Kwangdong Freaks, even just around the map. Notice that 15 CS up is Doran. Rise 30 CS down against Chovy as he's been out of lane for so long. Teddy is they're trying to give Teddy so much money here in the mid lane. They're like, you can have that farm because I know you need it so desperately, but he doesn't have any power here. And by the time Rise shows up bottom, Ruler's already there. So they're just getting out macroed here. And Zeri can't go bot or she'll just get killed. So she has to kind of hover around this last plate of the mid turret and hope for the best.
Yeah. And slight confirmation, it was Damwon that played the Yasuo Sejuani into an Ezreal Yuumi lane, and it was Nuclear in barrel, not even Ghost. I think that was a little bit of typo on the thingy, but very cool. Let's get a bit of a shout out there. It was quite some time ago. I think it was when Yuumi was a little bit more of a menace than she is now, which if you only recently come into League of Legends, you'd be like, how was she worse?
Yeah, well.
She was much worse.
Lens changed the way we looked at it as well.
He did.
He's against the Yuumi this time, obviously, and it's a very unique way to approach this game. But Doran is, for those who don't know why Doran just did that, he's not trying to make a statement. He's just trying not to auto the turret so that these minions are deleted by it, and so that there can be no farm picked up.
Yep, equalized as well as far as the wave is concerned, but it is going to be moving over to the other side of the map. He can go for a free back, and then that should push back to him eventually.
It's just it's one of those Genji games, Atlas.
Yep.
5,000 gold ahead. Quite literally, this is not even a roundup.
The thing is, they have to snowball. Otherwise, you know, it's Zeri without a whole lot of threat at the very end of a fight, right? I mean, yes, she will, but the range advantage for Kwangdong Freaks, if this Zeri gets way too out of control, not to mention Keen, if he can get value out of this Gwen, there are certainly some things for Genji to look out for, but as they stretch this lead further and further, and as they make it more and more difficult for Kwangdong Freaks to play the game, it's just not going to matter, you know? You just end up dropping your wallet on their noggin, and they will just fall, much like these towers are all over the map.
3 turrets down, all outers, off the map. So farming as Teddy, like where does he go? Where does he go to farm? There is no safe space on this map. There is no place for Azeri to farm. She is just not allowed to. And she has been given all of the farm that Rise doesn't have. As a lot of this damage, of course, coming from Ruler.
Just been having a fair bit of spare time. It's kind of what we were talking about earlier on with the discussion about Ruler's kill participation being so low. And that's because he does things like this. Puts a lot of damage into turrets.
Yeah, he's sitting at a very low 66% right now.
Yeah, barely over half. Not good enough.
Teddy 100, meanwhile. I mean, the turrets being removed here, the lead that Genji set up here with their really nice macro plays around topside, and frankly, Kwangdong Freaks throwing themselves at a Baron fight they had no right to take. The game doesn't get easier from here. We don't even get to have those arguments about like, well, when is the Zeri moment coming? Because Teddy is going to always be under such immense pressure this game. Even Chovy with the crown that he picked up early is just making a statement of, yeah, I'm not trying to burst Zeri down faster. I'm just going to win these war of attrition fights where we have better items than you. Our gold lead is so high, so early, that as long as I live long enough, I will just out-damage everybody. I will out-damage Zeri on Azir.
They are going to be able to take this Drake as in goes Ruler. That is Ellum going to be put down extremely low. Ellum's still fighting this one out though. Ruler is going to be taken down. The Hens goes golden. As now Chovy trying to fight in that back line. Teddy looking for that Zeri moment, but takes a house to the face. That's going to make things more difficult. Chovy's control of this area, absolutely fantastic.
I mean, Ellum's Crescent Guard certainly got a lot of value in that fight, but the way in which the Emperor's Divide was not used, but still people were sent to Timbuktu in that fight by Doran's hop into really nice Gnar where he shoved everybody into the middle of things was enough to make my voice go very high. Chovy didn't combo it, but did a ton of damage in that fight, and yeah, Doran did the most damage with just sitting on a Trinity Force at this stage in time.
Yeah, it was a strange situation.
Sole
Chovy,
point.
I think, is going Nash's too.
Yeah,
so
it looks
he
like
is the consistent ranged DPS in this composition. And that does make sense.
All right, watch Doran hop. See ya. As
Yeah,
Teddy
straight on
bolts
top
only
of
Gnar,
Teddy.
and Teddy's like, I got a beam shooter over here, and this big angry Yordle is on me. Look at Doran just trade back on him and walk away, and Teddy, unfortunately, has to cleanse and can really do nothing in this fight. If he's caught by Doran's flyby, then he just dies, by the way, and that's the end of it. Nashor's Tooth now complete here for Chovy, which is also a great side lane item for the Azir. Not that that's what this game is going to be about anymore, because all those turrets died long ago. But yeah, I mean, he's Conqueror Azir. He's got a crown. He's high damage output.
Yeah, he's ready to do all of that DPS, so that's why you just use your ultimate as self-peel, I guess. And so basically you just don't worry about using it unless you're in trouble, and otherwise you're just auto-attacking. And with the crown, I guess you're guaranteed to have a few extra seconds in order to do so. I've always liked Nash's Tooth Azir. I just feel like it just gives you so much value because he benefits from attack speed, and it's just fun. And I understand not quite as good as some of the other builds at different points in time, but every time I see it, it makes me very happy.
It's kind of game specific, right? It's one of the picks that, as the Azir, like if you're playing against Lucian or the enemy AD carry is on parity with yours, like this is going to feel terrible. But when you're this far ahead, you just win more with it. And it's super high value because you're just doing so much damage that the Azir normally doesn't have the luxury to do, because you're not normally at a game state where you're 7,000 ahead at 320.
Oh, there goes the turret. That's a big old Gnar into its dead body. Oh no, the poor turret. Elm is going to get taken down here first off, though, and Chovy's going to grab that kill. Doran now limping his way out of the fight, but he will survive for the moment. Teddy's surviving as well, though. Double kill for Chovy as they finally take down the Zeri and Genji. They ain't stopping here. They're going to break open the base as we crest 20 minutes. And Hoyt and Fate are just going to have to watch as it happens.
Baron on spawn, question mark. They are rushing back to the mid lane. Don't know if it's for Bax or if it's for Baron. I think it's for Baron. And watch Doran again. Narbar placement perfect for this. Autos Alum once in mid transformation. He's just throwing them into turrets. And Van Hoyt is like, oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I can't do anything. Follow up Cyclone is beautiful. And it doesn't matter if you have range or not. If there's a Gnar just flying through like Yoda in the prequels.
Yeah. Seriously. It's just like Count Dooku over here had absolutely no chance at all, Wolf.
Well, they do not end up getting the Baron on spawn. They actually back off because the health bars were a little bit low. The respawn timer is a little bit quick. But look at the build here for Ruler. It just went Mortal Reminder is getting GA third as a stopwatch early. Everybody's got stopwatches because all they need to do is get this soul. And they're like, well, I'll spawn Elder because it's Ocean Soul and we don't care about that. Although with this comp, it's kind of valuable actually against Kwangdong Freaks' damage types. They can continually trade in the neutral and then kind of back off, heal up, and then all in when the Narbar is ready.
Or they could just all in because they're 10,000 gold ahead at 21 minutes.
You know, something to mention for sure.
Yeah. It's a bit of a frustrating game just because all regular analysis is kind of out the window because Genji has so much more money than everybody else on the map. Lehens looking for the long wrap around. Chovy not quite in the area as Doran avoids the prowling projectile quite expertly. And this control ward is being played around. As you can see, everything very, very dark. Not a lot of information.
5 seconds, and Kwangdong only have one chance.
One opportunity.
Oh, will they let it slip, Atlas?
Well, I think, yeah, they already have, Wolf. They already have, as here is the fight, quite possibly. Chovy not going to press that R button. We already mentioned, doesn't like doing that. Unless he's under threat, he's just going to dash forward, looking for those auto attacks.
I'm not ready to see what Mom's Spaghetti looks like.
No.
Oh, now they have the choke point controlled with this Ocean Soul, which is giving Ruler mana back very quickly here as they kite back towards this Baron. And Kwangdong, like, are you in the bush or is the Baron already dead? We don't know.
Maybe the Baron is already dead. Okay, well, it's down to about half health. Let's see whether Elm can actually get in there. Kwangdong Freak's like, nope. I just don't think we can, guys. It's in they go. Ruler just gets right on top. Emperor's Divide going to be used proactively this time. Doran gets exhausted, but it's Keen that gets executed. Ellen's going to go down as well now, and Teddy just can't auto-attack. It's another knock-up onto Fate. They've got so many of those. And it's a double kill for Peanut as the dust settles. Sand Soldier's doing about 1 trillion damage in that fight. Also, I'm pretty sure, as Gen.G will get back to the work that they'd started previously.
Yeah, I really just think it was only because of the Ocean Soul this happened, you know?
Yeah.
All that extra regen for Ruler's Mana Bar. Lol.
I think Kwangdong Freaks just went into their fight with weak knees and sweaty palms, Wolf. Yeah. I think that's how it sort of worked out.
I just feel like I'm really sad for Kwangdong fans because this is like such an important match for you. You have no agency in this fight. If anyone is criticizing Kwangdong for how this fight goes, I think you just don't understand how League of Legends works. They have no vision, really. They have no control over this area. There's that one ward on the edge they have to try to fight through. Gen.G have a wraparound angle. They have wombo combo set up for the Yasuo ultimate.
Yeah.
The Cloud Soul is irrelevant. I know I keep joking about it, but it's like Gen.G are just trying to get an Elder Spawner for another win condition for them in this game. If somehow Kwangdong did miraculously take a team fight, they could be like, all right, it's cool because we reset, we take Elder.
Yeah,
because we're that far ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd. It's only 3 kills, and they're the only things that Kwangdong Freaks have been able to claim this game. Literally nothing else. Gen.G have just expertly snowballed this, right? And this is their answer to the how do we stop Zeri from having a Zeri moment? Well, we all in on the early to mid game and never let the game be in a position where her even getting later kills means anything at all. Teleport from Doran inside the enemy base towards his top side to get that one pushed in. Inhibitor has already fallen on that bottom side and in mid lane. And Gen.G are just looking to do the finishing touches. There's 3 minutes until the Elder. I don't think it's going to be relevant.
They hate those inhibitors, Atlas, and they're going to do something about it.
Well, that's a flash Gnar onto nothing. Teddy's going to ult in celebration of that one missing. And this inhibitor may be saved for the moment. Yeah, don't walk up to Chovy. He's pretty scary.
Yeah, he does a lot. He does. Lehens is also just casually, support split pushing Sejuani over here with the Baron buff. And
yeah.
As one respawns, another will fall, and they will, of course, take this one down.
Yeah.
One more time. 3 inhibs down. They're looking to end this game. You're getting close to the average game time here for Gen.G. It's about time to wrap it up before that one gets any longer.
Yeah, exactly. You do want to be trying to move that stat down, Wolf. That is 100% the priority here in this game. As Doran, he's off to the side with a full Naba. Just looking for his opportunity to dive forward. Does have that ultimate back off cooldown right now as Fate throws down the Realm Warp. Not sure whether it's a great idea as Keen is somewhat immune in that fight. Teddy picks up the kill under the Sejuani, but he will immediately be taken down. Ruler then goes golden to keep himself alive. Another knock-up, but at least Fate's able to get the damage done onto the Yasuo. Chovy's still alive though, ladies and gentlemen, and that means that this game is likely to be over still. Fate underneath this one last Nexus turret, but that's going to be taken down as well. And Keen is at least immune for the minute. Doran dashing on forward, but Chovy's just immortal. I don't understand. Now the Sand Soldiers get in there on the action, and they want to take this kill first. Hoyt will be able to connect to Fate, but not before the Nexus dies. And Gen.G will take game number 1. Yeah, pretty convincingly, one could say.
Yeah, I would say so.
Who gets POG?
I mean, that's my conundrum right now. I got the POG selection paper, and I think I'm going to give it to Doran for flashiest Gnar ults and wallops that I've seen in a long time.
I also like it when Doran plays well, and I think he needs as much encouragement as possible, so I'm okay with that.
I think this game is first of all, we should credit Gen.G for having a really strong answer, but I think you don't pull this off against stronger teams necessarily, but the answer looked good. They played it extremely well. Their preparation they put into making sure they could repeatedly dive the Ryze mid lane, setting up for topside success early on. We saw a very early Peanut gank topside to push the Gwen out, and then there was nowhere for LM to play around. LM was unfortunately having to deal with 3 lanes all at once, and he was outpaced, couldn't do anything. But for Kwangdong, you're like, if you're a Kwangdong fan, you're frustrated because this team needs a win so desperately. You watch this game 1 where you just get absolutely dumped on by a Yasuo Sejuani lane, and they look at the damage from Ruler as well. He just got them ahead and killed turrets. He did a lot of damage to turrets early, gave the rest of his team money, and Chovy and Doran did the rest.
And he held things in the air for Chovy's Sand Soldiers to poke him. Yeah. That's what his ult was all about.
You win this hard with a draft like this, and Kwangdong were on blue side. where is the hope? Like, where's the angle? Look at all the dash marks on Heralds, Drakes, Elders, Barons, nothing. 0 towers. They got a few kills back, but that is it. It was otherwise a perfect game for Gen G.
4 kills away from a perfect game, and the only way to play Yasuo is by dying at least once. So it's pretty much a perfect game, let's be honest. But we are going to go to a short break, and this is, of course, a best of 3. So when we get back, it will be the Analyst Carpet Space, and then, of course, game number 2.
야쏘가 들어가면 짜고 공이 밀려.
그앤 먼저 보는 건 어때? 근데 이거 그앤 쪽 보는 거.
나 회오리 좀 모을게, 회오리.
오케이, 그앤 간다. 야, 딜각 안 좋긴 한. 신짜오 먼저 봐야 돼. 신짜오 잡아.
야, 봐줘.
야, 공 볼게.
나 공 없어.
가비.
나 노공이야. 쟤한테 썼어.
우측이냐, 쟤?
어.
털에. 야, 아래. 근데 우리 바다형으로 끝낼만 하거든.
게임 끝낼만 해.
EQ만 조심해. 나 그냥 타워 친다.
나간다 이거 그냥.
나 타워 친다.
이길 듯?
그앤? 아니, 야수호 뭐야? 궁을 안 써.
한 번밖에 안 썼어. 이씨.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Cubby in the TV and also Chronicler here. And that was another Gen G game that they just seem to draft whatever the hell they want and just press their buttons and win. Even though I felt there were multiple answers on the side of Kwangdong to something like this, it didn't matter at all.
No, it doesn't. I don't know what to say. Giving over Yumizeri, cardinal sin in the LCK, not allowed. Rise has actually been very successful into the Azir in general has looked pretty lackluster. Liv Sandbox looked good in it today, but overall, Vic hasn't done well. Booking priority, I think so, has rightly dropped. Just picking Yasuo without any assistance, any preset lane, allowing them to still ban Senna. I don't know, none of it mattered or relevant.
Oh, obviously the 9-0 Yumi Zeri, the one counter, it had to be Yasuo Sejuani. I don't know how any other team, did not see that one in the tea leaves. Gen G's just ahead of the game, guys.
Yeah, Cubby, I think you might be onto something because, I was talking here and I was like, if this was actually going to be an answer for them, why use it in this random match against Kwangdong?
Well, I could have seen them pick I think Gen G is the point where they can pick Renekton, Pantheon as bot lane and it'll work. They'll win.
Ooh.
Well, not for us. Maybe for us as well.
Hey, 12-14, Pantheon's coming back.
True.
There we go. Maybe the Pantheon angle for next week for Gen G. So yeah, the draft pretty interesting in the fact that it didn't seem to matter and Gen G kind of just did whatever they want. So let's take a look at highlight number 1, which I feel like is extremely key for setting the course of this game on its rails.
Yeah, as I'm gonna let Cubby do the explaining of why what is happening is wrong, but what is happening is you walk into a Sejuani and a Cyclone and an Azir and there is a Yasuo. So if you're not ready to fight, don't walk in, but they do and they die.
Yeah, I might be new here. It might be my first day of the LCK, but, we can't stop the madness. We don't have to fight every Rift Herald, guys. We could take the Zerayumi bot and go, hit some turrets, which is something that turns out KDF didn't do for the first 15 minutes of the game with their champions. 3 plates were there. Yasuo Sejuani rotated the wave early. We tried to match. It did not work for KDF, and that made the game go pretty boom.
I think it's your fault, honestly, Cubby, because we moved away from this in the LCK. We started giving up Heralds.
Yeah.
And then look at this.
And then this NA guy comes in here and infiltrates, and all of a sudden,
our team
rotating for everything. I don't think it's any coincidence. But yeah, 0 damage. I think that's just an excuse.
This
right?
is 15 minutes.
Yeah, and 15 minutes.
It sums up Gen G so well. They play always forward, all the time, in every situation.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue, and we are going to take a look at highlight number 2 right away. We decided to get a second highlight because we like watching Gen G do some damage.
And overall, at this point, Gen G is already so far ahead. But this fight, which actually isn't great because Keen's relatively safe at the start of it, gets a lot of needles off, and Zeri is just free hitting. None of it matters, right? Gen G is so good at building early and mid-game leads that we know this team can teamfight very well. That's the reason why they were in finals in spring in the first place. But now they don't need to fight from behind ever because they always have leads.
And some of the jungle pathing was rather wild early. It was a late invade from a limb. We needed Peanut to, find an answer. And Peanut, I really think that Peanut has been fantastic this split. Feels like he's somewhat back in human ward mode. And his ability to cross map, take the red, and then also answer the quadrants early on really helped make sure that, when the enemy jungler is spotted, it enables Gen G to do what they're best at, which is pushing those lanes forward and really just relying on the solo strength and prowess of their players in the lanes. So I really think that Gen G this game, it was pretty textbook, and they're pushing that average game time down, which really seems to be the stat they care most about in this second round robin.
Yeah, Chronicler, I'm not sure if he tweeted it out, but he had a really funny joke. He called them Jen Go Home Early.
What? Didn't really warm the call out on broadcast, Valdez.
I really loved it.
I wasn't that proud of it.
Anyway, Chronicler, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's check out who got it here, because it could have been any of the 5, but it was Chovy who basically was unkillable at the end of the game. Cubby, what are your thoughts on this pick?
I mean, Wolf and Atlas were saying it during the cast. I don't really know who you pick. It was kind of all Gen G. I will say the Azir, Chovy going off on it. Only range champ. Maybe that's why he's player of the game. You know, he didn't have to rely on the Sejuani. Just had to rely on, you know, everyone else throwing their bodies in, and Chovy just gets the profit.
I like it.
Classic Chovy, guys.
Yeah, I like it. Chovy was the only one that won by himself. He didn't need any help. He flashed early. He went for Nashers for extra damage. And what a split in the LCK that Chovy is 5th.
Wow.
Shared 5th.
Actually robbed.
Unbelievable.
You know what we need is, I think maybe Chovy should switch to 80 carry, and then maybe he'll get some more votes. That must be good, some 80 carry bias. But jokes aside, we did also see 4 votes for Doran, who did set up a lot, and obviously Peanut got a lot of work done. So not a bad idea there. But that's going to do it, guys, for this segment of the Analyst Carpet Space. Hope you did enjoy it. And let's hope that we can enjoy another Game 2 here. Back to the casters, Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That's exactly right. Jen, go home early versus
iconic.
Keep doing fighting, especially around Rift Heralds, especially the first one, and then Gen G can be actually that exact acronym. Very funny stuff.
Fights on Rift Heralds maybe is the extended version.
Yeah, that is the extended version, but in this case, you don't actually watch the extended version. The theatrical version just fine.
You know,
as they will choose the blue side once again.
I really love the electronic sport of League of Legends, where we have a lot of back and forth combat, and then some macro decisions are made. The drafting is very interesting, and we see some team comps are stronger in the early game, some are stronger in the mid, some are stronger in late, and there's usually some dynamic about which side is the strong side and which side is the weak side, and the coaching staff's really deep inner workings, and sometimes decisions get made that are really tough in the game. Gen G, they're trying to ruin League of Legends esports. They're just taking all the interesting parts out. They're taking away all the fun parts where comebacks are possible. Literally killing esports right now, Atlas.
All of the work that Arnold's been doing on social media trying to change esports, and this is what happens. His own team betrays him to ruin the fun of League of Legends.
How about this hot take, Arnold? Your team is killing esports. They're taking all the fun away.
Oh, no. Well, actually, that's not true, because we know that they're having an extraordinarily large amount of fun. So it depends on where the fun is supposed to go as far as the goal. As Gen G, not going to change anything when it comes to the bans. This time around, Quandong Freaks, same situation, as they will ban Yuumi this time. They just don't want to have to bring out all of the dark technology that Gen G has available.
Salia's still going to be banned away from Fate here. It has been one of his more successful picks, 4-3 this season.
Yep.
They are trying to break 50%, you know, at 6-8 at the moment, but
Wukong back to first pick priority. Very interesting. I feel like we're back to the first patch of the season.
I think that people just have figured out that his ultimate is still insanely broken and can be used aggressively, can be used to peel. And we're seeing much less dives bottom side, and I think part of the reason why he dropped Viego dropped because of patches and stuff like that, but Wukong dropped, I think, because he wasn't good at all-inning in 3v3's bottom side that we're no longer really seeing as much these last 2 weeks of play on 12-13. Now are going to be picked up here for Doran, so Keen will once again probably default to the Gwyn in this matchup where he has not had control early. Keen has looked much better on the Gnar side of this draft. As Ruler, the only person who's winning with this champion right now, says, I might just pick it blind.
Yeah, which is crazy, because last time, the last ban for Quandong Freaks was Draven. And Draven is a champion that does pretty well into both Zeri and Lucian, in theory. And Teddy has historically been a bit of a Draven player. He likes to pick it up every now and again, as Siva is going to be the decision here. However, because she is flavor of the month into the Zeri these days, oh no, please do it. Please do it, Teddy. Please do it, Teddy.
Now,
I want to know what he's saying with his hands up there.
It's like, are you serious? You want me to play against Ruler with this? You're trying to make me look like a fool if I fail? Now, Sivir has been one of the common answers, has a very high win rate, 66.7, 6 and 3 of the 9 picks, and it has looked very good in the right player's hands, but it has also been very weak when she falls behind in matchups like this. Like, those 3 losses were hard losses, you know, and we'll be picking up the Nautilus here to help lock down the Zeri, but we'll see if Peanut's willing to play the Trundle here, because I think that's possibly the angle right now if you want to make sure you control bottom side. They want to make sure they can pick the Alistair first, though.
I like it. So that gives Gen G a heck of a lot of CC around their Zeri, which is kind of the thing, like the checklist to a Zeri comp. It's like, do you have enough CC standing around the Zeri in order to allow her to Zeri? And I guess in this case, they kind of do, especially with Headbutt Pulverize being so good against Sivir's Spell Shield that we've been talking about all week.
I wonder what Keen will end up with here, because they prioritize the Nautilus, which I think was probably a good move, especially considering Keen's Gwen hasn't looked great into the Gnar. Now he can't play it. And I think they're probably going to feel happy to ban either the Sejuani or the Ornn away. Remember, Trundle, of course, still available here for Gen G unless Kwangdong ban it. So if they do take one of those tanks, Gen G could be like, all right, well, we'll lock in the Trundle for a jungle, and we have a lot of power around the bottom 2v2, plus the subjugate value is going to be quite high.
Yeah. I wonder... No, I don't think it is a Morgana jungle angle once again. I was just thinking about having Ruler with a black shield and then being unable to be CC'd by Nautilus. Seems kind of valuable. As 1 second to go, and the Lissandra will be banned away here. Not giving Fate all of that extra utility and roaming power.
Let's see if this ends up being the Trundle ban. Feels so versatile in Gen G's comp here for Kwangdong Freaks to take away.
Yep.
Ahri also open here, and yeah, Sivir has Spell Shield, but Wukong wants to run at you. Nautilus wants to get into range. Ahri's so strong, I think, in Gen G's composition here. Take away the Vi.
All right. Sort of, it feels like Vi is kind of the third rung of the jungle tier list at the moment.
There's
Ahri that you're talking about, yeah.
I think they're just going to Ahri Trundle. Like, Ahri, are you going to pick a tank? Okay, Trundle. Are you not going to pick a tank? Probably still Trundle. Also very good here.
Yeah, or Viego.
Yeah,
they
Viego
could just
also
go back
was...
to like looking at that mid 2v2 and playing around that, and then allowing Ruler to just organically become Zeri later in the game.
LeBlanc, yeah, it's going to be the answer. This is the Fate angle. He likes to play this one into the Ahri. He's played it once this season. He did not win, but it is arguably his most famous champion, next to his Twisted Fate, of course. And it's a tough one. You know, you're playing a really high skill matchup. I much prefer this in this meta, but it's also going to be, you know, it's a tall order to play this one against Chovy as well. You're also just trying to run at this team once again with the Sivir speed ups. And what's that top side pick going to be? Is it the Ornn that gives you a lot of team fight power early?
Makes it very hard to pick on, though, with the Trundle still available.
That's what I'm most worried about. Or is it Sejuani, who's like arguably worse? Now this is middle ground here.
On the Hunt Cannon is a lot of backline access. Kinda cool. All right, Keen going back to one of his old favorites here. And of course, Cannon versus Gnar is a very old matchup and was one that Cannon used to win. And not sure whether it still does, but it used to be pretty good for Cannon.
Now Peanut is like, well, we'll just kill the Cannon. We'll pick Nocturne, and we're going to change our focus here. Nope, still looking for the Viego. Would love the Nocturne here, but I think both are very strong. Zeri plus Viego plus Ahri in a game where you are ahead is amazing, because you have pick potential with Ahri. Viego gets resets. Zeri gets everybody's health bars low, and then Viego gets a kill, gets a reset. Zeri is untouchable. Viego can peel, Gnar can peel. The Cannon here, I think, is a great option, obviously, because of the Trundle potential pick that Gen G had. We've only seen it played once, and it was from Nongshim. It was Kana. I remember the game well, and unfortunately, there just was not enough coordination to pull the pick off. I think for Kwangdong Freaks here with the on the hunt value, Realm Warp that could be used somewhat defensively, and this Wukong there's a lot of wombo combo and a lot of CC against this Zeri, so the setups in these fights are going to be difficult. But I gotta say, Atlas, with Chovy on Ahri, we just always have to trust. He is 6-0 on the champion. He's played it more than anybody else. He's undefeated. He's finding success on when no one else is. And I just think that if it's up to Chovy to do it, that's not a good win condition for the enemy team. You know, not thinking like, well, I guess Chovy's gonna have a lot of pressure on this Ahri. He'll have to succeed. Like, well, when has he not?
Yeah, well, never. He's 12-0 of all time on the Ahri pick, and like you say, 6-0 this season. So definitely, you know, reliable. We're putting a 1 in the reliable column, 100%. Especially when Peanut and Chovy have been playing very well together this season, and now it's the classic Viego Ahri lane that we saw really fly into popularity earlier on in the season is something that still works. As that was aggressive, as I believe he's going to the army tomorrow. Or
returning, I think he's on leave right now. So
heading
and
back.
he says he has no regrets. I guess that means he's a Guangdong fan. He's like, still not regretting it yet. Still here to support. Hey, in this second game, still some win opportunities here. Really strong team fighting comp for the Guangdong Freaks. See if they can pull it off.
Yep, let's see whether we can do it as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 2. Very interesting that Teddy has gone for Warden Sivir, which is probably one of my least favorite Sivir skins. There are so many amazing options.
I mean, the Pack Sivir is the meta here in the LCK.
I mean, Pack Sivir is just, I think, in my opinion, the best skin in League of Legends. Because it's Tron, and Tron's cool, guys. All right? But, you know, it might be
Still waiting for that third Tron movie.
Yeah, me too.
One day. One day, please!
No, they actually can't release it because Daft Punk broke up, and the only reason Tron Legacy was a good movie was because Daft Punk did the soundtrack.
I thought Jeff Bridges did a good job.
Jeff Bridges did do a great job. There's a Tobuscus video about the trailer of Tron Legacy. Very, very good.
I think that Tron Legacy was so good for its time, and I think still even today the computer graphics parts of it hold up pretty well. Some other parts not as great, but Jeff Bridges, you know, can't go wrong.
You certainly can't.
With Ruler, can't go wrong either. He's playing Zeri. So, you want to bring it back to League of Legends for a little bit?
Yeah, I guess we can do that.
This comp may be saved by the fact that Genji is the best team in the LCK.
Well, their last comp definitely was. They might be able to do it again.
I also don't think this comp needs saving. I think it's a really good comp. The Ahri Viego parts of it, I think if we were looking at an East Side team, we'd be very concerned about the coordination that's required to pull this off. But we're not concerned, as you see the win rates across the board here. Doran has played 12 games in NAR. He's knocking on Dudu's door here. He's like, yeah, I can play this one a lot. He's not quite up at the, 18 mark that I believe Dudu is this season, but he's getting up there.
Yep.
And, yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of Kennen, but it is extremely strong when it has the ability to be sped up. And the Slicing Maelstrom is extremely strong against the Ahri, extremely strong against the Zeri. So if played correctly, you're Guangdong Freaks, and if they don't fall too far behind in the macro game where Genji finds a lot of their success this season, I think this comp is quite formidable.
It is. Certainly is something that could work. If Kennen falls behind, though, he kind of just does nothing at all. So can be a difficulty. His Peanut is going to be discovered here by LM. Doesn't have a lot of his cooldowns, but Peanut just takes the rocks that he was working on before and is going to be fine.
Yeah, level 3 Kennen is going to be tough to actually help out here if LM gets collapsed on, but Doran trying to hold the wave, doesn't want to lose CS, so it's just kind of an awkward fight to take here for Peanut. He wants Doran to help him so badly, but Doran's like, man, I'm going to lose CS now. You could have committed earlier. Ah!
Oh, still a 2 versus 1. Nice little Q comes through there for Keen. Very difficult to actually dive this. Yeah, exactly. Chovy back in base now, so can teleport if he would like to. Fate shows, and that means that the teleport will be invested. And now Guangdong Freaks looking to back away. Looks like Doran might be out of the woods for now, but it was looking dicey there for a moment.
Yeah, it did feel like this was a very slow setup here for Doran and Peanut, and the coordination between the two of them because of that wave crashing through was not the cleanest. Chovy will lose his teleport for this defensively. Fate will, of course, also expend his to return to lane after that back. Doesn't have roll morph just yet, so it ends up being, you know, fine for both sides here, neither side getting a huge advantage. But I think what Doran and Peanut wanted to accomplish, they couldn't actually pull off because of that wave, and they were a little bit slow to actually commit one way or the other. So teleport was forced, Rise comes up. Yeah. As the dust settles, you know, it's okay for both sides, but I do think that could have been a little bit cleaner from top side of Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, they had to play defensively. I think the fact that Doran didn't get dove is probably good. As Peanut going to look to return the favor here to LM. Chovy, roaming on over, does get vision available, and that should mean that LM can't actually come and defend, although Fate will make his way in. Chovy looks to connect the charm. Orb of Deception flies through. Lehens gets here first before Hoyt. 2v2 continuing as the flash over the charm was fantastic. Lehens just flash pulverized. They pick up the first blood onto Fate. Just amazing. Both of these supports with the right ideas. Extendo Beam's going to slow down Hoyt and add insult to injury. Ruler's also going to get a kill.
Do not skill check this team. Do not do it. They will outdo you, as the flash pulverize from Lehens was amazing. Like you said, Hoyt has the right idea with his play forward as well, but Alistair reacts perfectly. Lehens gets the knockups there, and suddenly 2 stacks for Chovy, 2 assists, and this is all about Peanut coming over here and just setting this up. As the wave is, you know, reset here in mid, LM is super low health, and Lehens, he's like, I'm here first, I'm up a level. Hoyt makes the really nice flash play here for the charm. Not important, it's the knockup that actually really ends up winning this one out. LM just barely escapes, but Hoyt won't be so lucky without his flash anymore.
Yeah, and you see Chovy like immediately leaves. Peanut as well throws a Q. They want that kill to go over to Ruler. They deliver it to him, and Lehens really not looking that rusty on the Alistair. Of course, it's his 4th most played champion of all time. He's very, very good.
And everybody's getting used to it again because of the Sivir coming back to the meta. So for those wondering, because of the way that Sivir's spell shield works, Alistair is very difficult to play around. In lane, not the biggest deal when you're running a Zeri Alistair, but in even team fights can be an issue.
Well, the flash hook not going to land. Of course, it was a Hex Splash, so Hoyt not going to get too punished, but the Spirit Rush did have to be used.
Yeah, so still a significant win here. Taking that one away from the Ahri. It's going to remove a lot of her power. As Rift Herald is spawning in a minute and 5 seconds. And already Gen G, significant gold lead here across these lanes with those 2 kills they picked up.
Yep.
And like, it's the Zeri lane that is 10 CS ahead. In fact, this game, it is the Zeri who picks up one of those 2 kills. It's very concerning for these upcoming fights here, as they don't have enough prio to start Drake just yet. And maybe Quangdong Freak's best case scenario here, they end up trading this early objective.
Yeah, it could be one of those situations. LM, I don't believe, is going to get spotted, as Peanut's just going to be distracted by the shellfish. We'll be able to remove that one.
Peanut is just out-farming him so hard. He's had so much control over the map.
Yeah.
Taking away some of the farm as well with his Qs. He's up a whole level right now. LM just hit 5. Peanut has his Heartbreaker online with all that extra farm. So this first Rift Herald fight again, Quangdong, think wisely before you go into this one. I don't want another game decided by this.
Well, Keen is playing this lane very well. As you can see, he's ahead by a bit of farm. Does have his Cull ticking down as well. Does have, of course, the Slicing Maelstrom now available, as he has hit level 7. Peanut going to come over, start off this rebuff, and Rift Herald has now spawned.
And this is a much better team fighting comp for Quangdong Freaks this time around, or early Herald, but they don't have prio. They don't have a fast setup on this. Toby doesn't have his teleport just yet. We'll have to walk back over, but notice that Gen G are already grouped up here. Ruler is off vision, so they don't know whether he is going over there or if he's going to be coming back to lane to deny plate. So the decision that Teddy has to make right now is a tough one. Are we going to force this fight, try to use our comp early Sivir power against this Zeri before she's truly online, or do we go bottom side? And the fact that Ruler isn't showing right now is so frustrating for Quangdong Freaks, because he could just be running down there to get plates. Gen G could delay this objective. But they're going to hard commit.
Yeah, that's a nah, that's a wallop. And Doran's going to throw rocks at Keen here as well. Lehens and Peanut going to rotate over. Doran's done most of the work already, and Peanut will just come in and easily pick up the kill. The dive's beautiful. So now Peanut's going to use that lightning rush to try and get himself to safety. Fate sidesteps the boomerang. They're not out of the woods just yet, although the minion wave is going to be here. Chovy turns up as well. Heist successful as Gen G should be able to move on down, collect themselves the Rift Herald with the man advantage.
Ruler is just farming mid. Question mark ping goes down before he is showing there, but he does appear. Chovy going to teleport bottom side, so no farm missed here for Gen G. That teleport advantage Chovy holds, and Rift Herald, they don't need it to get more advantages here. They already dove the cannon. They were successful. They forced the cannon to now go side lane against an Ahri bottom side, where he's going to lose a few of these minions, because once again, Gen G's macro, they're just ahead. They are the first ones to make the calls. They are not hesitating. They are not waiting. What's the biggest tool for Kwangdong Freaks in this Rift Herald fight? Slicing Maelstrom. What did they do? They dove the cannon, forced his Slicing Maelstrom out, and now they don't need to worry about the Rift Herald. They're like, yeah, okay, we're just going to get value elsewhere. And yeah, Kwangdong will actually get this one, but the cost of so much map control.
Yeah, I actually think it might have been a little bit of a mistake for Gen G not to prioritize that one, but getting down here towards the bottom side and potentially diving Keen again, that happens, then perhaps it is massively worth it, as Keen's either going to get zoned or dove. So this is a plate gank to get now the equivalent amount of plates as the Rift Herald. Now I agree with you.
Yeah,
I think that definitely worth.
Doran has teleport, so he can, if there was a heavy commitment topside with the Herald, he could just teleport and be there to answer. Kwangdong Freaks just kind of caught awkwardly here in this weird macro moment where they're like, should we try to collapse on Chovy, punish him, then drop the Herald down bottom side? We don't have prio mid. Top side, we have no presence. Ryze needs to try to get back to the mid lane. Oh, wait, no. What do we want? Silver the farm there. Like, Kwangdong are so slow in these moments. And this is something we've been criticizing them since spring season for, is weak macro play in game states that are not favorable for them. They sometimes just freeze up. They don't know what decisions to make. And I think Gen G in this game are really just highlighting why they are the best early game team in the LCK. They're the best at a lot of things, but their early game at this stage, phenomenal from them. 20 CS advantage, 20 creep score advantage here for Peanut in the jungle, as this is the dive that starts it all off. Great Gnar ultimate here into the wall. Of course, the wall up follows up, and Keen is forced to ult, and it's not enough to save it.
Nope, because they've got everyone up here towards the top side. The entire farm made it up as the monkey and the cow get together and get the work done. But it was mainly just Doran by himself that did a lot of it. LM's going to find Lehens. Lehens going to get bonked on the head, but then isn't going to be too worried. Chovy might just take a turret.
Yeah, and the Zeri is getting free farm mid. She's not being the one giving these plates, but she's getting CS. So Gen G have just decided, like, we're going to maximize the value of the Rift in terms of money. Like, they could actually be like a tycoon company with like how they're like, all right, how much can we exploit Summoner's Rift to make sure everyone gets the most money possible here?
How do you win this macro trade without Herald so hard?
Yeah.
Are they going to get a kill as well? What is going on?
Score should be on the front page. He should be on the front cover of The Economist at this point.
No, absolutely.
It's just, they're just getting so much money. Like, Chovy's like, all right, I'll get plates.
Is this an inner turret?
I'll get plates. No one can punish.
Oh my god, the headbutt is going to interrupt the teleport as well. Yeah, so, Chovy, I mean, even if he did teleport, maybe he died.
Yeah, probably. Chovy gets plates bottom side because he is the safest champion to retreat. Zeri can't do this bottom side by herself because if she's dove, she'll die. She has cleanse, or rather not cleanse, Ghost and Flash. Is a very slippery champion, but still high risk. Whereas Chovy's just like, all right, you can take my mid farm. Now, Chovy on Hollow Life, he would say absolutely not. But in this case, it's like, I'll get the plates. You get the mid farm for free. Unfortunately for them, the Sivir just isn't going to be able to make an impact because we're not going to team fight. We're just going to out macro. Then on the top side, they have the control there as well. Stop that teleport. And Gen G are just winning non-fights in 3 lanes.
Yeah. Do you know what this looks like? It looks like the Kwangdong coaching stuff, like you did 0 damage to turrets, guys. Do whatever you can to get damage onto turrets. And so they try to make the trade because then at least they're doing some damage.
There it is.
Oh, goodness
me. He did 63.82.
I mean, theoretically, LM should have the Rift Herald damage alongside his name as Peanut's going to find Fate. Oh my goodness, that does not look like jungle versus mid lane as he gets the flash in trade for his ult. Chovy's going to be out of Spirit Rush, depth charge, range. Certainly good, but yeah, still going to be able to get himself over the wall.
He has an item advantage, and it's Merc Treads here for Fate, so he just won't be able to compete there if the Heartbreaker is good, which it was. Forces the flash. And, you know, with Conqueror there in the longer fight, no Everfrost or anything like that, this is not that meta. You are going to die, actually, to Peanut, who is extremely far ahead.
Yeah.
It is a tough look right now to find the win conditions here for Kwangdong Freaks.
I actually think that Chovy and Peanut, if they continue to play as well as they are now, I think that they might be able to stand up to Inspired and JoJo.
It's his first day, Atlas! All right, like, let the man have some pride for his home region. He'll let that go in time, okay? We all started somewhere. We all were like, no, I think my region's okay. Like, we're doing really well. Like, Ken does not have his best split, okay?
Yeah. I just really want Kobe to address that on the broadcast afterwards.
Hey,
So
I mean, look, those players were at MSI. You know, Genji was not.
Hey, that's a very good point. That is a very good point.
Yeah,
so,
we only sent
maybe
one
that's
team.
checkmate. Maybe that's checkmate. Genji now 6,000 gold in the lead at 15 minutes. We do have a minute away from the Hextech Drake. It's not going to be a Cloud Soul, so a bit sad about that. Hopefully it's not an Ocean as well, because that's also not too fun. Fate's going to rotate down. Back did come through here. We're coming off a bit of a reset on Genji's side, and bounties are up, guys. Yeah, this game around, Kwangdong Freaks at least got a Herald charge into a turret, so that meant that two plates went down. They traded that for an outer and an inner in the bottom lane, and a whole bunch of plates in the mid lane. And now Ruler and Teddy are fighting in the mid, but not going to find too much more as Chovy looks for the Everfrost, does find the charm there, and gets the return on the Orb of Deception. Ellen comes in, though, and Chovy's going to have to use that Spirit Rush defensively. Peanut picks up the kill, can't transform in time, though. As now, Chovy is going to throw out a charm and looks to try and keep himself alive, but does not do so. Well, looks to try and execute himself without giving the kill to Sivir. That's going to fail. Ruler will take the outer turret in mid. Now Lehens is going to find Teddy.
Ruler had the most interesting Zeri moment of all time, where he just kills a turret, and he's like, yeah, so actually I got a ton of money and finished a call. I didn't win a team fight. I didn't get that kill early, but you guys doing all that stuff topside, and I'm just actually going to farm and then zip over the wall. And second Rift Herald here. I don't think we can take this just yet, Genji. I think we will have to wait for some reinforcements. Chovy does not have teleport out. He is holding the cleanse at the moment. I think they could slow this one down and still look for the fight, but we'll have to wait for the group up first.
Indeed, Peanut has made his way over. No Heartbreaker available. Chovy also waiting on his Spirit Rush. He is going to get here in relative time. So, Doran with a great Naba, and if Kwangdong Freaks stay grouped up like this, it is a very dangerous time. Flash available for the Gnar, and that's why you see Kwangdong backing away. They can't fight against the huge Naba that Doran has built up, and they are just going to back away, of course, recognizing the huge gold lead as well. As Chovy's just walking on forward, does have the ultimate back up now. So they are just going to have to give that one up. So, first Rift Herald of the game here for Genji. They do collect that one for themselves, and we'll see where it does actually get parked.
So, you know, of the things I predicted to happen today, you know, I thought, okay, I predicted Sandbox to beat Damwon Kid. Didn't think it was going to be that one-sided, but, you know, I was pretty spot on with that. I thought, okay, Genji versus Kwangdong has a pretty good chance to be the fastest series of the week, potentially going into week 8 here. What I did not predict of all the things that we could have known was that Genji would have a more one-sided game 2 after what we watched in game 1. Now,
it turns out if you don't pick Yasuo Sejuani, things go better for you, Wolf. I don't know.
Now, Kwangdong have gotten some bounty gold. They have killed 2 champions, and the Sivir has missed her power spike window. Unfortunately, she is now out-itemized by the enemy Zeri, but we're still only 2 Drakes up. Genji don't have a soul point, the Threatener, anything like that. Baron hasn't spawned yet. No inhibitors are down. So what I'm saying is there is still a chance. Much like there is still a chance for Nongshim to qualify for playoffs and for Kwangdong Freaks to qualify for playoffs. There's still a chance, Atlas. That is what I'm telling you.
That's actually what Genji here are fighting for. They're fighting for Nongshim's ability to still have a 0.001% chance of making it into the playoffs. If Kwangdong Freaks were to win this game, Nongshim would be out of the running Yeah. They're basically out of the running already. However, still is definitely a thing worth talking about.
I just was going to say, like, the one way I see this going well for Guangdong, and by well I mean is like they get a few more kills and you lose the game, but is fights like this that Genji force, but then also there's a slicing maelstrom there. Imagine a slicing maelstrom on top of all of this, but they're so behind the curve of the macro that, you know, unfortunately Kennen is like here after it's already over. You see that on the minimap. Keen trying to rotate his way back in. But, you know, slicing maelstrom value, we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen Sivir get to run anyone. They've been on the defense, but maybe there's just one team fight where Genji overextend. Ooh. You know, I'm trying to set the stage for the extreme unlikely scenario, but, you know, you always expect it's over until it's not.
That's true. It is only over when the Nexus explodes.
Genji never thought it could happen to them, but, you know, there's that small chance.
I mean, it's still likely that it can't happen to them. However, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
There is always a chance. Fate and LM now looking to try and defend this one. Extendo Beam going to do a bit of damage there to the Rise. LM's going to get stunned up for a moment, but Genji just trying to find any siege opportunities that they can with a relatively low range composition. Always a difficulty. As, yes, the bounties are well and truly here. At least a top lane outer turret was taken by Guangdong.
Yeah, is this going to make a record for the longest appearing bounties in a professional game in the LCK? Like,
whoa, we even tracking that stat?
I don't know. Probably not. I just made that stat up. It might not be trackable. We usually don't see bounties stay up this long in pro games because teams will claim some of them, and the gold lead is not this massive at this stage. Where, like, the normal gold lead you have is one of the individual gold leads that one of the players at Genji has, like, at this stage. Like, that's pretty average. Just pick one of those. Now, you add all of those up, and we're about to crest 10,000 gold at 20 minutes in. It's a lower kill score game than the last one.
Yeah.
But I think, honestly, like I said before, a much more dominant lead for Genji in this one.
And they are just not allowing Guangdong Freaks to play the game, which is why it has slowed down. It is now the suffocation process that is beginning. This means that Peanut is taking away all of the jungle camps from LM, and Genji will just keep all of the pressure up. Shirley going to come on forward as Peanut is going to break. Oh, goodness me. That's a lot of damage with the Extendo Beam. Ruler has just an extra BF sword. Seems to have made a bit of a difference here. As Teddy is going to spell shield it. Ruler now has to flash to get out of the way of LM. He has one more opportunity to use this Cyclone as Realm Warp's going to come through. Ruler is just going to walk to the left. That will get him out of there. Keen's dead. And now the rest of Genji can turn their eyes towards the Guangdong Freaks team. Two stunned into the wall. LM trying to escape. Fate's dead though. Hoyt's going to go down as well. And Ruler is still alive. How is he doing this? He just baited them all in. Look at that. Terrified Yumi.
He just didn't even do any damage either. Like, he just flashed and ghosts away. It was the most hilarious
He was the bright,
part.
shiny object that they were all trying to get onto.
The most hilarious part of this was the Nautilus ult, which he was just outpacing.
Yeah.
He's like dashing away, then he's ghosting, has flash, and he's just like, I'm Zeri, I'm speeding up. And the Nautilus ult took like, I don't know, 6 or 7 seconds it felt like to hit Ruler in this fight. It's like, he gets ulted, look at the Nautilus ult. It's like, Ruler's like going to be back in the Nexus before it hits him. And then, yeah, as you say, they all chase deep to try to catch a Zeri. Sadly, they did not succeed. And Doran's over here, pushing him into the wall. Heartbreaker is a real heartbreaker here for Fate and crew as they are just pushed out of the game. Teddy is like, I want to get out of here. No, blast cloned back towards Ruler, who gives the, you know, O_O face
he's
with
like,
the Yumi.
Yeah. He's like, Trophy, you trying to get me killed, man? You trying to get me killed? Is that what's happening? He wants back-to-back POGs, wants to get 800 points so he can threaten Ruler's 1,000.
I think this one is a nut angle, though, to be honest.
Yeah, I have a feeling that he may have just played that early game well enough for that to be absolutely true. Has himself the Sunfire K build as well. It's like the Yone special that Chovy came up with.
13,000 gold. I'm just trying to quantify this in my brain.
I mean, it's the Ruler ending this time around as well, Wolf. He has a full Infinity Edge over Teddy. Not that that really needs to be a thing we're talking about. I mean, it's 13,000 gold, the lead, like you were saying.
Yeah, just really it's really unfortunate because Kwangdong are fighting for the chance to go to playoffs, and going to playoffs means eventually you'll fight a team like Genji.
Well, there's Hepapov, and immediately the bottom lane just gets obliterated. Look at that. Ruler putting his Infinity Edge to good use. The Extendo Beam's not going to connect, so no pentakill this time around. As Keen and Fate, the last two remaining. Ruler is going to get stunned. Will he actually die? The answer's no. Doran's going to be able to protect him there, and he's going to continue on as well as Fate. Oh, he just gets thrown back, and Ruler's going to claim that kill as well. This game's over, ladies and gentlemen. Genji, or the Harlem Globetrotters, whatever you want to call them, they are going to pick up the 2-0 over the Kwangdong Freaks here, and they still look like the best team here in the LCK.
Yeah, there used to be an old StarCraft 1 show called BattleNet Attack where the pro gamers would just match up against random fans online and just destroy them. Usually some weird challenge, like you have to play with one hand or something like that. It felt like Genji were like, all right, let's play against 5 challengers players from solo queue just so you get to face Genji. Like, they made Kwangdong look like, is this team really in playoff contention? Because if we didn't have the format where Genji would actually just skip around because they're a top 2, Kwangdong, if they got in the last spot, would probably face them. It would be number 1 versus number 6, and it would be like, yeah, you're fighting for playoffs, you got to face us again.
Oh, man.
As this is just, I mean, I don't know what else to say, guys. We can't analyze these games. This was several tiers worth of difference between these two, and Peanut gapped Elm so hard that,
well,
I mean,
there is something to say. Now, Live Sandbox, Damwon Kia, T1, and Genji are all qualified for the playoffs. Previously, it was just Live Sandbox that were guaranteed. Now, it is definitely Damwon Kia as well. I think that also means that Damwon Kia are almost confirmed to go to Worlds, but we haven't done all of those calculations just yet.
Yeah.
It also means Nongshim holds on to a 0.0018% chance of getting into playoffs.
Now, that is, of course, just based on ELO. It's not actually that chance, or else they just wouldn't show up. Like, they'd have better chances of just winning the lottery, so they might as well just quit. It's just, that's what the ELO is. Like, the chances based on their current record versus everybody else's means that...
and also the amount that has to go right for them as well, which is, DRX losing every single game ever, and all this sort of stuff. It is, yeah, it's a real tough situation.
Yeah, so Genji, man, they are looking like favorites, They're looking like big tournament favorites, and I don't know if they'll be tested again until the finals. I just don't know. I think right now, I don't think we're expecting that to be the case, but it's been a wild ride.
Yeah, and it's also another 2 points as well. They move up to plus 26.
Yeah.
Remember, the record is plus 29.
They can
for
go
all
up
of
to
those
32.
amazing teams in the past. Yeah, exactly right. But they might get there relatively soon as well.
They have 3 series left, and their opponents are Damwon Kia on Friday, Fredit Brion, and then KT Rolster, which has sometimes been the bane of Genji, but I don't know if right now we're really expecting that to be the upset angle.
Would Score allow that to be the upset angle, Wolf, is really the question.
I don't think so.
No. Well, this was a shellacking, guys. This was not even close in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, when you can't talk about the comps and when you can't talk about the team fights and there are no team fights and Genji are just walking around killing turrets, like, they're like, this turret is ours, like, we've made the decree, and they just start tearing it down. And Kwangdong just have to watch. Like, there just isn't really anything else to say.
Yeah. No, it's, and this was like every attempt to kill Ruler ever. And they're just running around for so long. Doran makes his way over from the mid lane with a perfect Narbar, and then gets the hop on his teammate to get into the back line.
His form right now is so insane. He started off the season a little bit shaky,
and
for
spring
Genji's
season
standards.
as well.
Yeah.
It was all about like, is Doran going to be the weak link?
And it was kind of like, is Doran in a good mood? Did they win game 1? Like how his form is going to be? No, he's got that same expression you see on the player cam right now every game, and he just wins every game, and he plays well every game. No longer even in the weak link conversations. This is the only time Keen ever tried to slicing Maelstrom in a straight-up team fight. But this is the closest thing we had to a straight-up team fight as well. And he's just instantly chain CC'd and killed.
Yeah. And that's sort of what happens when you just go straight up into them, right? Because it's an Alistair as well. It's the cannon into Alistair angle that we didn't really get to talk about because it was never really relevant. But that was always the bane of Kennen's existence. You just get booped out whenever you go in.
Had to pick Kennen because Trundle was available, and Gen.G absolutely would have picked it if they picked the Sejuani there on the top side, or the Ornn, which I think could have been another solid pick if Trundle wasn't available. But there's only so many things you could ban. There's Kwangdong Freaks.
That might have stopped Peanut from absolutely decimating the jungle matchup. I don't think so. I think that they were between a rock and a hard place to bring back an old favorite of ours. There was just not a lot for Kwangdong to do there, and we don't even necessarily feel like the drafts were all that relevant. However, there are some gentlemen that may think differently. So let's head over to the analyst chairs, collaborative carpet space, and cool face on a TV in the middle to get the breakdown of the series.
That is indeed us. Thank you so much, Atlas and Wolf, for bringing us through that series. They totally did steamboat them just to bring back another classic. Not too much else to say. The draft pretty interesting. You know, I liked Wolf's note at the end there where they didn't want to pick a tank because they saved jungle last pick. No ban on the Trundle. I wasn't too hot on those Kwangdong second phase bans either. What did you guys think, Chronicler?
I'm just so hard with Gen.G because I don't like the Azir ban. I don't think Azir is in a great spot right now. But then you think about what Chovy literally did last game, you're like, well, we got to ban that, right? And that is just a returning issue here. I think outside of the Zeri, and you actually had a great point just now, it's just that Doran also looks way better on Nard than any other pick. But outside of that, I think the Kwangdong draft is like all right. The Kennen to me really felt like a miss. It was actually Cubby that pointed out like into Alistair the champion is kind of rough, but in general just hasn't really worked, and the overall comp is a little lackluster. But for Gen.G, I don't think Viego's that great, but it doesn't matter. Like they just win every fight they take, they win.
Cubby, what do you think?
Yeah, I think something that's interesting is that with Sivir, we've seen Sivir kind of need bridges to get to the later stages of the game. She really takes off. She can accelerate to 3-4 items to get there early. I didn't really see that for KDF. Like, the Kennen, yeah, you can do well topside of the matchup, but can you ever team fight an Alistar? Ryze getting out of lane against Ahri. We saw that attempted in the top dive, but Chovy countered it with a great TP. That really felt like the only positive play that KDF had set up, and after that, Peanut ended up kind of running the map with the Hens.
Yeah, and sometimes that's the way it does work for Gen.G. The biggest surprise for me in that draft was the fact that Lissandra was banned, and it was the most obvious Ahri pick for the now 13-0 Ahri player. He was 12-0, now he's 13-0. This is career LCK total, okay? He does not lose on this champion, and they ban Lissandra. They're like, we're picking Ahri. What are you going to do? Well, we're going to ban Vi and not Ahri. So,
yeah.
I don't know. We do have highlight number 1, so let's jump into that, and then we'll hear your thoughts, Chronicler, on this.
Well, the nice part about this is that this game was over very quickly, because with every Gen.G game, we have an early GG moment, as we'd like to call it, colloquially on our desk. This was the GG moment. Well done, Lahens. Take your POG points to the left, because with how Gen.G is playing games right now, all they need is one lead like this. And then, you know what happens? You lose every cross-map trade, your turrets are perma-shoved in, every single time that multiple waves are stacked, you're going to get dove, you don't get to play the game.
Yeah, seems like that happens often. Cubby, what do you think?
The Q flash from the Hens was so nice. And, you know, with Alistar kind of returning to the meta as the answer to Sivir, I really like Alistar as a champ because you can find so many creative engages. Yes, WQs, you know, it seems like a pretty simple combo, but the creativity that you can do, like, utilize with this champion, how you set up the combos, how you can get fancy with it. Textbook there from the Hens. I will say, Hoyt, the flash over the charm was nice, but yeah, you're down a level in the Alistar, Nautilus kind of paper afterwards, and from there, I mean, Peanut was able to just blitz the jungle matchup. Walked out of there 1-0-1, early bladed the Ruined King, no chance for Wukong to duel Viego anymore.
Yeah, and that's where that Viego's power did come in. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which was, it felt like a very long time later, and it kind of was, because this was 21 minutes into the game, and this was the unkillable Zeri.
Yeah, this is the ghost value coming through here. Me and Cubby were talking about this as well. about like the value of Ghost as a summoner for AD carries, and now it's really risen in priority. And you see it here as well. Because of that Ghost, Ruler doesn't die. Does it matter for the outcome of the game? That's arguable. You know, that's a fun conversation you can have on another time and day that isn't this game. But with that, I think that you see like everything gets invested trying to kill Zeri to avoid a certified Zeri moment. Doesn't occur, but you still lose the fight.
I'm looking out for Ghosts moving forward.
Yeah.
I think that this is something that marksman's like picks can greed, and especially in the Zeri Sivir matchup, I think it's really good for both marksmen to take. I think given the current meta, you know, if you're able to run away from things like a Nard, like a Gwen, a lot of the top lane champions, and utilize that to get back in a fight later, durability patch, fights go longer. You can save your health bar early with Ghost. I think it really can help you cash out later in a team fight. Saw that there for Ruler. And I think it's something to look out for as the meta continues to shift. We'll see if it's able to be taken in 12-14 with a lot of the sustain nerfs hitting, but I really like it on this patch, especially in the Zeri Sivir matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the value it did get there. We do have our PRG ready. Let's see who did pick it up here for game number 2. We had a couple of ideas. Peanut was one of them. Lahens was the other. This time, Peanut is going to pick up the POG.
Makes complete sense. Has made every jungler in the LCK look silly at times. More so than anyone else, I think. These skirmishes are great, but Peanut's pathing is effectively second to none right now. Like his aggressive pathing every single time, knowing the limits to his matchups and being able to always go for early invades, always end up with leads, in of itself will be really valuable. But then he's also just everywhere where he needs to be on the map.
And it really feels like a return to, you know, the days of Rock's Tigers, Peanut, where he was the human ward, right? It's just walk in enemy jungle, find them, and if I'm able to find the enemy jungler, my lanes can excel. And that really feels like the textbook strategy for Gen G with how dominant their lanes have been. If Peanut's just able to, you know, do some scouting, give Chovy an extra 30 seconds to crush a lane, absolutely. That always works out well.
Yeah, I mean, when your lane's stomped that hard, if you can help them even more, it's just going to accelerate your the benefits and the positives, the strengths of your team. As you can see, a couple votes from the 5 heads in the group, I suppose. But yeah, he did deserve some nice praise as well. But Peanut did a lot for his team. Guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by the mid-jungle duo of Gen G. Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much. With this prior win of Lip Sandbox earlier today, you guys are now secured a spot in the playoffs round 2. And you are continuing your winning streak against Kwangdong Freaks. How do you feel, guys? I'm so glad to pick up a clean 2-0 victories against Kwangdong Freaks today. Me too. I'm happy with the 2-0 victory. Peanut, Gen G only lost 3 games this season. You guys barely get a 2-1 victory. So you guys are so close to breaking the LCK highest game win score record. Any thoughts about that? I don't really care too much about it because we have 3 more matches to go. You know, Tamon, Kia, KT, Brion, they're all really strong. So I don't want to kind of pay attention to the record itself. Same. I don't really care about the numbers and records. You know, I just want to do my best in the upcoming matches. Chovy, with that play on Azir today, your Azir is 7-0 so far. So you built Nashers as a second item in game number 1. Tell me about that build. Azir actually can go for many different builds depending on the rune that he takes, and I thought Nashers will bring the power spike even faster in that game. I thought it was gonna be better and efficient. And Genji played a lot of different picks in game number 1. You know, Yasuo, Sejuani, bottom duo. It has come back to the LCK after more than 1,000 days. Tell me about the comp. Well, Yasuo bot has become a thing recently, and we have been having great results against Yumi especially. So we were wondering what we can pair up with that Yasuo on the bottom lane. Sejuani was one of the options. At the end of the game, in the player comms, Lians was actually shouting, "When is our Yasuo ever gonna ult?" And then Ruler was like, "I only missed once." So Peanut, what actually happened there? I think Lians was saying that over and over, but I got Dreamman airborne and Yasuo was right next to me, but he didn't ult, you know? Had he ever ulted there, we would have gotten a, you know, picture-perfect montage, highlights, teamfight-ish thing, but it's a bummer that he missed that. In game number 2, your Viego was so on point. Viego recently has actually become not really a meta pick these days. So we needed a attack damage jungler, and a lot of the jungle picks were actually getting removed in the ban phase, and Viego was available, and Viego had to be accelerated in the early phase against Wukong, so I focused on that. And speaking of accelerating the lead, you were actually able to, you know, counter jungle a lot. Tell me about your pathing. I kind of figured that not many people actually control vision around the top side when they're playing against Viego, so I wanted to get the best value out of that fact, and also I was able to pull off the play I needed to play. These days, whenever Viego builds for tank items, they actually go for Blade of the Ruin King and then Frostfire Gauntlet, but this time around you are actually building Sunfire. Youngjae has been recommending this build so many times, and I had about only like 650 gold, so I mean if I had more than 700 golds I would have just gone for, you know, Divine Thunder, but this time around I had less gold, and that's I wanted to just build. I only bought, you know, Longsword and also Dagger, so I had to go for the early Blade of the Ruin King. Genji, you guys are just ramping up so much. You know, you guys are on top of most of the stats in the LCK, getting so many kills and just being the best of the LCK these days. Are the Genji players happy with the current form and performance these days? Well, Genji, especially Peanut, whenever he set up for plays, our laners are always there to follow up. And whenever he sets up for plays, we always get the best outcome, so we were able to have so much success. Our laners are doing great, so I was able to set up for plays, you know. And because of that, we were just repeating to win, and we are now having more and more belief and trust in each other. You guys only have 3 more matches in order to complete the perfect run of the round 2. So what is your mindset heading into that Damwon Kia series? Damwon Kia is our next opponent, and I think they have great potential. You know, all 5 players are great players, so we will not let our guards down, and we will do our best in that match as well. I think Damwon is only, you know, having a bit of a hard time for a moment, and then they're always have been a strong team, so we will do our best in that upcoming match as well. And this will be the end of the interview from Chobi Peanut from Genji, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always. Yes, Junghyun kind of summed it up pretty perfectly. You got all the numbers, all the best stuff right now. How does it feel? What's the secret? Things are going well for Genji. Let's take a look at the standings now at this moment in time, because Genji, they were already on top. They did secure round 2, of course, earlier today. And that game score is something we might be talking about as we get towards the end of the season.
In addition to that, also means that Damwon is now locked in for playoffs. KT, DRX, not quite the case yet. And for Kwangdong, there's of course still hope, but their roster or their matches ahead are really, really tough.
Yeah. And speaking of the next match, what did you think, Cubby, when this does come up on screen, about the matches for tomorrow?
Well, it's LCK, so we only have goodies. As KT, they have to keep on winning to try and make sure that their fate is in their own hands. We are starting to wrap up the summer season, and I think against Fred Briand, who have been playing better later, we'll see if KT can continue their form and really pick up a couple wins there.
Yeah, definitely a good question. Anything you want to add, Chronicler?
Yeah, I'm really glad you didn't touch upon the T1 Humble series, because that one might be rough. So good on you, Cubby.
Yeah, before we go, Cubby, anything you want to say after your first LCK day?
No, it's been a pleasure to be here. I'm glad that Jojo only got mentioned 3 times. Hopefully we'll be seeing him at Worlds, along with a lot of the other talented players we have across the world. No, it's thanks for having me. It's been a blast. Looking forward to next time, and yeah, hope to keep on bringing the best of the carpet space from the telly, as there's technology now, guys. I can call it.
I know, imagine that. And thank you, Cubby, for joining us once again. It was an absolute blast. Chronicler, you as well. And we will be having Cubby later this week as well, so look forward to that. But that's going to do it for this time on the Analyst Carpet Space. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down.